There are a lot of questions that you should be thinking about before buying a frame.
Now, one thing I always talk to people about to think about, number one, is your space. What kind of space do you have? Do you have a large room, a small room, dedicated space, or is it just going to be on the side? So that's number one mark that I always ask people, what space do you have? Second, your budget. How much are you going to spend on this frame and other accessories? Because that can be a huge thing for you of how much money you've got and where you're taking it.
What's nice about the Grace frames is you can put your own machine on the frame all the way up to our large 21-inch machines.
Yeah.
What are some of the struggles if you're doing a large quilt on a sit-down table?
Number one, if it's large quilts like a king, I'm wrestling the quilt constantly. It's going over my shoulder, it's hanging off to the side because I've got to move it underneath the machine.
That's right.
But with the Cutie, your machine moves on top of the quilt.
We're going to be creating a fall pumpkin banner using our circle cutter. I love this pattern because I wanted to create something really simple and really easy that I could duplicate really quickly to make lots and lots of these for my friends and family. So that's why I wanted to do it just as simple as possible. We'll be doing kind of a raw edge applique as we quilt. If you want to do that needle turn applique, you're welcome to that as well. But that's the process we'll be doing in this specific educational video. So you're gonna place right here and press down on the circle. And then you're gonna take the blade and just go around in a circle. And ta-da! Isn't that so fun? I love it. I could just cut circles all day long. I love it. So you'll just go through and cut out all of your circles so that you can then piece it into your many different pumpkins.
So one of the important things working with your workspace is making sure that you wipe down your tracks and wheels. It's very important. If you get a little bit of lint on there, it actually does make a difference when you are free motion quilting and moving your machine around, because you really do feel even a small amount of lint on your wheels. And so it's important for you to make sure that you are wiping that down. And I try to do that every time I change my quilt. It's just good to go through and walk and go clean all of your wheels and all of your track and just wipe them down with just a rag and water. And for the track, I just take 2 fingers and just wipe down both sides of the track and just rub it along all the way down the entire length of the track.
What about the upper carriage as well?
Upper carriage as well, you need to make sure you wipe down all of your tracks. You do both the top and bottom, so you can get all your track all the way along the entire length of your system. Because even though this track is a very hard, nice, dense track and it's very smooth, so you will feel those small little bumps and threads or lint, whatever builds up on your track very easily. And so even with cleaning your track, it's also very important then to also clean your wheels.
Tell us a little bit about this beautiful quilt.
So this is a quilt that my grandma made, and it's Sunbonnet Sue. And today is my mom's birthday. And so in honor of Grace, I pulled this one out. If I were to gift this, I'm not, but if I were to gift this, the care and instructions to how to care for it are really different than how you would for a regular quilt, because it's an antique and it's been around a long time and we want to preserve it. And so with this quilt, you just want to be careful as you're, to not use harsh chemicals on it, and you want to store it correctly. You don't want to leave it out in the sun to erode all the fabrics. You've seen this is preserved pretty well because I've taken really good care of it. But you want to store it in a pillowcase. So if you want to gift it in a pillowcase and how you want them to take care of it, and they can pull it out, just remember every once in a while. That's really important as well.
Our screen will show us that in order to sew this pattern, it's looking for the top left corner and the bottom right corner of the block. I'm going to move the machine over, and I have this block that I've drawn out here on the quilt, and I'll go up to that top left edge. I'm going to simply touch and tell it that my machine is there. I'll now move the machine down and across the square down to the bottom right side. We're now going to tell it will automatically size the pattern it has positioned the pattern, and the pattern is now ready to sew. It's literally that easy. We selected a pattern, we told it where we want that pattern to go, and I am going to hit quilt. With quilting, the machine automatically knows where it's at. It will know how much stitches, and we can set those types of things, but I'm simply going to hit the button sew so that we can see how easy it is to actually place a pattern and sew it out. So here we go, machine's gonna move to its start point. Might ask us a couple quick questions to make sure that our thread's where it needs to be. It automatically knows where the center is, and there we go, it's moved to the center. Here it goes, it's sewing and tying off, and I'll simply hold this thread for a minute as it begins, and away we go.
One day, Miss Annie comes home from church, it was actually on Mother's Day, with one of those little questionnaires that you fill out for your mom and ask questions. It said, my favorite thing to do with my mom is to quilt. And and I said to her, I said, honey, we don't quilt together. And what did you say to me?
But I want to.
But I want to. And that day I just grabbed her so tight and was like, oh baby, let's quilt. so she made this first, she actually had done a panel and I could not find it for the life of me. So it's somewhere in her house. So she made this one. Do you want to talk about this one? What is this for?
It was for one of my dolls. I wanted to make a quilt for my dolls. And yeah,
She laid out all the squares and sat down at our domestic machine, and so she was so funny. She pedaled to the metal full on, like full speed, and then she adjusted the speed to go a little slower because she realized she was being a little ambitious. But that was probably one of her first projects besides her panel. And then Miss Emma came along and noticed everybody was quilting, and she wanted to quilt too. So what?
It's my frozen quilt.
Yeah, her Anna and Elsa quilt. And who did the quilting on this one?
I did.
You did, huh? You had fun doing that. And what I really love about this quilt is even though it's all like scribbles,
I like that I did some eggs.
it's just cute and cozy, and she loves it. So
The back is sparkly.
yep, she's got sparkly frozen fabric.
When someone is using a straight cutter, what are some of the ways we hold the straight cutter?
Yeah, so I think one thing that people tend to naturally do is you go like this, and like I said earlier, you're trying to get up and over that so you can try and cut, you know, you're trying to get there, trying to do it, and then you can see here you can get a white knuckle because you're trying to push down, get that pressure on there. Or one thing I've seen people do as well, sometimes they'll put their thumb here, again, getting that white knuckle if they're trying to go and cut.
That's right. And not only that, go ahead and put that back down there again, but also what happens with the wrist, right? When we want to get that blade towards the fabric, that wrist bends, and if you want to do your thumb up top, it's the same thing. So no matter what we're doing, we have either our fingers holding the cutter, we have that bent wrist, and we get above the fabric, so our shoulder. So literally from your fingers to your shoulder, that's where the fatigue and stress comes in.
Hello and welcome to the Grace Company. My name is Amanda, and today I'm going to be showing you how to use Pattern CAD to create some unique snowflake designs that you can quilt using the Grace Company's Quilter's Creative Touch software. Today I'm all set up with a quilt top. I've done a simple 9-patch design. I'm sure that experienced quilters will have many creative uses for these snowflake designs that we're going to create today. I've got a Cutie 21 machine set up ready for automation and some Snow White finesse thread that I can use to make my snowflakes really pop out. I also have a tablet set up with our Quilter's Creative Touch software, or QCT. I also have a gold subscription that I will be using one feature of, but it's an optional feature to place multiple patterns at one time. So I've got some little triangles all folded up and cut ready to make some snowflake patterns. You can do an image search for different snowflake designs, or you can create your own. Today I'm going to be creating my own unique design so that I can have a mixture of straight lines and curved lines, so I can show you how to do that in Pattern CAD.
I love Christmas. I love the decorations, I love the time of year, I love the whole spirit of Christmas, and most importantly, I love bringing my family together and making it fun and enjoyable for them. And so To spark your creativity, I came up with an advent calendar, and it's right here. And it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to make. And the reason I felt like I needed to do an advent calendar is we kind of lose sight of Christmas. And this will help bring us back together as a family, and it'll have activities that you can do throughout the season, you know, for those 25 days, so that you can stay close and just remember the importance of the little things that you do during Christmas time.
Today we have Luella Hall with us. Can you tell us just a little bit about your history with quilting and just life history in general?
When I was a little girl, once a week I would go with my mom to my grandmother's house, and all the ladies in this little rural Wyoming farming community would gather there and quilt. And our playhouse was under the quilt,
of course,
between the knees and the feet of these wonderful ladies. When they first asked me to talk about some of my favorite quilts, I thought, this is going to be interesting. How do I choose my favorites? Last year I made and gave away about 400 quilts, and this year so far.
Last year, 400 quilts. Oh my gosh, I've made it through 2, and I was really proud of myself. That's incredible.
When you're my age, you'll hurry faster.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Okay.
This was a design that I kind of doodled, and I thought, hey, that's kind of fun. And then I started out, you know, doing, I don't even know what this is called, but I know it has the Taj Mahal look. And so I thought that was kind of fun, and I could just fill this in. But notice it's not perfect, but it's an inspirational idea and thought that I can use down the road. So I may not use it on this quilt. And this is just kind of a filler design that I was just, you know, practicing and having fun and practicing my pebbles and little feathers and flowers.
And I love this. And it intimidates me like crazy, because I'm not an artist yet. So are there still...
She doesn't think she's an artist, but there's a little inner artist quilter inside of her that she doesn't even know. And today she's gonna find a little snippet of that.
No, I'm excited.
This is Cape Elizabeth. This is from a photo I took when I was teaching in Portland, Maine, of the Cape Elizabeth headlight. And it's hand appliqued, but it's one of my first machine quilted pieces. And I did it all with invisible thread, which is, people told me it melts and does all sorts of stuff, but I don't know how old, and it's still intact, and nothing's coming loose.
I put my little block here as I wanted to talk to you about squaring up your blocks for piecing. And I found that when you're squaring up your blocks, it's really much easier for me to square up my block when I can find my center and place it in the center. So you'll notice that I took my pin right here and I put it down through the center of my block. Then at the point right here, I'm just going to put it on this point right here, which is the center of my mat. Now you don't have to use the center of your mat. You can use an intersection on the squares and then cut it up. I just thought that would be easier for you to recognize and notice. So this is where I like to use my mat with my ruler, and I'm just going to put it down in here, the little pin, to hold it into place. And then I'm just starting on this side, and I'm going to turn it around like a wheel and just kind of fussy cut them and straighten up my edges. And then you can decide what size you want. And notice how I'm lining it up with this 20-inch line right here from the bottom to the top. And I'm just going to make my quick cut, put my guide over my track as I'm cutting, and notice how my thumb is, because that's the way I like to cut. And then I'm just going to go up it and across, and now I have a nice straight cut. And notice how pretty that looks. So, and now I'm ready to kind of just turn it and do my next cut.
Welcome, all you wonderful quilters. Today in the studio we have Janessa and Mark. Why don't you guys say hello to everybody who's here with us today?
Hi guys, welcome. I'm so excited. It's our final day of Fall Festival. It's really exciting.
Yeah.
Sad but exciting, kind of bittersweet, right?
Bittersweet, yeah. Hi everybody, and thank you and for joining. If you've been with us the entire time, really appreciate it. But yeah, like Janice says, our last day, excited, a lot of information. And we just appreciate everybody who continues to build the comment section up with everybody's comments and love and congratulations. And so keep it up, but we're happy to be here again.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I'm just going to do a quick shout out to a couple people. Thank you again for everybody. Kind of to echo what Janessa and Mark had said there. Thank you for everybody for joining us. I know there's people from all over here, so thank you. Belinda, hello, welcome. We also have Robin. We have Karen. I also know we have Patricia Bryan on our Grace platform. We also have Vicky on our Grace platform. So thank you to everybody who is here with us today. We are so happy and so excited to be with everybody here today. So kind of before we get into it, there are a couple things I would like to remind everybody of, and one of those is safety. I know sometimes when events like this will happen, people will take advantage of it. So I just want to remind everybody that if we ever make a comment, it'll be coming from the Grace Company. There won't be any hyphen or anything. It'll just be coming from the Grace Company. We also will never ask for any personal information over social media, just because we know, again, for safety purposes, we won't ever ask for that over a social media platform. So just be aware of that. Again, we want to make sure everybody stays safe through this. So keep an eye out and just be aware of that. Also, another thing that I wanted to just briefly talk on, because I know throughout this Fall Festival, we've had some amazing deals and we've actually had some wonderful coupons. I don't know if you guys have had the chance to play our bingo that's on our Fall Festival. If you have, you spun that wheel and you got a prize. And with that coupon code, there's some that's specific for our TrueCut or for Grace Company. So if it is specific for TrueCut, that discount code will not work on our Grace platform. And let me show you just what the two look like, or the two different websites kind of will look like, because it's a little bit different. So we do have TrueCut, and that is a kind of a separate company, if you will. It's a different brand from the Grace Company. So its website looks a little bit different. So this is our TrueCut website. So again, if you got a TrueCut discount or coupon code, it will only work on our TrueCut website, which again looks like this. You can go through, you can shop, you can scroll down, see some of those amazing sales that we have going. But again, just a reminder, TrueCut discounts or coupons will only work on our TrueCut website versus those that have a Grace coupon, where it'll work here on our Grace website. So just keep an eye out. I know there was a couple questions throughout yesterday and previous days that we've had this Fall Festival. So just a reminder that there are two separate websites. So make sure you're on the correct one to use those coupons there. So wonderful. And again, thank you everybody for being here. I am so excited for today, because like Morgan Janessa said, today is the last day. So it is a little bit bittersweet, but I think it'll be super fun. And I know all you quilters, I'm sure, are super excited for it. So it's going to be amazing. So actually, to kick it off, because we are ready and we are excited for what we have today, let's go ahead and do a giveaway. So we're going to do a Plinko drop.
Yes, we love giveaways.
Yes. Yes. And maybe before we do that, Mark and Janessa, why don't you go through what are the different items that people can win today on that Plinko board?
Yeah, we actually just decided to switch it up a little bit. So we've got some new exciting things on there. So Mark, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we have here is, I'm going to start from this side. We have My Comfort Cutter. I know yesterday we gave a lot of rulers away, so now we get a chance to win the My Comfort Cutter. We have the True Sharp electric sharpener. We have the rectangle ruler set, and the rectangle ruler set, you actually get 3 rulers, either 3x18, the 6.5 by 24.5, and the 6.5 by 12.5. There's also the solid 4-pack finesse thread, the square ruler set, and the quilters combo. Some of these we left on that are very popular, so you notice that some of them have been on here the last few days, and we wanted it that way. But yeah, wonderful gifts. So if you're looking to keep your blade sharp, you want more rulers, you want that ergonomic cutter, our
That's
thread.
wonderful.
Here's a chance to win. Yep.
Wonderful. And Mark, why don't you share just a little bit what rulers are included in that ruler set there? What 3 rulers?
Yeah, on the square ones, you actually get the 6.5 by 6.5, the 9.5 by 9.5, and the 12.5 by 12.5. So all 3 of the square rulers, we get 6, 9, 6.5, 9.5, and 12.5. And on the rectangle ruler set, the 6.5 by 24.5, the 3 by 18, and the 6.5 by 12.5. So our most popular rulers in both those sets.
And I think maybe you're thinking to yourselves, like, why do I need all of those different rulers? Well, Carla actually did a class earlier this week where she went through and discussed the different rulers that she used for different projects. And it's really helpful because, again, it just helps you kind of figure out what would be best for each project. So be sure to check that one out.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's, people always say, oh, I already got so many. It's funny because I hear that often. I already have too many rulers, or why would I need new rulers? And just like you said, Janessa, Carla has that wonderful video. And you're going to find with our rulers, they are the most unique rulers on the market with that track down the side and with the hole. So there's a lot of features and benefits you get with our rulers.
That's wonderful. And I think maybe instead of doing a question, because we're just getting into this, I just want to see, see if everybody's comment section is working. So why don't everybody just put a comment in there and say where you're from, whether it's, you're from Virginia, New York, Washington, you're here in Utah with us, or if you're maybe watching and you're up in Canada, wherever you're from, go ahead and just put a comment in there and we'll go ahead and just pull 3 different people, say hello to, and we'll do a Plinko drop for them.
Awesome.
So with the comments too, LJ, I know that this doesn't matter who we pick, but also want to see what you loved, just a short snippet of what you loved about the Fall Festival so far. So any kind of, comment, where you're from, what you've enjoyed, any nicknames you may have heard on this, on the event. I know there's one out there that's going around. So just anything that you want to comment on, you can put down.
Oh, awesome.
Perfect.
I love seeing where everybody's from. Oh, we've got some people from Utah close by. Love it.
Wonderful. Yeah, this is amazing. Welcome again, everybody. This is super exciting. I'm glad to see everybody's comment section is working because that's super exciting. We love to have that interaction with you. So thank you for everybody interacting with us and letting us know what you've liked and where you're all from. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to choose 3 different winners. We're going to choose one from our Grace platform. We'll choose a second from Facebook and then a third from YouTube. So again, we'll choose 3 different people just to say hi to and just kind of to get things started here. So I'm first going to come pull somebody from our Grace platform here. So this is a really fun one. This is from Marcy D. That's Marci, and then the last name is D. So congrats, Marcy D. So this their response was, Mr. Clean, I'm so inspired to begin ruler work.
Oh,
yeah,
I love
it. Oh, geez, that made my Friday right there. That's awesome. So
So thanks, Marcy. Yep, congrats. And then really quick, Mark, before we go ahead and drop the Plinko, I just want to let everybody know that if you are a winner of this Plinko drop, you're going to want to make sure to email melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize. So that's melinda@graceframe.com. So Marcy, make sure again, email Melinda so you can get that prize. But Mark, why don't you go ahead and drop the Plinko chip for Marcy?
Let's do it. I'm going to go right down the middle this time.
Awesome.
We're going to start off the Plinko set with a True Sharp sharpener.
That's wonderful. Mark, now I know you did talk a little bit about all those prizes, but why don't you share with me what makes this electric sharpener unique?
Yeah, I'd love to. So what makes it unique is it uses diamond stones. And those in itself is why it absolutely works. And those are the questions we get often is, does it work and will it work with my blade? So this sharpener, it sharpens your 28, your 45, and your 60 millimeter blades. It uses the diamond stone top and bottom. So you get both sides sharpening at once. And it's just a great way to save money. So if you've kept your blades, we know even dull blades can still cut us. This is really nice because we've kept our blades out of our package and they're in a container. So if you've done that, purchase this because you can sharpen those blades back. They're already out of your container. Grab tweezers. This actually comes with tweezers, so you can grab your blade, put it in, and sharpen all those blades that you've kept. and bring them back to a near factory sharp edge, and all that money you're going to save. So very unique. It'll save you money. Congratulations on the win. And if you didn't win and you're looking to buy it, what a great time to buy now because it's on sale.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you, Mark. So we're going to go ahead and we'll pull 2 more winners. So we'll choose somebody from Facebook and YouTube. So this next person, I think it's a really fun one. This is from YouTube. So this is Suzanne Hill-Smith. So they said, learned I need the Cutie frame. So that is wonderful.
Don't we all?
Yes. I'm glad you learned that. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah. Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
Go down to this side.
Awesome.
The My Comfort Cutter.
Wonderful. That's amazing. Now, I know Janessa and maybe Mark as well, but why don't you share what, again, just a little briefly, what makes our Comfort Cutter different or sets it apart from other cutters in the industry?
Well, I think I've said this a million times that the cutting process is my least favorite part of the whole process of quilting. And this really has changed it for me because of that guide and the track system where it can line up on our rulers. It's a game changer. It really has. It makes it so much more easy, safe, and accurate. I know it sounds silly that we keep saying that over and over, but it is. It's so true. And it really will make a huge difference in the accuracy of your cutting, which will make piecing and quilting just so much easier. So I hope you enjoy that prize. I think you'll love it.
Wonderful. And then again, just a quick reminder, Suzanne, you're going to want to make sure to email melinda@graceframe.com to claim that prize. So again, make sure to shoot her email, let her know you've won, and we'll look at getting you that amazing 45mm Comfort Cutter. Well, let me go ahead. I'm going to pull one more winner now. It'll be from our Facebook platform. And again, thank you everybody for participating. I love seeing the comments. I know Mark and Jess can see the comments there as well. So thank you to everybody for participating and watching. So we'll go ahead and pull this one. So this is Donna Alfrey Barnett. So from Georgia. So thank you for joining us.
All right, Donna.
Welcome.
All right, let's see what we're going to win. I'm going to come. Where was I last time? We'll go right here. We'll go up high too.
Oh, awesome.
All right, the rectangle ruler set. So Donna, that rectangle ruler set is awesome because you get 3 of our rectangle rulers, which are the 3x18, the 6.5 by 24.5, and this 6.5 by 12.5. So 3 of the main sizes of the rectangle rulers, and with that track down that side. So you're going to find that these rulers are going to be very unique, very easy to use with your other cutter. If right now, if you don't already own one of our cutters, it has that safety part with that taller edge. So you're going to love our ruler set.
And they're really great, obviously, for cutting. But I've actually really loved using the TrueCut rulers for ruler work too. So that is another added benefit of these
Makes
rulers.
it easy to line up, right?
Because of the track system, it gives it that higher edge, so it can be used with the ruler foot. So really great giveaway set
I love
there.
that.
Yeah, wonderful. And then again, just a quick reminder, to claim your prize, make sure you email melinda@graceframe.com. So again, it's up there. It's melinda@graceframe.com. So really quickly, because we are kind of getting ready to get into the day and get into our first segment here. So I'm going to just quickly share with how to quickly, again, navigate our wonderful Fall Festival homepage. So let me bring this up here. Okay, so first, when you start off, you can actually get there just from our main website. So it's graceframe.com. You can do it on an iPad, laptop, computer, desktop, anything really. And once you're there, again, it'll be this first banner that pops up. You can just go ahead and select that. Once you've done it, it'll take you here. And this is that Fall Festival homepage. Now, this is really your key access point. This is where you can access all different wonderful features that we have for this Fall Festival. So you can see across the top here, we have events and workshops. So we have some things, that are coming up, or you can even go back through and see things that have already happened. So if you missed a day, no worries, you can go back through and watch it there. We also have our wonderful giveaways here, so it'll show you again some of those amazing giveaways we've already done, and make sure to stick with us because here right around that 2 o'clock hour we will announce our main big prize giveaway. So stick with us and check back here at around that 2 o'clock hour. Again, we'll have that. And then you can go in there and we actually have a wonderful vendor hall. And really, I'd encourage everybody to go see some of those amazing vendors that we have because they have put together specific discounts for you watching the show for this fall festival. So make sure to take a look at those. And I'd also encourage everybody as well to look at the quilt shows, because we've come to a close here because we are going to announce the winners of this a little bit later today, but it is still super fun to go through and read the wonderful descriptions of those quilts. So I encourage everybody to also, again, still go take a look at those and see really what we have. So that's just, again, very quick overview of that wonderful website that we have for you guys. But let's go ahead and we're going to get right into our next segment here. So this is a fun segment that Carla and Janessa put together that's on gifting, labeling, and storing your quilt. So let me go ahead and go right into this next segment here.
Hello everybody and welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I am Carla Jerome with the Grace Company, and here I have with me...
I'm Janessa.
And we are educators here at the Grace Company, and we're really excited about what we have to present to you today, and it's gifting quilts. And the importance that it is to give this gift and let the receiver understand and know how you want them to take care of the quilt. And I have a little story I want to share with you as to why I feel it's important for us to gift the quilt and let them know how we want them to use it and care for it. So way back when, a long time ago, I got engaged and to a wonderful man, and every year my family would go to Wyoming because my dad's from Wyoming and spend the 4th of July. And I have this wonderful aunt, and she's very crafty, very creative, and she made quilts, and her name was Aunt Dale. She was the postmistress in Wyoming, and so anyway, we traveled up there, my husband, my fiance at the time, and we were so excited. And she gave us this beautiful Lone Star quilt. It was pinks and burgundies. It was just beautiful. And anyway, he was spending the night outside in a tent, and I was staying in the house. And I gave him the quilt that she had given us to keep him warm that night. Well, my aunt went out in the tent to say something to him. I don't know whether it was goodnight or what, and he was wrapped up in that quilt, and she was livid. She was so upset that I had sent that beautiful quilt that she had taken time to quilt and piece and had him stay warm in it. And so she took the quilt off of him, came into the house and threw it at me, and she was really upset. And as thinking back on that story, I realized that I didn't understand because she didn't let us know how she wanted us to care for the quilt and love it. And we just thought it was a quilt to use and to keep us warm, where on the other hand, she had spent so much time and so put so much love into it that, you know, being the receiver of it, if I had to do it over again, I wouldn't have done that, because now I understand all the time and effort and the love that went into making that quilt. So that is one of the reasons why we are doing this today, is so that we can help you help the people that you're gifting your beautiful quilts to understand and know how you want them to take care of it and how you want them to use it. So
yeah, and I think a lot of times when you're gifting them, maybe you assume like, oh, it's common sense to do certain things. But for someone who's never like owned a quilt or loved a quilt, and maybe they don't know the amount of time and effort that went into creating that, it's important to know. Yeah. So yeah, super excited for this class.
Yeah, and then another reason is that I had a lady who said she'd given her quilt to her children, and her children just took it and let the dog use it. And she was so upset with that. But then again, I thought, well, did you let them know how you wanted them to use it? So this is really important, and we're really excited because we have a lot of cool things to show you.
Yeah. So yeah, kind of going along with that, we created some tags that you'll actually be able to download from this video. So go ahead and check back where it is. And there's a whole bunch of different versions, and Carla will kind of walk you through the different versions, and each of them have kind of some different ideas for how to care and love for those quilts. So
yeah, so this one here it's cute little gift cards. So, we've done a little poem. Carla's tried to make them into little poems. Some of them didn't work so well. You try to get those rhyming words in there, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But this one is, and I'll let Janessa read it. So
you want me to read it?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Every stitch was made with you in mind, and just like you, it's one of a kind. The quilting reminds you how much you are loved, and the colors will help brighten your mood. So wrap it up around you as close as you can, because I can't be there, but this quilt can. Aw, I love that. That's so darling. So this is just the generic, can kind of go with any quilts, not necessarily like a holiday or specific purpose. So.
Right. So if you have a sick friend or somebody that you're thinking of and that you want to gift them the quilt, this is the little tag that you can use and put on the quilt. And you don't have to do anything else, but it lets them know. And on each of these tags, we have written how to care and take care of the quilt so that they have an understanding of how you want them to take care of it. So really important. The care of the quilt is extremely important. So,
and these would be nice. We obviously have them in like pages of 4. You could print them off on nice cardstock, cut them out, and then just whenever you're gifting the quilts, just have one kind of ready to go.
Yeah.
So, very nice.
So this one here is for your little girl and your little boy. And we have quilts here, and it says, now, this was one that I had a hard time with the rhymes, but it's to bring your sweet, precious girl comfort, warmth, and love is on it. And then for the little baby boy, it's to bring your sweet baby boy warmth, comfort, and joy. So that one I did have an easy time rhyming. So just really important. And again, with the baby quilts, you really do. You want them to use it and love it, and it'll be washed a lot. So to take care of the quilts, it's just really important that they follow these directions and you let them know. Then we have our season's greeting, and I'll let Janessa read that one.
All right. It says, pieces of fabric sewn together with love and quilted to bring you warmth and comfort. Oh, love that.
Yeah, so that's just the Christmas one. Then this is the one for, if you're making a quilt for somebody to gift for a wedding or anniversary or something like that. So it says, each piece is stitched with loving care, like your two hearts now to be shared, quilted to be one of a kind, to wrap in memories as you journey through time. So just a nice little sentiment to bring. And then it says, to the happy couple, and it says, made with love. And so that you can write your name down and let them know who gifted it to them. So, and then again, the care instructions. So,
awesome.
Really important.
In addition to these cards that we'd love to just put on the actual gift, we want to also talk about labeling your quilts. So I found just some really simple, easy ones that you could just like purchase it. I don't know, I think I got these ones at Hobby Lobby. And I also found a ton that you can customize on Etsy, so you can get them printed and would have your name on it. There's a lot of other different options that we had kind of talked about too. So you could embroider or stitch your name into the, just kind of like the seam or something like that. And do you have some other ideas of ways they could label their quilts?
Yeah, use the Pigma pins, something that won't rub off or get on the fabric, that, stays fast and safe. And you can label that if that's easier for you. To me, that would be the easiest way to do it. And then just stitch it in the seams so that it's not going to come off. But it's really important to label your quilts. Extremely important, because I have not labeled any of mine. And I regret that, because I don't know what year they were made, and they're kind of the history of the company, because it's evolved. So I'm missing those little bits of information because I didn't catalog them correctly. So it's really important. And then take pictures of them. You're making them and gifting them, but it's kind of a piece of you, and you want to remember them. So take pictures and catalog them on your computer, and make a little file folder so that you have that history of each of the quilts. Something that I wish I would have done as well, because I've gifted a lot of quilts, and they're just out there willy-nilly, and I don't have pictures and things like that to show what I've actually accomplished.
Just another little gift idea. I hope my grandmother-in-law isn't watching this. But what we're doing for Christmas this year, so she has lovingly made a quilt for every single one of her very, very many grandchildren. So I'm working on compiling pictures of all the grandchildren with their quilts, and we'll kind of put that together in a little book and write her little notes and just saying how much we love and appreciate all the work that she's put into creating those. So if you're looking for a gift idea for someone, that's one too.
Yeah, and what a great way to show how much you love that person and all that they've done for the family. You know, you don't realize how much time until you start making quilts that it actually takes to make and quilt them, and then how much money as well. I mean, it is an expensive hobby. Yes, it really is. And so for you to just take that a little extra bit of time to catalog and make sure that you are cataloging your quilts and pictures of them, really, it's an important part.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about this beautiful quilt.
So this is a quilt that my grandma made, and it's Sunbonnet Sue. And today is my mom's birthday. And so in honor of Grace, I pulled this one out. If I were to gift this, I'm not, but if I were to gift this, the care and instructions to how to care for it are really different than how you would for a regular quilt, because it's an antique and it's been around a long time and we want to preserve it. And so with this quilt, you just want to be careful as you're, to not use harsh chemicals on it, and you want to store it correctly. You don't want to leave it out in the sun to erode all the fabrics. You've seen this is preserved pretty well because I've taken really good care of it. But you want to store it in a pillowcase. So if you want to gift it in a pillowcase and how you want them to take care of it, and they can pull it out, just remember every once in a while. That's really important as well. And then just to make sure, you might want to read up online how to take care of it, but a few other things that you can do to preserve and make it last a little longer is to store it in a cotton bag or a muslin bag. So you can make that, or when you're gifting it, gift it to them in a special bag that you want them to take care of. But the little gift tag that we made to go along with this is, this precious quilt is very old. It is a priceless treasure to unfold. The hands that piece and quilted with loving care will remind you of memories to be shared. Be gentle and kind to this work of art, because it carries a piece of my heart. And it really does. Because my mom loved quilts, and she loved my grandma's quilt, and she loved helping my grandma with her quilts. My mom wasn't a big quilter, but she has lots of stories of her helping my grandma and her quilting. So when you gift this, just be very careful and let people know how you want them to take care of it. This is one that you don't want them washing all the time or laying out. So it's just one of those little priceless treasures. So.
And I like how on that tag it says this quilt story. So you can kind of write it out and they can hold on to that and keep that forever and just treasure it.
Right, so. And the memories of the person who made it. So I don't have a lot of memories of my sweet grandma, my grandma Sarah, but I do have a few. She was very stern. I remember that. And I did break something when I was a little girl. And all I remember really is how stern she was. And so anyway, it's just, those little memories like that are just a lot of fun to share.
Awesome. I love that. So the very last thing we'll kind of go over today is just a really simple way to wrap your quilts so they're ready to gift and give. The beauty of these quilts is, like, I guess another benefit is you really don't need wrapping paper. It's so beautiful on its own. So as you can see through with a lot of these, we've just done a really simple ribbon and then the little tag. And I just want to show a fun way that you can wrap one for Christmas.
Yeah, so let's move these. I'll just hold this on the rack.
So the first thing I wanted to talk about is I love this like kind of mesh ribbon. It's really cheap and it kind of blows up really beautifully and simply. One that I thought I was going to love for Christmas last year is this glitter. It's so fun. And then as I was wrapping, oh my gosh, there was just glitter everywhere. I felt like I was back in my schoolroom when I was a teacher. So avoid this unless you want everything to sparkle, but it's very pretty. Okay, so with this quilt. So we folded it and kind of kept all of the edges underneath. And I kind of pre-cut this ribbon. When I'm kind of spacing out the ribbon, what I like to do is I just kind of go 1, 2, and then I'm going to go this way twice. And then I know I'm going to want like some nice little frill at the top. So I find my center.
That's a good tip.
Yeah, kind of fun, huh?
Yeah.
So you wrap over the top, and then underneath you're going to crisscross them. And maybe let's put it over here because I don't want to go over the top of the cute Santa. And then I'm going to just take one of the sides and loop it like so. Oh, got a little thread. And then if you want to add just like a fun, I've just found these again just at Hobby Lobby and snipped them off. I think this one, what do you think?
Oh,
maybe that one's kind of cute.
I think it looks great.
Okay, so we'll do that and just place it right over the center of the knot. And then I'm going to take my little care card that I've cut out and did on cardstock, pull it through, and then just tie our simple bow. And then again, with this mesh, it's so nice because you can just kind of poof it out and it just fills up the space so nicely. I can pull these out to the sides a little more if I want to cover it up. And then just line them up and snip them so they're even. Ta-da!
Nice.
That's it.
Looks cute. Looks great. You know, you could also add a little ornament on that.
Oh, that would be cute, yeah.
There's lots of things that I know that you guys will all come up with, and, you know.
Yeah, send us pictures. I would love to see your creativity when you're gifting your quilts this holiday season or just whenever you give one away.
Or how do you gift your quilts? That would be fun to know as well, so that you can share it with everybody.
I would love to hear that. Yeah, be super fun.
So gifting the quilts is really important, and gifting them the right way and how you want them to use your quilts. Oh, I can't tell you. It would have been really nice for my aunt to have let me know ahead of time, but thinking back on it, I should have known better because I love quilts and I should have appreciated it a little more. I know that your grandma quilts and she spends a lot of time quilting, and how much you appreciate what she has done. And for you compiling that little history of all the quilts with the grandkids, I know she's going to love it for Christmas. So.
I hope so. I hope she's not watching this. So act surprised, okay?
She will be. She'll be very surprised. So let us know your tips and tricks and how you gift your quilts and what you do to let your receiver know how much you love and appreciate them, because we would love to hear. So one way, if you're having a hard time finishing a quilt, that I wanted to share with you today that I found, instead of spending hours on a binding, and this is for quilts that are going to be used and loved like children's quilts, okay? And they're going to be washed over and over and over again. I just wanted to share one little way to finish a quilt, and that is, after you've quilted it, it's just to sew a backing on. And let me show you what I did on this one, and that's what I did on all of these, is I didn't want to spend all that time sewing my bindings on. I love bindings and they finish up a quilt great, okay? But this one I know is just going to be washed and washed and washed all the time. So what I did is I put the right sides together and I just sewed around it, and I added this minky backing. And this quilt already had a backing on it, but it just makes it so soft and so loving, and so, it makes you want to snuggle up and have a good nap with it. So anyway, that's just one easy way to finish off, especially those baby quilts, rather than spending all that time on a binding. And on this one as well, I did the same thing, and I did the little baby bubble puff quilt, and on the cute little girl one, it's the same thing. So I just finished off the backing, and it's just a lot of fun. It was very easy and quick. Man, I sewed this up in no time, put the backing on it, rather than spending hours and hours and hours working on the binding. So this is just one quick way to finish up a little quilt that you're gifting to that sweet little baby girl or little baby boy that you've just gotten in your family or in the neighborhood or whatnot. So
I also noticed we did a different ribbon on this one. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this?
I forgot. you always have ribbon accessible. I used to do this a long time ago. So just use a strip of your fabric. It just kind of makes it, you know, just homemade. And, you know, even if it's fraying on the edges, it's just an easy way to make a cute little ribbon. And I used to use this in my hair too, a long time ago when I had longer hair. And so anyway, yeah, lots of easy ways to gift your quilts. And thank you for joining us today. And we really appreciate you taking time out of your busy day and watching this. And hopefully we've inspired you and, you know, kind of sparked some of that creativity that's down inside you, and that you'll be able to go and you know, just make it your own. These are just some of the ways that we've done it. So just go out and do what you do best and gift your beautiful quilts.
So thanks so much for joining us. If you have any questions, please leave a comment, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com or contact your local dealer. I'm Janessa. This is
Carla.
And thanks for joining us here at the Grace Company.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Janessa, for being here with us and for doing that video. I think that was super fun. I love seeing all the comments there. It's like, oh, I love that, you know. What a great idea.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to answer a few questions because a lot of them were coming up and I was like, oh, I need a response. So I wanted to answer a few questions that I saw.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
The main one being is, where can you find these tags? So all of our downloads, patterns, downloadables, these gift tags are all on the website, the events at graceframe.com. So I thought maybe, can we walk them through exactly how to find that on the website really quick? Show them, go to that specific class and show them where they can download that.
Absolutely. Yeah. So let me show everybody first where originally how to get to our fall festival page, because I know oftentimes you can get, you know, a little distracted or kind of forget. So you just start at our main website. So graceframe.com. Once you get there, it'll be this first banner. So once you select that, it'll take you to our fall festival. Oh, hang on. Let me get there. Hang on. We get back to our main fall festival homepage. So it'll take you here. This is, again, that fall festival homepage. And now from here, this is actually where you're going to want to go, this events and workshop. So this tab will actually bring up all previous days as well as today's schedule. And so once it brings it up again, you can see there's all the previous days as well as today's schedule. So for this one specifically, because I know, Janessa, you are right, there were quite a few comments on where can I find this. So if you scroll down and you go to this specific section, so this is what we just watched, right? And so once you're on it, this says watch live because, you know, it just happened, but usually it'll say see details. And that's where, like on this one up here, you can see again, it says see details. Once you select that, it'll take you to a page that looks similar to this. And so this is actually where, if you wanted to, you can, you know, watch it, go back through and rewatch that segment. And then just a little bit further down, this is where you can download it right here. So there's all those fun and wonderful tags that you can download and print out on regular paper or cardstock like Janessa had recommended in that video. But again, just really briefly going to show you one more time how to get there. So you start off on our main Grace website, so graceframe.com, and then from there you go to you just hit, you know, register now. It'll take you to that main fall festival homepage, and then from there it'll be that first tab. It's that events and workshop tab. Once you select that, again, you want to just scroll down and find the specific spot that you're looking for. So again, this one, it just happened. You'll hit the see details. Again, this one says watch live because we are live right now, but, you know, just give the page a refresh. It'll say see details. And then from there, it'll take you to this page where, again, if you scroll a little bit down, you can see where you can download right there. So that's kind of how all of you watching can get these wonderful downloads.
Awesome. And on each of those pages, I recommend, yeah, kind of like I said, printing them off on cardstock, 4 tags to each page, and then you can cut them out and then they're just ready to go whenever you're ready to gift a quilt. But yes, we will have kind of a final place for all of those downloads and tags coming soon. But at this point in time, make sure to go download and save those now because yeah, they're really great for all of your gifting needs. I'm glad they're going to be put somewhere we can all find them because like a lot of the other comments are coming in, great tips, and it was awesome to see these tips. I think I'm going to go home and actually surprise my wife now that I could do some of that stuff because I was not able to do, and it's just simple. It's just a simple trick.
and tip that you provided. That was awesome.
Yeah, just those little things here and there. We were teasing. I used to gift wrap back in my college days during Christmas time. So I love it. I love Christmas. I love gifting, and it's just perfect tips and tricks just right as we're getting into that kind of holiday season. So
and I think it's the little stuff like that, Janessa, that really, and I saw a couple of comments come through, which is why, I mean, your idea of doing that, it brings that extra love and care to a quilt that you want to give to somebody. Just that extra mile goes a long way. So
for sure, and just awesome. Letting people know how you want it to be cared for is just huge. Just like Carla's kind of horror story a little bit, we want to avoid that as much as possible. So it's awesome.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you guys so much for sharing. And again, I know I'm kind of echoing what Janessa and Mark had said, but thank you for everybody for your comments. And those were some amazing ideas. I would also encourage everybody, if you have any tips or tricks on how you like to gift your quilts, put it in the comment section. So if you have any wonderful ideas, we can share it with everybody. Because again, there's some things you're like, oh, I never would have thought about that, So like that Carla one with the bow that was with the fabric, I think that was a really fun little nice touch, right? Because who doesn't have just some fabric that they've used or kind of cut it off and left aside. So that's a wonderful thing to do. So again, if you have any great ideas, feel free to put it in the comment section, because I'm sure there's a wonderful array of ideas that all of you have. So make sure to comment on that. So I know we're kind of getting ready to go into our next segment here, but just before we do that, I just want to do a quick reminder on our coupons. So again, I know there was a couple different questions throughout this fall festival where people are saying, you know what, the coupon code isn't working, why isn't it working? So just a reminder that we do have two different websites, or two different platforms, if you will. So one is the Grace Company. The second is our TrueCut line. So they are actually separate companies, if you will. So we do TrueCut, but again, it's separate from the Grace Company. So if you have a TrueCut coupon, you can only use that coupon if you're on the TrueCut website. And let me just show you really quickly what the two different ones look like, just because, again, they do look slightly different. So let me bring it up here. So this one right here.
When you're done with that, LJ, when you're done with that, I have another comment after you're done showing people where the coupons go.
Perfect. Yeah. So just really quickly here, this is our Grace website. So any Grace product, this is where you'll be able to, you can find it across the top here, and that's when you'll be able to input that Grace coupon code, versus if you're looking at one of our cutting products, you'd need to go to our TrueCut website. And you can get to the TrueCut website from our main Grace website. It's just across the top here. It's that TrueCut. And again, if you're looking at something specific, there's that drop down menu. But again, if you have a TrueCut coupon, you have to be on the TrueCut website or platform to use that coupon, and then same with the Grace Company. And then Mark, you said you have a thought on that?
Well, not on this. I kind of wanted to mention something with the schedule, kind of with sound. Yesterday we saw a lot of comments, with the sound being a little lower than usual. Just keep in mind, as we have our ambassadors and our affiliates who also help with our live events, some of them do it within their home, or they may not have the proper microphone or maybe camera angles. And so we appreciate them being able to be a part of this live event. I know we have a couple coming on this segment that the sound may be a little lower. So just be aware that the sound may be low, but these are ambassadors, affiliates who doesn't have maybe a loud microphone as they talk into it. So it may be a little lower on the next one coming up. So just turn your volume up as much as you can, but we apologize for that.
Wonderful. And thank you for pointing that out. I know it might be a little bit quieter because you're right. Some of our amazing guests that we have actually are sometimes filming it just from your phone, because you can do that now with the amazing technology. So it might be, a little bit quieter, but I know that they put a lot of time and effort into it. So Mark, you hit it right on the nose there. Just, give them a little bit of some leeway, because they are trying and they do just want to do the best video they can for you. So give them, again, like Mark said, just turn your volume up on your phone or TV or laptop, wherever you might be watching this, to allow for you to hopefully hear it better on that. So thank you, Mark, for pointing that out. I'm going to go ahead and kind of help us move into this next segment, because this is actually exciting. This is a video that I actually did with you, Mark, and it's on our wonderful Unique 15-inch machine. So this is a really fun one, because we're going to go through and in it we actually talk about the different machines and some of the key features of the different machines. And so some of them we'll talk about what separates, you know, our Unique 15 Pro from the R, and even that M version that we have of it. So just, you know, stick with us as we go through and talk about our wonderful Unique 15-inch machines.
Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Mark.
And I'm Laurel.
And Laurel, I cannot be more excited to show the two most popular machines we have in the Unique line. And I'm serious about that because we get so many calls, we get a lot of emails, a lot of customers are looking to move from their smaller machine and they want something bigger, and the Unique 15s fit that and
perfectly.
Way perfect. And you know, listening to the customers and what they want, it just shows to all of us that we have an excellent machine out there. And to be able to talk about the features to you is just great. And I can't wait to look at the feature sets. But before we do, Laurel, I know from being on the phones and getting emails that there are certain things, maybe what customers think of when they look at transitioning. What are some of those transition points that some customers have maybe some issues with?
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple aspects that kind of can, you know, make people a little bit worried, right? So one of them, actually, I'd say is probably a big part, is the intimidation, right? Is you're going from your machine that you're very comfortable with, you've used probably for a lot of years, and then you're going to a new machine, right? So then the new aspect of it can also be kind of scary sometimes, and then sometimes the cost of it, and then almost kind of just the weight of it, right? Some long arm and mid arm machines can be pretty big, and they can, again, they can be kind of scary, and you're like, I don't know, be a little anxious about getting started with it. But when we asked customers that and we got their feedback, and with that, we were actually able to design our awesome Unique 15-inch machines that really take all those out of the equation, so you can go very easily from your own domestic machine to these.
That's right. And if you don't know Grace Company by now, that's exactly what we do with all of our stuff. We make it easy for you to transition. And so the products we have, very cost affordable, non-intimidating at all. I mean, my 8-year-old daughter and my 4-year-old daughter were quilting with these machines. And that's just how simple it is. So yes, let's look at some of these wonderful features that both machines have to offer. And hopefully as you look at this, you're going to consider maybe which one is going to be best for you as we look at these. So let's go ahead and go to your right and look at the 15R.
Yes.
And the 15R, Laurel, this was our first machine and has been very popular since then, right? The size of throw is 15 inches for a reason. What is that 15 inches?
Yeah, so it's actually this whole space right here. So it allows you to really, like you can see here, you can do, and you have a lot of space to work with when doing your quilts.
That's right. And as a hobby, transitioning from a smaller machine, Laurel, is big. And then if you have a larger throw and you're able to finish more projects, you're not in a hurry, but just how nice it is to go through each of your quilts with a nice throat machine. You can finish them nice and easy. And these have built-in stitch regulation, which we'll get into in a couple of minutes. But before we do, let's look at the handles, because talking to a lot of customers, comfort. You want to be able to hold the machine with comfort. You don't want to be too high, too low. You don't want to have to like squeeze the handlebars, right?
Yes.
We built in nice ergonomic handlebars on the 15R. Let's talk about the handles and the buttons and what do they do?
Yeah, so one thing that Mark had pointed out that I just love to point out as well is how easy I'm really pretty much what I like to say, just resting my hands. Like I don't have to grip them.
No grip.
I don't have to get white knuckles or anything. I can really just easily set my hands down. Like I'm giving my fingers a little rest here, you know, just very easy, very comfortable. And another thing that actually I love to point out as well is actually how light the machine is, and that you can do with the handlebars. You actually can very easily move the machine
with just a couple fingers.
With this, very easy.
You know, that is big, because not only do we get questions about intimidation and cost, but I know a lot of you out there have maybe arthritis and carpal tunnel and things that maybe prevent you from holding machine the way you want to hold the machine because of how tight you may have to hold other machines. And so it's nice to have just those fingertips moving around,
easy.
right? Maybe you could use a couple knuckles if you wanted to, just put that up there if you needed to. So that's nice and ergonomic. It also comes with a screen. Now, the screen is not touch, but that's okay because the buttons access everything we need.
Yeah, so really it's one of the great things that I love about this is that the buttons actually can click, which sounds kind of odd, but really you want something to click so you know it's working, right?
That's right.
So you can hear it.
And also beeps as well.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, so very nice. You can know that they're working and you can use them. And then just a little bit about what each button can do is over here on my left, this main big one here is actually your needle up, needle down.
Yes.
So again, very easy, very nice, easy to use. And then over here on my right, the big button is actually my start and stop button. And so that's great. And we'll get into the different modes. We'll show you how to use that. And then these other side buttons on the right here, they can be used to control my speed.
Yep.
And then over here on my left, these other two will actually allow me to navigate through my menus and the settings that I'm in. So,
and that's big to have those options right at your fingertips.
Yes.
You want to be able to change your needle down. You want to start, stop machine. But we've gone further than that. We wanted to make it to where you are really quilting with comfort so uniquely that we are able to swap the buttons down. So if your strong hand is left-handed, you can actually make the big button on the left side your start, stop, and your big button on the right, your needle down, and also the other buttons will change as well. So that is unique in the Cutie line where you can change those settings. So that is fantastic. Laurel, I cannot stress enough, when my daughters are using this machine, it was just, it was a proud dad moment for one. I go down there and they're using it. They're so excited. But just to see how easy it is for them to use, I have no doubt that when we are talking to the quilters out there that this machine is even going to be better for them because they're able to do everything needed from one pattern to another and move the machine around. One thing that helps them with the whole process is our stitch modes, right?
Yes.
Being stitch regulated is big. And I don't know if you guys ever have used stitch regulation or foot pedal, but let's look at the different modes that this machine comes in, and let's start with the precise mode.
Yeah, so I'm in the precise mode right now, and I can tell that because just right here on the screen, it tells me I'm in regulated precise. And so really, I personally love this precise feature, and I've had people tell me that it is a game changer for them because what it is it's actually allows you to be in full control of what's happening.
Yes.
So, and I'll show you, when I want to speed up, the machine will speed up with me. When I want to slow down, it'll slow down. So you can see if I'm speeding up, or if I want to go a little slower, it'll go slower with me.
And if you want to stop, just go ahead and stop. And it stops. And even more, when you go ahead and turn it back on and move it around, and then just stop moving the machine. The needle stops where it is. And these machines have built-in safety. So if you just leave it there, just in about several seconds, that machine will stop. So right now, the machine is in the off mode. So you don't have to push the stop button. It has that safety feature. So if you accidentally leave it on, it will shut off. So that precise is big, so huge because regulation. I don't know about you,
is big,
but I try to use machines with like foot pedal, and then I'm trying to gauge how fast I need to move the machine and how slow to keep up. And I'm ahead, like my foot is heavy. Like I like to press down on that. So if I'm not doing consistent work with my machine moving and the hopping foot and the foot pedal, then that is just. It's a recipe to have inconsistent stitches. And so precise stitch regulation. We also have cruise.
Yes. And so I also, I'm a little biased. I love all the modes. I'm going to be honest. I love all of them because I think they all have their place in what you're looking to do. But let's go ahead and move to cruise. And I'm just going to show you kind of what this one does. And we'll see kind of if you can maybe figure out what the difference is between the precise and this cruise mode. So go ahead and I'm going to turn it on. And then I'm going to move it. And then I'm going to let it kind of sit there.
I noticed right off the bat what's wrong.
Yeah, tell me what's different.
What's different, yeah. So when you press that button, you notice that the needle would go up and down at a speed, right?
Yes.
That is really nice, especially for doing designs that you want to be able to move the machine slow, fill in some designs. You want to get down there and fill in these little spots around the machine, and you want to move the machine slow. So having that needle go up and down allows you to have the stitches consistent, and you don't have to worry about, because I'm moving slow, that I'm not going to be able to fill in that spot properly.
Yeah, and then another thing that I love as well is it actually, as you can see there, is it has its cruise, right? So it sits there, it'll kind of just stitch, or if I speed up, the machine will speed up with me as well, right?
So it's still regulated.
Yes, yeah. So not only can I do the smaller portions where maybe I'm looking to do some filling in, or I can go from that right into doing like the stitch regulation. So it's really a great mode that I love as well.
That's perfect. Then we have based.
Yes. The based is also a great one because it actually has 3 different sizes that you can do. So you can do a smaller based, a medium, and then a larger based, just depending on the project that you're doing and kind of what you want to do. So I'll show you a little bit here. You can see right now I'm in the small. So I'm going to go ahead and stop it, and I'm going to go ahead and move up to the medium so you can see what that does. As you can see here, obviously a little bit bigger.
That's right. And then the large is going to be large. So we have precise, cruise, both of those are stitch regulation. Then we have based and manual. Now manual mode, we won't get too much in the manual mode. That is really turning the regulation off, and then you're stitching and keeping up with the machine speed. And it's easier to do this. So on manual mode, the machine will go from 5% up to 100%. So you can keep that where you want it to be. So go ahead and turn that on.
Yeah, so right now it's at 20%.
Okay.
So as you can see, it's just going to stitch at whatever speed. So it's just kind of what I move it at.
And then you are in control of your machine speed at this time. So the regulation again is off. So you are keeping tabs on how your stitches are being consistent. So 4 different wonderful stitch modes to make the machine very likable and very, very fun to use. It also has a built-in bobbin winder. Now this built-in bobbin winder is big because it's separate, Laurel. You don't have to have the machine running in order to wind your bobbin. So built-in bobbin winder, and it uses the M-class bobbins.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing outside of the modes, that's great. You buy the machine because of those features, but I will tell you, out of the box experience is one that you cannot forget.
Let me just tell you, for a little bit, I've been working here for a little while now, and I actually had never had the opportunity to set up a machine. We went to a show, and they're like, all right, we're going to have you set the machine. I was like, okay, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how it goes. And I took it out, and it was one of the easiest things I have ever set up. It was super easy. It's pretty much like you're pulling it out of the box and setting it on your frame, and it's pretty much good to go. It really is a very easy process to go from the box to running.
That's
very easy.
So out of the box experience, you know, whether you're young or old, this machine is easy to use and easy to maintain, easy to handle, wonderful features. But as we mentioned earlier, we have 2 wonderful machines we're talking about. So this is the 15R. Now let's go ahead and look at the 15 Pro. The 15 Pro, Laurel, is a fantastic machine, and it's really an upgrade from the 15R. And it comes with several new features that the 15R does not have. So let's look at what some of those features are on the 15 Pro. We all know that both machines, they have the precise, cruise, based, and manual.
Yes.
They both have the built-in bobbin winder, which we'll want to expound on a little more. But more importantly, it has a touchscreen. And the touchscreen on the 15 Pro is fantastic. So I don't know about you, but now we live in the world that every time you see a screen, you just want to go and touch it. And so the 15 Pro has that screen built in. So not only can you access stuff from the handlebars, but you can go from the screen as well. The screen has several new features to it. Let's look at some of those. One of them is the cruise mode. The cruise mode and the 15 Pro is a little different from the screen aspect. And let's talk about the cruise mode with the 15 Pro.
Yeah, so with the 15 Pro and the cruise mode is it actually has the ability for you to choose what your cruise speed is. So right now you can see on the screen that it's a 5%. So I'm going to just go ahead and show you kind of what that looks like here. So it's still going to do the cruise, but it's only going to do it at 5%. Now if I stop it and I want to go ahead and just increase it here, go ahead, I'm going to move it up to 15.
Yeah.
We're going to see what it looks like. So now if I just go ahead and hit start, you can see it's moving at a much faster speed than when it was at 5%. So again, you can just see much faster speed.
That's right. And I have to tell you that one of the reasons why we did that is, again, we listened to all of you, and having the cruise on the 15R is nice, but it has just that one speed. And so as you're filling in your pattern or around your pattern, we all know that some of us, we're speed demons, right? And we want to be able to go faster. And so having that from 5% to 20% allows you now to finish the smaller bits that you want to fill in a whole lot faster. So that is really nice to have that speed that you can change it yourself. Now, the screen also has a couple features. One is needle jog. Needle jog for some could be the very favorite, and the one that I'm really speaking to is, you know, like the vertically challenged quilters out there. That is hard to change. So let's look at the needle jog, and why is that so important to have needle jog built into the machine?
Yeah, so the needle jog is a great feature because sometimes if you're trying to do it, you know, and let's say you are a little bit shorter, you really can't quite reach. You can see even now, it can be a little bit difficult to try and reach the back of the machine, right? And you don't want to stop what you're doing. Let me go around my machine, right? You don't want to do that. So with it being on the screen, it's a really nice feature. You can just simply tap it.
That's
Again,
right.
it'll go up.
Tap, yeah.
You can see it does it nice and just small increments. So it really allows you to have and be very precise in what you're doing, right? Because sometimes you're doing something for whatever reason. Oh, I need to go run to the restroom, or I need to go take care of something, right? And you come back, and maybe sometimes your machine will shift a little bit. You can come back and easily start right there, and you can't ever tell you stopped.
That's right. And if you break, that's great for if you break a thread or your bobbin runs out and you have to get that precise placement again. And normally we do needle down, or we try to turn the hand wheel like you had mentioned. But if we can't reach the hand wheel and we really don't want to do needle up, needle down, we can now do that needle jog and have that needle jog down in increments to get right above the place where you broke off, and then you know you're right there and you can start up again. So that is a fantastic thing to have, the needle jog. The other nice thing we have on here is
the full stitch and the half stitch. And this is great. It can be found in the settings. So if you just click up here.
And you're referring to the needle down, right? So needle down on the 15R. And same with this one, we can set the needle down to where you press it once and the needle will go down, you press it again and it will come back up. But this full stitch we're talking about does it differently.
Yes. So actually, I'll just show you right now. So right now we have what we call, I'll go back here, get into. So really, this is what we call half stitch, right? So it'll go down. If I click it again, it'll go up. But now if you go into your settings, we have this great thing that you can switch it to a full stitch. And so this is where it'll go down and up.
There you
go. You can see again, it's really quick. Very easy process. But again, great feature that allows you to do a full stitch, because sometimes, again, depending on the project, that's really what's going to suit you better.
That's right. And again, we listened, and so we built these into the 15 Pro, which is nice. You know, we love to make it easier for you getting a machine, especially when we're thinking about transitioning. And now that we've seen some of the features, hopefully it makes it easier for you to understand, you know what, long arming or mid arming isn't that hard. It's not intimidating. I can do this, and that's what we want you to understand is how easy it is for the 15R and the 15 Pro to start quilting. The other nice thing about our machines is how easy it is to thread. You know, threading the machine is very easy. As you can see on the side, there's not a lot going on. You don't have to worry about electronically or screens to go through. It is simply manual threaded, and it's very simple. And so as you can see on that side, threading the machine is really easy as well, Laurel.
Yeah, and one thing that I also love is when we ask quilters kind of what are some things that you can run into and that you really would like to have solved, right, when quilting. And one of them is actually trying to get a new bobbin. So other machines out there will actually have it where you have to have the machine running, and that's what will allow it to wind your bobbin. Or sometimes you have to stop, you have to unthread it, thread it a new way, right? But what's great with this is it actually is what we call two separate systems. So when I'm stitching, that's its own system. And then we have this other system here that allows me to wind the bobbin. So I don't have to stop in the middle of my project. I don't have to unthread it all, right? It's a really nice, very easy. I can come over here and thread the bobbin, which again, huge feature.
allows you to save a lot of time with what you're doing and not having, again, to shift as much. So that is a fantastic feature with really actually any of our machines. So that's not only in the 15 Pro, that's also with the 15R.
That's right. And it has a separate thread cone, so you can have your specific thread color for your bobbin over there without needing to cut and bring it over. You have your own separate one. So the 15 Pro is a phenomenal machine. If you're looking at ways to move forward in your hobby, and having stitch regulation, having the different stitch modes is key. Built-in bobbin winder. We talked about the handles, and we don't want to forget how easy it is for the machine out of the box to be put on your frame. And so we want you to have everything easy. Keep it simple. Out of the box, we want to make sure that your ability to create your patterns is stress-free. And so it's so fun, Laurel. It is so fun when I go to shows. Now I've helped my wife do a couple quilts. Haven't finished them all. She finishes them. She loves doing that stuff, the binding and stuff. I love turning the machine on and then just moving it around. But I love talking to the customers that I listen to their stories, and a lot of them bring up these concerns. And so talking to them with what Grace has going on and about the machine features for both of them, it's fun to see their face turn from, oh, I had a dream and I can't go down that road, to have their face like, oh, this is possible. I can do this. I can maintain this. I can handle this. I'm not scared of this. And so the 15 Pro, what a wonderful machine it is. I know you, from on the phone, you just got to tell me there's a couple of stories with customers who mentioned how easy it is and how much they love the 15 Pro.
Yeah, one thing, I actually had this really sweet lady who called in, and she actually went from her own domestic machine, and then she went into one of the 15-inch machines. And she talked with me through a couple of things where she was a little bit nervous, right? Because it's new, it's different, you're not quite sure, it's a little bit bigger. But she just talked about how really it was a life-changing thing for her. It allowed her to do more of what she loves, which was quilting. And it also allowed her, again, do bigger patterns because she now has a bigger throat. So it really was an amazing thing for her to be able to get.
Yeah, and there's stories like that all the time. So going back to these, Laurel, the 15R, the 15 Pro, both machines are fantastic. They are both our most popular machines. Built-in stitch regulation, built-in bobbin winder, has different stitch modes, easy to grip, buttons on the handlebars. What more can we ask for? You know, get the machine, put it on a frame, and move forward in your hobby. And that's just very, very exciting. And again, the more I keep talking about this, it just brings a smile to my face. I just get really excited to talk about the features because it's easy. It's easy features to talk about. And so with that, thank you all for watching. Again, please leave your comments if you have any comments. And as always, follow us on Facebook, on Instagram, share, like us. There's a lot we have going on, and I'm sure that you have a couple people you thought of that, hey, I know this person will love to have a 15-inch machine and these feature sets. Get them to come to our website as well. But as always, thank you again for watching, and we'll see you next time.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Mark, for doing that video with me. I know we did that a little while back, but I think it was super neat for me because I've been with the Grace Company for I think about a little over a year now. And so we didn't make that video too long ago, but it's so fun to see that video and then to, rewatch it now because I think what I said then, I was like, yeah, like I said it and it was true. But even now I'm like, oh, like even more, I can see really the amazing features of our Quilting 15R and that Pro, and then really how sometimes that 15R is better suited for one person versus that 15 Pro. So that was kind of fun to rewatch the video there. Janessa, I know you're a little bit newer to quilting here. Have you had the opportunity to use either of those Quilting 15-inch machines?
Oh, yes. I think just like all of our machines, all of those features and also at just a more affordable price. So if you're on like a slightly smaller budget and you want to have all of those capabilities, the 15R, it really is such a great option, especially like for me on the Cutie frame. It's a really great combo.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I know, especially actually when you just mentioned the Cutie frame there, it is perfect because in the video I did briefly talk about it. But if you start out with the Cutie frame, you know, you're using your own machine, which is great because sometimes really that's where you're at in your quilting journey, you know, and that's what's going to suit you best. But sometimes once you're ready to kind of maybe, you know, take that next step, actually any of our 15-inch machines really is a perfect next step. Now you can also do a 19-inch machine on that Cutie frame, but really it's the 15. I know me and Mark in that video again, we talked about really we wanted to make sure it felt familiar, or at least, you know, give you somewhat some similar features or give you the same idea of how you use your own domestic machine and bring it into that mid arm. Because I know sometimes when quilters are looking for the next step, they get a little bit nervous, a little bit hesitant because they're like, oh, you know, I don't know. That machine looks kind of scary. It looks, you know, a little intimidating, but we did you know, really try to listen to you quilters and really bring some features in on that unique 15-inch machine to help you feel more comfortable so you can easily go from your own domestic machine to that mid-arm machine. So that's
And
just
it really having that 15 inches of
Mhm.
quilting space, it really is. It's such a huge difference in the type and style of designs you can do and how quickly you're able to finish a quilt. It really does make such a huge difference.
It does. And then LJ, to your point with the whole transition, that familiarity, that's the right way to say that, is key. You know, to be familiar with what you've already had and to upgrade to something bigger, that can be scary at some time, at some point. So having a right machine at a right price, easy to use and maintain, and that's the biggest thing that we wanted to stress in that video was how easy it is to use the machine, to maintain the machine, to operate the machine, to maybe even troubleshoot the machine. You know, we have videos, we have, you know, Carla and her team done a really good job on making education videos and troubleshooting videos. So even from start to finish, you know, having the manual and all of our videos that we have here at work helps you understand the machines even better. So that whole transition point, and it truly makes it really fun and easy to do so just because of what we have. All the resources that are available for the machine are really big. Not only do we back up what we have, but so many fun resources with our dealers as well and through our ambassadors and affiliates. You know, it's just a wonderful machine and easy to make that transition from your domestic to the 15-inch machine. And that's what we wanted to really get across in the videos is how easy and simple those machines are.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I know you talked about a little bit of some of those resources. So we do have some amazing dealers that you can find. If you just go to our website, graceframe.com, across the top, there's actually a dealer locator so you can find somebody near you. We also have some amazing videos that are on a lot of our products that we have that can actually be found on our YouTube channel. So it's just The Grace Company on YouTube. You can go there. And again, you can see some of the amazing videos we have on specific machines or frames or even some of our accessories as well. So take a look at that. And if, let's say, you want to go back through and rewatch that segment that we just had there where we talk about our two popular 15-inch machines, you can go back through. We'll actually have it available on our YouTube channel a little bit later. Once we're done with the live and all of that, we will have it available later for you to go back through and watch it again on our YouTube channel, which is just The Grace Company. So definitely go check that out and go see if you have any questions on anything, you know, go see if you can find a video that might be able to help answer any questions you may have. And if you do, or you prefer to talk to one of us, you know, we have some amazing associates here that know a lot about our products and would love to help answer any questions you may have. So let me go ahead and just bring this up here and let you know how you can actually reach out to us. So there's two different ways. So if you're more of a, you know, let me just chat with you type of a person, we do have an online website chat. So it's just at our main website. So it's graceframe.com. You'll just see it'll be a little icon in the bottom right of the screen that looks like a little chat bubble. You can click on that. Ask us any questions. Again, we'd love to help answer anything you may have a question on. We're here for you. Or if you'd like to talk through a couple of things, give us a call at 1-800-264-0644, and we can then, you know, maybe talk you through a couple different things and see what's going to work best for you. Whether it's a, you know, I'm looking at going all in and getting a 21 Pro on a continuum frame, or if you know what, let me look at that Cutie frame with my domestic machine. So again, don't
don't hesitate or feel free to reach out to us for any questions or even some, some advice on anything. We'd love to talk with you. But
And
let me
Laurel,
go ahead.
I wanted to add something really quick. I noticed someone here, I think it was Nita, she said there's a lot of Facebook groups. So sometimes it is intimidating, and we have created a ton of resources on our YouTube and with Fall Festival. But to really become a part of a community, you can reach out or you can go to Facebook, and we have a community on Facebook, but there's also lots. I've joined, I think, probably 15 of them now, because there's so many different ways, and everyone's always sharing their resources, their ideas, the quilts that they're working on, and just a really quick and easy place if you're quilting at 11 p.m. and you want to ask a question, and right away you've got 20 people that are there and happy and ready to help. So that's a great idea.
Yes.
Yeah. That's wonderful. I know I've seen some of the amazing groups out there, like you said it, Janessa, on Facebook that really would love to help and that are up, at that 12 a.m., session that you're doing of quilting. So yes, that's absolutely another wonderful resource. But kind of let's move into this next segment that we have here. So this is with Nichole Moore. So this is actually a really fun section that we're going to have here. So Nichole is going to actually show everybody how she makes a cute little makeup bag. So this is a really fun segment, and let's go ahead and jump right into this with Nichole Moore.
My name is Nichole with So Much More. In this video, we'll be making a boxy pouch. I'm using a fun fabric panel by Lisa Flower for Paintbrush Studio Fabrics. I'm also coordinating the fabric for the interior. We'll be using foam to give our bag structure, and we'll be installing our own rainbow zipper. This bag is so much fun to make. Let's get started. As I mentioned before, I'm using portions of a fun fabric panel as the exterior of this boxy pouch. I've cut a few images from the panel, and I'm even using a little bit of the interior fabric to make my exterior pieces. To get your cutting measurements for the boxy pouch, head over to the details of this video. You'll find information about how to obtain your own PDF copy of this pattern. I loved piecing together my own exterior. This panel is so cute and there's so many options available. I had plenty of different images left over to make several more projects as well. Once I've done all my exterior fabric assembly and trimming, I'll attach these pieces to my sew-in foam. I didn't show it in the video, but I'm also using a little bit of fabric adhesive spray. I'll simply lay them in place and then cut off the excess foam. I decided to do some straight line quilting to give the exterior of this bag some dimensional interest. So to start my straight line quilting, I used a friction pin on the back side of my foam. I drew a straight line and then started quilting from there. I'm using a quilting bar attachment on my Juki TL2010Q sewing machine. I can adjust how far apart my quilting lines will be by adjusting the quilting bar attachment. Simply line up the quilting bar with your last row of stitches. Continue stitching in this manner until your entire panel is covered with your straight line stitches. Straight line quilting is super fun and really easy, especially when you use that quilter guide, that quilting bar attachment. It makes spacing your quilting lines really even, and the overall effect is fantastic. Once you finish quilting your exterior panel, you'll trim your pieces to size. My TrueCut Comfort Cutter works great with my TrueCut ruler. The ruler track and cutter guide system gives me straight cuts every time. You see, on the side of the ruler is a track that works with the guide on the rotary cutter. As you move the cutter along the ruler's track, the guide keeps the cutter from veering away from the ruler's edge. You see, the last thing I want to do is miscut all of the work that I had just put into quilting this panel. Now for the fun part. Let's attach a zipper head onto our zipper tape. I love these iridescent zipper pulls. They work great with this rainbow zipper tape. I recommend using a number 5 zipper. Number 5 zippers have a wider tape than regular zippers. Adding a zipper head to your zipper is easier than you actually think. It takes a little practice, but once you have it down, you'll never go back to using regular zippers again. So I'm just trimming down my zipper to size, and then we'll add it to the top of one of our panels. Align and clip your zipper right side facing the right side of your first fabric panel. Make sure your zipper head is facing the fabric. Normally, I'd tell you to use your zipper foot to attach this to your panel, but because your zipper tape is a number 5, you probably have enough room with your regular presser foot. Now I'm just going to go back over, not the same stitch, but I'm going from the back side to make sure that the piece of foam backing is secured, and it does provide some top stitching on the other side. Align your second panel to the top of the zipper tape and clip in place. If you're using directional fabric, you're going to want to make sure that everything is facing the right direction. You'll be sewing this in place just like the first time. Once I've attached my zipper, I like to move it back and forth to make sure that it moves freely. And then I'm going to be placing both panels right side together and sewing them at the bottom. Be sure to reference your pattern to know what seam allowance you'll use for this stitch. I'm using my grid glider, which is that green grid at the base of my sewing machine, to help me with the seam allowance. Unzip your zipper about halfway and then fold the sewn fabric panels so that the bottom seam is in the middle and the zipper is aligned on top of that. Align and secure the raw edges together and insert a pull tab. The loop of the pull tab should be facing towards the inside of the bag, while the raw edges are on the outside. Now, because I'm using a really thick pull tab material, I'm going to use my industrial sewing machine to secure these sides together. And I know not everyone has one of these machines, so I would recommend that you use a lighter fabric for your pull tab and your handles. We'll be repeating the same step for the other side, making sure that we're adding the pull tab before we sew everything together. Taking your ruler and measure, then draw some cut lines for your boxed corners. It's real important to make sure that when you do your measurements that you're doing it from your seam and not the very raw edge of your boxy pouch. Now I'm using a friction pin to make my cut lines, and then once I have those cut lines drawn, I'm going to be using some very sharp scissors to cut out my corners. Once we have those boxed corners cut, we're going to be inserting our handle and prepare to close those corners. So align this handle in the middle of the boxed corner. I like to use clips to secure that in place. Again, be sure to use a fabric thickness that your machine can handle. Not all machines would be able to handle multiple layers of foam, cotton fabric, and nylon strapping. There's lots of alternatives to nylon strapping, such as ribbon, or you can even make your own cotton fabric handles and pull tabs. Sew these edges closed. Make sure that you backstitch at the beginning and end of each side. Repeat these steps for the other side of the bag. This side is a little bit easier because you don't have to worry about capturing the handle. And now you're done sewing the exterior of your bag. So just turn it right side out and we're going to get started on the interior. Iron down the top edge of your interior fabric pieces. This will be your zipper side. Next, you're going to sew down that folded edge. Do that on both sides. Repeat all of the same steps that we made with the exterior of our bag. The only difference is that we're not adding pull tabs or a handle to the lining. Fold the sewn fabric panels so that the sewn edges are aligned in the middle. Then take some sewing pins and pin the raw edges, pin both of these sides, and sew these closed. Use your ruler and marking tool to create your boxed corners. Trace your lines and cut these out. And just like with the exterior fabric, sew these closed. I find that with the interior fabric, using sewing pins is a lot easier than using the clips. Place your inside out interior bag inside of your right side out exterior bag. And then using clips, secure the zipper edge of your interior with the zipper tape of your exterior bag. Make sure you leave room for the zipper to maneuver. This step takes just a little bit of time. You'll want to make sure that you align everything so that the seams at each corner meet. Following the existing seams, sew the drop lining bag into the exterior of the bag for both sides. You'll not be able to reach your machine all the way to the end of each side, so be sure to back stitch. We're going to come back and do a little hand stitching with the remainder section of the lining to the exterior of the bag. It's easiest if you sew the drop lining to each side. Don't try to pin each side at the same time. Just sew one side, get that side done, and then sew the other side down. And as you turn your bag right side out, you'll notice there's a small gap. This is what we're going to be tacking down by hand. When you are hand sewing those unfinished places, go ahead and tack down each corner as well. As you can see on the inside of the bag, I've already completed the little bit of hand stitching that needed to be done. I've also tacked down the corners, which helps the lining to stay in place. What a cute makeup bag. Thanks so much for watching. Download my PDF pattern and make one for yourself.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Nichole, for showing all of us how easy it is to make a makeup bag. That was super neat. And I know some of the comments was like, oh, I never thought of doing it that way. So that was wonderful. Thank you again, Nichole, so much for showing us how to do that. Again, that was an adorable little makeup bag there. So let me go ahead. We're going to move actually really quickly into our next segment. And this is an exciting piece. So this is our a little bit about our new SureStitch Elite. And so it is actually available on our website, so graceframe.com, available for pre-order. So go take a look at it, but let's go ahead and bring on this next segment where we talk about our new SureStitch Elite.
Hi, welcome to the Grace Company. I'm Nathan Erznosnik, and today with me I have our special guest,
Carla Jerome.
Oh, really special guest, Carla. Everybody knows Carla. They love you, Carla. You're an international star.
No, I love them too. So I love y'all, and I appreciate you joining us today.
We do. Thank you for being with us. And this is an exciting little episode that we're going to talk about, the SureStitch Elite. Carla, this has been something in the works for a while. Tell me a little bit about when you hear SureStitch Elite. You know we've had our old one, which is, by the way, stitch regulation for your sewing machine. What makes you excited about this product?
And that it brings your quilting kind of that little tech-savvy feel, and it works so well. So you're not doing multiple things at once. You're not pushing down on your foot pedal. It eliminates that, and you just push the start button, and you can move your machine across your quilt, and it will regulate the stitches. So it's very easy to use and a lot of fun. It just takes all of that headache away from trying to manage the rhythm of your quilting with your foot pedals. So
wonderful. I think there are several key things. Stick with us because we do want to talk about what makes this so wonderful. We want to talk about, you know, how does this eliminate? I think one of the things you brought up was the headache. You know, I think trying to do multiple things while you're quilting, that can be a little bit of a challenge. I heard the word easy, which I really, really loved as well. You know, I think that's one question, why or how might this make quilting easier? There's a lot of modes. I heard you also talk about quickly being able just to turn this off or on. And again, there's some other really amazing things we're going to get into as well, along with a couple last things. I know that you have a couple preferences. So stick with us as we go through these and dive into the SureStitch Elite. With that, Carla, one of the first questions I want to pose to you is having to do with maybe what some people might consider the headache in trying to quilt either with free motion or even moving our hands and our fabric underneath. And that is consistency in stitches and then trying to work our foot pedal. Why can that be such a challenge for our quilters out there?
Well, it's, you know, when you're pushing on your foot pedal, you kind of, it's like learning to drive the car and you're pushing on the brake and the gas and trying to get that feel for not stopping all of a sudden and not speeding up all at once. And eliminating that just helps you free up your hands and your mind so that you can just move across your quilt without any of those other options to intimidate your quilting. So it just really frees you up to, you know, make beautiful stitches.
I love that. I will say, if you think about it, I ask, you know, the quilters out there, if you try to complete a quilt on your own, right, and so you're pushing this, or again, the same thing, once we kind of move a machine onto a frame, which is a wonderful, easy, it's an easy, light, smooth process. I would say that even my first concern, if I'm using a foot pedal, is how fast am I pushing that foot pedal? For what speed am I moving my hands, right? And maybe really quick, Carla, I'm not sure if this is up to show them how easy this moves and glides on this surface.
And when you're moving it and trying to push on your foot pedal, you'll get those inconsistent stitches. So sometimes they're going to be larger or smaller, and because you're pushing on it and you're trying to regulate your movements, but you're doing, it's like patting your head, rubbing your stomach. You're trying to do all of that all at once. And yes, you can get in the rhythm, but this just makes it so much easier to free up your hand, free up your foot, and just let you dedicate your line of sight and your thought process to just the quilting and making that beautiful stitch.
Wonderful. So let me just kind of bring two pieces together. Some people will probably wonder, like, how does that really work? So we have our sewing machine. Right. Nothing special. This is your standard domestic machine. I would ask you to reach out, look online, or visit a dealer also for compatibility, because that's probably one of the key questions we'll get is, will it work with mine? But what it includes is you have your machine, which is its own piece. It doesn't change. You don't need something else as an add-on to your machine. You would have, for us here at Grace Company, we recommend the frame, because this does work with or in conjunction with the frame and your machine. So those two come together. There is a brain. So there's a smart box that I maybe can call it. We put that on the back of the machine and it's Velcroed on. And on the front handlebars, we have a screen display. And this screen is wonderful because this is really the new piece. This, when you talk about kind of bringing this and making it a little bit more tech savvy, we have our phones in our pockets, we're wanting the next notification, we're engaging with our friends, you know, and I think the question we have is, if we're using our machine, how can we bring some of those simple, quick access pieces, right? Turning them off, turning them on, and we'll talk about preferences.
And the touch screen makes it, just very intuitive.
Comes right, yeah, and that comes right here to the front, right in front of your handlebars. Now, whether you have different frames that Grace Company has that might have an over-the-machine handlebar, this can be mounted there. It can be mounted out front. This is the Cutie frame, by the way, which we love. It's been an exciting frame to have. So again, you have your machine, and then what happens is there's a power cord, so you do plug this into the wall or into your power strip, and then you simply take from this smart box, you take a plug and it plugs into your foot pedal. Now again, we're not going to show all those details, but it's fairly easy to put together because of that.
Oh, very easy to put together, and don't let it intimidate you. It is so simple and easy to use and to set up. It'll blow your mind.
Now with that, maybe Carla, share with this. Okay, so again, kind of to confirm, it's easy because we have the box, we have our display, we plug it in, and we plug it into the foot pedal port of your machine.
Right.
And I know that this new one also allows us to use certain features, like I think certain machines might have cutters and we can activate those kind of things. Again, we're not here to go through all the details specific to your machine, but I would recommend, again, look online on our website, give our customer service members a call or call your dealer. They can walk through more. We will show you a lot of the wonderful features here as we move into this, but again, that's the setup. Put your machine on here, plug it in, and we're ready to go. Now, Carla, you mentioned beautiful stitches, and it makes this easier. So now we're not having to, again, pat or tell me or pat or remember, we don't have to worry about two things at one time, foot pedal and motion. Would you mind just doing a quick demonstration by turning this on and then just moving it here a little bit across the surface to show us how smooth and how easy
I would love to, because you know quilting is my thing. I love doing that. So you want to make sure that your presser foot is down, very important, and that we just turn on the start, and you'll see that the needle starts moving up and down. But see, I don't have to push on that foot pedal. I could just glide across and just concentrate on my beautiful stitches. Or my design, and that's a special feature.
We hear a little bit of a beeping, and somebody might say, was there a beeping? And we'll talk about that maybe here in just a minute about what we were hearing. So Carla, really quick again, I noticed you weren't having to hold yourself with your foot pedal. Even if you're sitting down, you're not having to worry about moving. You can just focus on the handles.
Right, and I could just glide across at an even pace. So I wasn't trying to guess, I'm pushing on my foot pedal, so I need to speed up my movement. Or I'm slowing down, so I need to slow down my movements. So it just eliminates all that little guesswork. And it really does help make your stitches nice and consistent.
And I like that because really, outside of giving you confidence to begin with, which is I don't have to worry about doing multiple things.
Right.
And we talked about that helping replace the foot pedal. That's kind of the no-brainer process and what everybody loves. Now we're talking stitch regulation, so creating consistent size stitches for you. As you move, we heard the machine speed up a little bit.
Right.
As we slow down, it slowed down. And I liked one of the things you talk about is that it helps make those beautiful stitches.
Right.
And I would ask you, as a quilter, as you've done several different projects, I know you use manual, we use stitch regulation, talking with our quilters, what is it that they will receive, or meaning what kind of confidence does it build by giving them stitch regulation in their system with something like the SureStitch Elite?
Well, it allows you to really, like I said, concentrate on working on making your design beautiful all the way across. So, you don't have to worry about how fast you're moving it, because the machine's going to speed up. And you don't have to worry about how slow you're going, because you can do it at your pace and at your speed. And that's really how you're going to develop that confidence, knowing that, hey, I can move as slow as I want because I'm just learning a design, or I can speed it up a little bit because I know the design more, and it's going to keep my stitches nice and consistent. And that really helps build that confidence. And the more you understand and the more you quilt, the more you love.
I really like that. One of the things that made me think about is I have one unfinished quilt, or Carla, you might have two.
Well, a lot,
you might
okay?
have three. Think about that. If you have your unfinished quilts,
one of the things that stops people, usually there's two things that when I think about in general,
Right.
like I'm going to think about my machine and I'm like, wow, managing this fabric is kind of going to be difficult.
Very intimidating.
Yeah, intimidating. I do the straight lines maybe. So think about that. Is that somewhere where you're at? Are you feeling like, wow, I would love to get into them if I maybe had a tool that made it easier? So then we say the frame helps with the motion,
Right.
okay, and it helps manage fabric. To me, the next biggest, and this has just been, you know, I've been in this industry for 15 years, and one of the things that I know when quilters come up to this is first, they're like, oh, I can't do this, right? And it's this
Right.
bit of, I'm not sure how well or what my design is going to be. But I think number one is, do I feel like I can manage the machine? And then really, it's the stitching
Right.
of the machine. And so the thing I like to kind of have you think about is, if somebody now had an ability to then stitch regulate their machine, how do you feel that, what kind of position do you feel that puts them in as a quilter now? Is there an empowerment? Is there, we kind of talked about that, but do you feel like someone would now be able to get through more quilts in less time? Like what are some of the
absolutely.
advantages of then stitch regulating your machine?
Yeah, it does. It just frees you up to concentrate and work through your quilts that much faster, because you're eliminating some of the processes that, you know, really are inhibiting your way of quilting, and it does free you up. So you can crank through the quilts as fast or as slow as you want at your pace, and enjoy the process because it is freeing.
I love that, or as detailed
Right,
or not
as-
as
yes.
detailed, right? And I know there's a lot of other things like ruler work is another one,
absolutely, yeah.
using lasers, and I feel like, again, you're adding another process. So if we don't have to worry about the machine
Right.
and we can turn it on and then it regulates, it's just, again, it gives you that like literally immediate confidence.
Yes.
Now, I remember you worked with one of our employees here, I want to say it was last fall, and we did some things with this kind of a setup, and we did stitch regulation on it, and it was LJ, and I remember her starting, and I'm remembering the video, she kind of didn't want to stop, right?
No, she really enjoyed it, and it does. It brings that enjoyment back to quilting and just takes away those little challenges that you face. And what's not to love? It just really is a lot of fun.
Wonderful, thank you, Carla. So again, if you're here and you're watching and we're talking again about the Sure Stitch Elite, which is a brand new stitch regulator here by the Grace Company. We do have our original Sure Stitch.
Yeah.
Still a wonderful product. We are going to keep that one. This one's the next level. I think you talked about a little more technologically advanced. It's a little bit more, you know, it has these new features that we'll talk about.
It does have some great new features, but the old one, God, it's kind of like that mother figure that, you know, it's refined this little baby, and this baby's this new generation of quilting, and it brings that in there. And you know, when we first introduced the Sure Stitch, I didn't understand it. And now that I understand how it works, I just love it. And it's so important to help you with your quilting. So
wonderful. So let's talk about some of these wonderful features.
Okay.
One of those things I think is how easy it is to access or
Right.
to choose specific options. And there are a few modes. So maybe if you'll just talk to our audience, what are some of the modes that it has? And maybe you can just verbally tell us why might you use one of those modes differently. So it does have a few different modes than our old one, our current original Sure Stitch as the Elite. And so tell us a little bit about that.
So it gives you a manual mode and a stitch regulated mode. And you say, well, why would you ever want to choose a manual mode? Well, you never know. You never know when it calls for a manual mode. When you move to a long arm, you get 3 different modes. So this just kind of brings it up a stitch. So
Maybe if I can, so one of the things I just heard you say, and I love this is a way, kind of a way to elevate your machine
Right.
closer to that long arm function. So also, I know if there's manual and then there's the regulated, maybe we can take a quick shot at the screen, and maybe you can show us, because I believe there's some presets or there's some other functions with that.
Right here, you see the presets. You have 2 SPIs and 5 and 8. And so those are the machine speed settings. So you can, you know, use the presets, or you can set it by yourself using the plus or the minus. So it's just very easy, and you just have to touch the screen to raise it up or lower it down.
Now, I believe in manual we have that same option where we can do a couple presets. So like if I want the machine to sew at 20%,
Right.
we can just quickly go to the 20% or...
And you have a setting where you can, you know, regulate how fast the needle is moving up and down, which is really nice, because on particular stitches, it may call for a little tighter stitch, so you may want it to go up and down a little faster, or a little slower if you want it separated. So
Yeah, I like to talk about, if I go and like talk about doing a grape or I need to go fill a space, right? Instead of having to move our machine around, we can let that machine work at that speed to fill it in, which really helps. Oh, wonderful. Also, outside of that, a couple other things. We talk about the touchscreen. Now, because we have this separate screen, we're able to bring some other things. One of those is I did hear it beeping when you started moving the machine. And why would it beep at you? Our old one didn't beep. It did have a screen, a little LED that showed you. This one has, I think, both a screen that's showing us, and then it has an audible sound.
Right.
What are those sounds telling us when we hear that?
There are a couple different sounds. One is called the overspeed. And with any machine, you can move the machine faster than it can actually sew. And then it will beep at you, and that is what we call the overspeed. So that you can really help to make your stitches nice and regulated by listening and working with the Sure Stitch Elite. So that will really help. Then, a great new feature. Do you want to introduce that?
Well, I know this is really exciting.
It's very exciting.
That, you know, there are some challenges that exist in general wall quilting. When a quilter walks up and they decide to put their hands on this, one of the first things we always have a customer do, and let me go ahead and let me just quickly cut this here. In fact, maybe hit the cutter right there. There we go. So one of the things they do is they're like, oh, this is really, really great. And they start moving down, and all of a sudden, because we have the machine, is we run out of space.
Yeah.
Now, that's not a problem. One of the great things about a frame like this is you can still work within the space, and the fabric actually helps stay out of the way. So you actually end up with a little bit more finished quilting space on a frame like this than without it. But then you move to the back. So this is our workspace. But what we find is that customers end up not quite knowing. So I have taught people, hey, take a piece of thread, or you might say put some tape across. But we have a feature, Carla. And that feature that actually is taking some technology that you probably will be familiar with out there with cars and other things, is it does create a barrier. And this is an invisible barrier that we call edge warning. And so why don't you talk a little bit about what edge warning is meant to do, and then let's go ahead and walk through the process to engage it on this. Okay. And then let's show people how that works.
Edge warning is to keep you away from the edge and bumping into it and messing up your design. And it came about when a cute little lady came to me at a show, and she says, man, why didn't you tell me I was going to keep bumping into the back of my machine? I didn't have that much quilting area. She was really frustrated with me. And I tried to warn her, but then we came back, and then all of a sudden we were talking, and I thought, well, why can't we add an edge warning to beep at us and let us know that we're getting close to that edge so we don't mess up that design and it doesn't become frustrating for the customers? Well, lo and behold, we have.
So let's talk about what that is really quick. So edge warning, what is edge warning? This is new, exclusive to Grace Company products. We have this right now in the Sure Stitch Elite. And again, I like this is where the technology can come out, right? We can program features and functions. So right now, as this machine moves, and the customer's like, oh, I'm bumping into the rail, I'm bumping into my machine. I wish the system could warn me that I'm getting closer. So think about your car. If you've ever backed up and you hear, or you ever get close and your car starts going beep, 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 right? So there's this caution warning that has been built in, and you can set that space specific to your machine and the area that it's working in, so that if you start to get close, you're going to hear an audible, and we'll see a visual notation on the screen going, hey, you're getting closer. So why don't you go ahead and walk us through the quick process. Let's define the space, and then I would love to hear and see this in action.
So it's right up here. You see this little wheel? That is your settings screen.
Setting button,
just tap on that, and you'll notice that you have all these different settings. You have display settings, machine settings, and we're going to tap on the tool settings right here. And that's going to give us some cool new features on this. You see a measure tool.
Yeah, so right here, other things we'll talk about in a minute, but measure,
and a calculator and edge warning. I'm going to tap on that. So I'm just going to move my machine to the upper left. Notice that I have the upper left here.
So it says upper left on the screen, so you're going to move up to the upper left edge of your quilt space.
Right, and that's as far as I can go. And I'm going to tap right here on the upper left. So just going to tap on that, and I've set that. So I'm just going to move down here to my lower right.
Okay, so again, it asked you to go to the upper left, so we went to the upper edge of our quilt space. Now we're going to go down to the bottom right.
And I'm going to tap on that, and now I can set the setting a 1/2 inch or 1 inch for my warning.
So again, what this means is if the machine is getting close, we can tell it how far before the machine gets to that space that it starts to warn us. Okay,
and I'm just going to tap on the 1/2, And then we'll just get back into our main screen, and we're back here, and we'll just turn it on.
So she's quilting, and as she starts to get, the machine gets closer and closer, we can hear, and you can see when you get close, it starts to get a little bit more consistent and louder. So again, this is amazing. This has never been done, by the way, not on a machine and not in stitch regulations. So
it's very cool.
This is the part when I do this and people, you get the flat spots or you run out of space, and this is audibly now, now telling us, by the way, you're getting close, and it doesn't mean you're there.
Right.
Because it starts to get a little bit, the beats get closer together, right? And
you can have a bigger gap and set the 1 inch rather than a 1/2 inch. It's just all up to you, and maybe on how big your design is, maybe that's going to be your setting. So yeah, it's very cool, and it's a lot of fun, and boy, is it going to relieve that headache of bumping into the back or the front of your machine and pushing it forward and hitting your needle and having your needle come out. Oh boy, all those headaches that I have done, you will not miss at all.
Wonderful. And with that, the great thing, Carla, is it works from the front to the back of the frame, and it works left to right. On a hoop frame especially, think if this was completely covered, you can't see, so it also gives you that audible warning when you're getting close to your side. So I will tell you, that's one of the amazing patented features that we actually have in this product, in the SureStitch Elite, is an ability for it to manage that. So we're really excited. A couple last things as we kind of conclude here, Carla, with our guests that are joining us. It's really wonderful. It does come and you can set your preferences, but more importantly, it's all complete in the box. So I think cords are included, power supply, the main smart box, and the display and those cables for you to be able to get set up with it. And so Carla, as we kind of go through this, when I was talking to you here the other day, I really like a couple of these pieces, and maybe if I can go through those and then have you conclude with our quilters and why we would encourage them to go out and take a look at the SureStitch Elite. I know we started off again with the no foot pedal, right?
Right.
Making it easier so we're not having to think about doing multiple processes at the same time. The other thing, which is really more important than even that, is the quality of your stitch.
Right.
And the stitch regulation now that's being added to it. You mentioned easy.
Yes.
Right? So
Very
it was easy for us to use, easy to set up, easier to use with your system. I think we talked about, and I love the demonstration, that there are different modes and also preferences that we have with that. So you can choose kind of what works best for you, right? What works best for your designs. We talked about that amazing edge warning.
Yes.
That is pretty cool, by the way. That's amazing that it can give you your space and keep you within that space. Not only does it regulate it, but now it helps audibly and visually tell you where you're at, ultimately helping you become, I think, a better quilter with that.
Absolutely.
So what would be any of the last words you would share with our quilters as they're watching this and able to see this amazing SureStitch Elite?
Oh, it's just really exciting to be able to bring technology that you inspired, because this was inspired by a sweet quilter. Wonderful. And you know, you are what keeps us going. You quilters out there, and you do inspire us so much, and we appreciate it. And so we're looking forward to all your great ideas and thoughts, and you'll love the new SureStitch Elite. It's built-in capabilities. It will just make you and give you the confidence to become a better quilter.
Wonderful. My last call to action is, again, if you think about you want a no-hassle quilting experience, you want better, prettier stitches, there's an easy, simple way that gives you your personal preferences. Go take a look, find a dealer, call us at our 1-800-264-0644 to log on to graceframe.com. Again, at the end, I'll just remind you, we'd love for you to leave a comment if you have questions or want to comment below. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also, follow us on our Instagram and look at our websites. And with it, again, thank you very much from Nathan Erznosnik and
Carla Jerome
with the Grace Company. Talk to you soon.
That was wonderful. Mark and Carla, what do you think about that wonderful new SureStitch Elite that we have?
Well, I'm excited for it. I love it. The edge warning is what a lot of quilters will love as well. A lot of comments are coming through with that. And Carla, that's just a great idea. Because I'm like Nathan. You know, I used to teach, and same with you, put the tape in the front, mark it somehow so you have a visual of how far you're coming forward or how far you're going back. So now, no worry. That machine will let you know.
And even with that visual, you are so focused on your design that sometimes you forget. And it's just happened to me time and time again. And this edge warning will really help you become a better quilter. And you know, just without being, you know, taking your focus off of your design and what you like to do. So that's really important.
It is. And then as both the edge warning, just to have a SureStitch alone to regulate your own machine. And so Now you have a regulator with the edge warning to be able to use your machine without the foot pedal, which allows you to now broaden your, now you get a bigger frame.
Right.
So I know the foot pedal is really big for the smaller frames. So if you're looking at getting the Qzone Queen or the Continuum, having the stitch regulation is going to be really nice.
It's going to free you up to do what you like to do and not have you multitask, which you're probably doing now if you're using the foot pedal. So it really does allow you to broaden your perspective in quilting.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And one thing that is super exciting is that we actually have this SureStitch Elite available for pre-order right now. So I'm just going to quickly share my screen here and show you kind of where you can find that. And I know there was a couple questions on what machine is it compatible with. So let me pull it up here and I'll show you kind of a brief list here again of our wonderful new machines. So this is just our main website. So this is just graceframe.com. And then let's say if you're going to look it up, you can just type in, SureStitch, and you can see it's that second one right there. So it's that SureStitch Elite. So if once you select on that, it's going to bring you to this page. So again, it is available for pre-order right now. So we aren't quite shipping them yet, but get in line now so you can get yours. And so if you're looking at trying to find a list of where it's compatible, if you scroll down here, it's under the second tab, that additional information. This is where it shows you again some baby lock machines, quite a few brother machines, some Genomes, Pfaff, Elena, Husqvarna, and Viking. So again, amazing. This is where you can see the whole list. So again, quite a few machines that it's compatible with. And I'm just going to really quickly again, one more time. You're just going to start here at our main website. So just again, graceframe.com. This is our homepage. If you want it, you can go up here into the search tab. This is the easiest way to find it. You just type in, you're going to do your SureStitch. Again, it's our new SureStitch Elite. So it's that second tab, and it'll take you right there to our wonderful new product that again is available for pre-order. And then that list of compatibility is right here on that second tab, that additional information again. So that's where you can go and find that wonderful list of what machines it's compatible with. And it's amazing. I've used it once and it was super cool. I loved it. And I know, like Carl, like you said, it's really hard to multitask. And even if you have that, thread or tape to set, your boundaries of where you can go, you get kind of carried away in what you're doing and that process. So sometimes you can definitely, run into that edge. So that edge warning, ooh, it's huge. It's
a game
huge.
changer. It's
it really
a
is.
game changer.
It really is. Like it's going to be amazing. I gotta stop talking. I'm gonna just keep rambling on about it. It's just amazing. But it's going to be awesome. And I know there was quite a few questions. So if you do have any questions, we'll have a Q&A here a little bit later. So make sure to put those questions in the comments. We'll go through, help answer any questions you may have. If we don't happen to get to your question, we will try to go through. And again, we are trying to get as many as we can. However, if we miss it, you can always reach out to us. If you would like, you can chat with us on our website. So it's just, again, graceframe.com. And in the bottom right, there's a little chat bubble that you can go ahead and click on and talk with one of our agents. And, we'd love to talk through a couple of things with you. Or if you'd like, give us a call at 1-800-264-0644, and we can help talk through a couple different things with you, whether it's some questions you have or, trying to see what product's going to work best for you. We'd love to talk with you. So again, give us a call or chat with us online so we can help answer anything that you may have a question on. So wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And I know there's a lot of questions. So maybe we can take a couple minutes now and answer any questions that we see in here. So let me go through and see if there's a couple questions.
I know LJ, a lot of the main question would be compatibility, right? So
absolutely.
Just know that we continue to increase our machines of compatibility. We need to do a lot of testing, and that's how we make these compatible with other machines, is doing the testing. And so that does take some time, right, Carla, to get this testing going on. So be patient. There are a lot of machines on that list already. So if your machine's on there, that's great. If it's not, let us know what machine you have, because we still need to do the testing. There's going to be many, many machines coming that's going to be compatible with it, because we know that domestic machines are what you have, and we need to make sure it's compatible. So I know the main question is compatibility. So just make sure you check that list, or give us a call to make sure. If you don't see it, give us a call. Maybe we've tested already, but that testing process will continue to happen.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. That I know, like you said, Mark, that is probably the main question that everyone has. So again, just a quick run through of where to find that. So it's just on our main Grace website. So graceframe.com. Go into that search tab, type in Sure Stitch. Again, it'll probably be that second tab that pops up. It's that new Sure Stitch Elite. And then on that second tab, as you scroll down that Sure Stitch Elite page, under that additional information tab, that's where it'll show you the list of what machines that is compatible with. So go take a look at that. But let's, and actually really quick before we move into this next segment, I want to again encourage everybody, if you have any comments or any questions, whether it is on that Sure Stitch or even if it's a question about, quilting in general, or automation, or our pattern perfect set or panographs, please put those in the comment sections, because again, just after this next video, we're going to have a Q&A section, so we would love to help answer any questions that all of you watching might have. So again, put that comment down and we'll hopefully help get it answered here after this next segment. But I'm going to go ahead and help us move into this next segment. So this is with Janessa. She's going to talk about getting started on our wonderful automation system. So let me go ahead and bring on Janessa so we can hear a little bit about our automation system.
Hi, my name is Janessa. I'm here with the Grace Company today. We are doing a class on beginner automation using QCT5. I'm just going to walk you through kind of the basics of kind of getting up and running, doing a simple block placement, triangle placement, and then just a really simple pantograph on this little fall table runner. So I really like automation because it gives it that really nice professional look and feel without being an expert free motion quilter. I'm still working on my free motion skills, so I love using automation, and it's so fun to kind of plan out the designs and just see what beautiful things you can come up with. So when I created my little banner that I've got here, the first thing I did was kind of obviously plan out my design, and then I wanted to figure out what designs I wanted to actually use with the automation. So I just kind of drew this out, and with pencils and looking at the different designs and stuff that are built into QCT5, I kind of picked and planned out the different patterns that I wanted. I did that in pencil so that I could easily just erase if that was a little too busy or wasn't quite what I was looking for. And I really like this format for doing that, just because it's really simple and easy to kind of erase and plan as you go. I clearly am not an artist. That is a pumpkin, pretend. But it just kind of gives you that visual so you can kind of plan what you're going to do. Before you put your quilt on the frame, make sure you measure. I like to go through and measure obviously the whole length and width of my entire quilt, but I also go in and kind of measure each of these little blocks as well. I might not need it, but it's nice to have it and have an easy way to have it measured and all written down on one specific piece of paper. Just makes it easier for me. Okay, so now once we're ready to actually go through our automation, I did my full pre-quilting checklist. I made sure I was threaded correctly, checked my tension, made sure my frame was situated correctly, replaced my needle, checked my hopping foot height. So there's a lot of pre-work to make sure that your automation is going correctly. So make sure you go through all of those steps and test it before you start sewing on your actual quilt top. There's nothing worse than having those issues and it's already on your quilt and you have to unpick. So just make sure to do that beforehand. So now we're going to go ahead and get started on the tablet. So I opened my program. We are not doing it in simulation mode. Simulation mode is kind of what I was doing here when I was planning out my design. I just had this over at my desk and was kind of writing things out. We're actually going to be sewing, so I'm going to click no, we're not in simulation mode. Make sure the sewing machine needle is up. Move the carriage to the center of the sewing area. My needle is up. I've moved to the center. Click OK. And that is kind of showing that our belts are on and the automation is engaging with the machine. My first block that I'm going to be doing according to the design is this block right here. So I'm going to click on Select and Sew. And the first thing that's going to happen is it's going to have me set my safe area. The safe area is telling the machine, okay, this is where my panel's at, don't go further than this. So I'm going to start over here in the top furthest left corner, and then over here to the bottom right. And my safe area has been set. That is kind of built in and it's ready to go. And then I'm going to go ahead and place my first block. So since this is a block, I'm going to be doing a block design. The first block I'm going to be doing is, oh, there it is. So I'm just doing this really simple kind of half flower design. I click open, and right now it's in block placement. I personally always like to use the 4-point placement. It just is a little bit more exact. It's not going to shift my design any certain way. So when I have the choice, I'm always going to do the 4-point placement when I'm doing a block design. So I've got it here, and I'm going to place it on my actual quilt panel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my first point over here. I personally always start from left and then kind of move my way right, and kind of in a block or a square pattern. It just is my personal preference. It's up to you, whatever you like to do the best. And I'm going to tap on that gray node, and you'll notice how it just turned green. That's telling it that the node has been placed. Then I'm going to move over here to the next node, make sure I'm as exact as I can be. Go ahead and tap there. Come down to this next node, and then move over to our final node. So you can see it's placed on this specific block, and it's a little bit zoomed out. If I wanted to, I could like kind of zoom in a little bit, and it will help me see a little bit better. Totally up to you. There's a lot of different tools and different ways that you can adjust the certain patterns. As a beginner, I'll be honest, I don't mess with those a ton at this point, but there's a lot of different things you can do. You can mess with like the fit versus stretch. The fit would make it fit perfectly in that square box. I want it to be stretched because I want it to touch each of those 4 points. If I wanted to, I could kind of mess with the different height or flip it. Again, I'm not going to mess with that today. And there's also some different things over here. We have with the gold features, there's the multi-block placement. So if I wanted to do all of these blocks, I could do that using the multi-block placement tool and the gold features. Not going to be doing that today, but just know it is an option. And there's also some different things where if I wanted it to stitch like a ditch around my pattern, it could do that as well. Not doing that today, but just know it's an option. So the next thing I'm going to do is hit quilt. And this is going to take me to my quilt interface screen. Once I'm in the quilt interface screen, my buttons no longer work. It's saying that the automation is now the only thing that you're going to be able to use the tablet for the quilt panels. The next thing you need to do is find your start and stop point. This one, my start and stop point, or my red and green point, are actually in the same place. It's over here in this top right corner. So I'm going to come over to that point. If I wanted to just kind of see what the design is and how it's going to kind of go along as it sews, I can hit the trace, and it's going to show me how it's going to trace it, which is kind of fun just to see how it's going to look and go, and just as a nice little practice run. It's not actually going to sew anything. Awesome. And that looked pretty good to me. It hit all those points that I was looking for. So that is an option that you can always do just to kind of test your design, make sure you placed it correctly, exactly how you want it. So like I said, my buttons will no longer work. It's really tempting to always want to do your needle up, needle down to pull your bobbin up using that button. But when you're in this screen, it no longer works. So some of the other options, you can use the pull bobbin feature, where it will basically walk you through each of the steps of pulling your bobbin. Personally, I don't use that one a ton. It's a little slow. So I like to use this single stitch right here. You can see it's a little needle, and it's got like a +1. So that's saying it's going to do just a single stitch. I'm going to hold onto my tail, pull my machine away, and then I've got my bobbin pulled up. And I'm going to pull both of my little tails over here to the right side so I can have them out of the way. And then here's the fun part. I'm just going to go ahead and click sew, and the automation will kick in and start that design for us. Isn't that so satisfying to watch? Oh, I just love it. Could watch automation all day long. So now I'm going to pull up my bobbin again, and I'm going to go ahead and click finish because I don't have anything I need to repair or anything like that. And now that I'm out of the quilt interface screen, now my buttons will work, which is very convenient. Go ahead and pull over to the side, hold onto my tail, come back. Got
got my bobbin thread pulled up, and then I'm just going to clip all of those strings. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to our next block placement. It's really the same process for this next one, but I just want to walk you through just so you can really get it solidified in your head. So I'm going to be doing a new pattern on this block. I'm not going to do that same one again. So I'm going to go to select a pattern, and I have saved a little pumpkin for my little pumpkin banner. If I can find it, there it is. And then I click open. So it's saying, since this is a little bit bigger of a design, it's saying it's out of the safe area. It's not, we just need to readjust it. So I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to place my 4 nodes. Again, I'm doing this in the 4-point placement. I could do it in the block placement, but it just, for me, it's not going to be quite as exact as what I'm hoping for. So I'm just going to place those 4 nodes, find my first point and touch that node there. Again, as you touch the nodes, they'll turn green. That's saying that you have placed it. There we go. All right, that looks pretty good to me. So next we're gonna go to, I'm not gonna adjust any of my settings, any of my size. I'm not gonna flip the pumpkin upside down or anything like that. If I wanted to, I could do that, and that actually would be pretty cute, but for the sake, I'm just gonna go ahead and move on. Okay, so my start and stop points are a little bit different this time. You can see the start point is here kind of next to the stem, and the stop point is over here by the leaf. So when I'm pulling my bobbin, I have to do a little bit more guesswork. So I'm gonna assume it's somewhere right about there, and I'm gonna go ahead and pull my bobbin. I'm just gonna do my single stitch. Remember, my buttons won't work when I'm in the quilt interface screen. Pull my bobbin up. Go back to that point. Make sure everything's looking okay, and then I'm gonna hit sew. And I was a little bit off, as you can see, but that's okay. We still got our bobbin pulled up. Awesome. So every once in a while, like if your bobbin runs out or if your thread breaks or something like that, you'll need to repair your pattern. I obviously don't need to repair the pattern with this one. I went through and sewed beautifully. But if I needed to, I could click on that repair pattern. And there's a lot of different options over here of how I can trace back on the pattern. It will go back and find that last stitch where it left off. And you would find that, pull your bobbin, and then just click sew. So all of these will help you kind of find that exact stitch. You can go to closest stitch, you can go to your last stitch. When you're doing a really long kind of edge-to-edge design or something like that where it's using a lot of bobbin, I got really familiar with doing the repair stitch. So it's a really great feature to have and kind of helps you go back and fix any little glitches or things that happen along the way. So just know that that is available. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and exit out. So that is how you just do a very simple 4-point block placement. I'm not gonna go through and walk you through the next couple. Hopefully you kind of get the feel from there. The next we're gonna do is actually a triangle placement. You might be like, what? There's no triangle blocks or triangles on yours. I went ahead and just put some marks of where I wanted my triangles to be. Obviously, I pieced this together in a really simple fashion just with strips, but I want it to kind of look a little bit more just kind of fancy and have a little bit of a different design. So I'm going to actually do some triangles with automation on just that sashing here. So I'm going to, oops, forgot to pull my bobbin. I need to do that real quick. Go ahead and clip your threads. Okay.
So let's go ahead and we're going to go to select a new pattern. So I'm going to go over here to triangle placements, and we've got a whole bunch of different designs in here. You also can find a ton online that you can download too. And I'm going to do, oh, right here, this little leaf triangle. I thought that was kind of fun for fall, went along with the pumpkins. So go ahead and open. And right now it's still in the 4-point placement. Since this is a triangle, I want to use triangle placement. So I'm going to go to triangle. And this triangle here is for like a perfect equilateral triangle. The triangles that I've drawn are not quite there, so I need to switch to a different style of triangle. So you can see here, you can kind of go back and forth to find the triangle that matches your needs, which is another really great feature of the automation. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and place my points. Again, I'm just using the little dots that I had marked ahead of time. Okay, I've got my first one there, then I'm gonna do the top. My third point. Okay. So I've got my 3 points placed. I know that because I've got all 3 of those nodes that are now green. And then I'm gonna go ahead and move on to quilt. It's going to give me my start and stop points. This one I've got a really clear, easy, right over here on that first node over here on the left is going to be my starting, my green, and over here on the right is going to be my stopping point. So let's come on over here to the right. Going to do pull my bobbin. And then once we've got it nice and close, hit sew. And I'm just going to hold on to my tail so as soon as it's kind of a little further out of the way, I can snip those and get them out of the way. Just so fun to watch. Another really important thing to remember as you're doing the automation, oftentimes when we're standing here at our quilt machine for a long time, we can get a little tired, right? Make sure you're not leaning on your machine or bumping it in any way, because that will kind of mess with the automation. It will pull a little bit differently. So as soon as you hit that sew, make sure to be kind of hands off and step away. If you're doing a really complex design, you can even go, I don't know, get another soda or grab a snack or something like that, and come back and it should be all finished. All right, ta-da! It's all done. Okay, so it has finished up for us. We're gonna make sure and pull our bobbin. Again, if I try and do it in this screen, it won't let me, right? So I'm gonna go ahead, since I don't have any patterns to repair, I'm gonna hit finish just so I can use my buttons. Okay, go ahead and snip those. And then we'll place that second triangle. So the nodes are already green, and that's okay. You can replace these as many times as you need. You don't need to like exit out and start from scratch. So I'm gonna place that node, and I'm gonna place it right there. Uh-oh, this happens a lot sometimes with triangles, and that's totally okay, don't panic. As we go up to the next point, it should kind of straighten itself out. So I'm going to hit that point right there, and then come on over to my third node, and there we go. It figured itself out. I know sometimes when that happens, you're like, oh my gosh, and you panic. It's okay. Give it a sec or just touch a few more nodes and it will work itself out just fine. Go ahead and hit quilt, and then it will give us our start and stop points. Again, it's similar to my last one. Go ahead and do our single stitch. hold onto those tails and click sew. So it is so quick and easy to use this automation. As soon as you've kind of got your design all planned out, figured out, it's so fast. And again, gives you that really great professional look and feel that you just love. And it really helps simple designs and piecing like this stand out. All right, so just finished up that second triangle, and as I was just looking through, I kind of decided it might be kind of fun to do another triangle on the upside. So I might go back later and just flip this triangle upside down and do another and kind of leave a little gap in the middle, so it really does create that kind of like zigzag sashing. So I think that'll be kind of fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull up our bobbin. Oh, I need to pull out of this screen so I can use my buttons. Okay, and our third thing that we're going to do today with our automation is just a really simple pantograph. So I need to get out of this screen because I was in Select and Sew, and now I need to click on Pantograph. Okay, so this is where those measurements from before are really important. You can use this ruler tool, but again, today I'm just going to be using the measurements that I did before. So first I'm going to type in my total width. So the total width of my design, so from here to here, is 14.5. And I don't know if you're anything like me, maybe like, oh, I'll remember it, and you never do. I have the memory of a goldfish, so write it down. Even if it's just on the side over here or on a sticky note, it will make your life so much easier. Okay, and then my height is 3.25. Okay, so this has just created this sashing, this piece of the quilt top right here. Those are the exact measurements that I have written down. They're here, are now on the screen. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to select my pattern. And since I'm doing a pantograph, I actually need to go to continuous line because it's going to quilt all the way across. And I'm going to find the design that I had planned ahead, which was just these little semicircles. I wanted it to kind of create just a really simple little scallop look. So if I did it just like this, I would have a big kind of smiley face from one edge to the other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some more patterns until it looks kind of what I'm looking for. If I added another row, let's just see what would happen. Then I would get kind of 2 rows of scallops, and that's not quite what I'm going for in this one. I just want it really simple and easy. So yeah, I like that look. I think I'll just do the 6 across. With pantographs, there is a lot of different adjustments and things that you can do. I challenge you, when you're in simulation mode, touch all these buttons, see all of them, see what happens to your design as you're playing around with that. So this pattern, since it's just a single pattern, I'm going to click place as a single pattern. Only works with an equilateral triangle placement method. What? Oh, so it thinks I'm still trying to trace or place this as a triangle, and obviously I'm not placing it as a triangle. I want to place it as 4 points. So I'm going to quickly place my 4 points. Place those 4 nodes. Okay. Oh, that one looks a little wonky. Maybe I need to fix my one up top. There we go, that looks a little better. Okay, so then I'm gonna hit quilt. It will give me my starting point and my stopping point. Start over here on the left side. I love it when it gives me a really easy to find starting point. Sometimes like with the pumpkin, it was a little bit tricky. Go ahead and do your single stitch. And then all you have to do is hit sew. And let it do its thing, work its magic. And that is it, you guys. When we're using automation, it really can make really simple piece tops like this look really, really complex and really professional. I'm gonna go back through, finish up, maybe add some more triangles, have some fun. One thing that I like to do with automation, if you don't wanna just practice on your thing that you've pieced for a really long time, go and get like a printed panel or just some extra fabric and just try out some different designs. See what you like, see what works for you. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this class and are ready to try out some beginner automation on your own. If you have any questions, please leave a comment below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com or contact your local dealer. I'm Janessa, and thank you for joining us at the Grace Company.
Well, there we have it. I'm joining us again, Nathan Erznosnik from the Grace Company. Thank you, Janessa, for putting that together.
Absolutely.
That was a pretty fun thing. I know you've been able to participate in several different videos with us and with Carla and with Amanda from the education perspective. So that was a really good one. And thank you all those that are commenting. Again, I'm Nathan Erznosnik with the Grace Company. Just coming back today, I know LJ has been working with us. So just a quick introduction to myself. So it's not just like, why the heck is Nathan there? All I know is I just told Mark before he came today, I'm like, are you wearing red? And then I asked Carla, are you wearing red?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm just kidding.
I missed the memo. I feel really left out, you guys.
You do not ask Janessa if you're wearing red.
No, that's good. It was pretty fun. I'm playing.
We'll make her face go red. How's that?
Yes, there we go. That's it.
It's really fun with everybody who's commenting. I thought this is a good one, kind of coming up with one of those people. It talks about some extra scraps, and sometimes you're practicing on some things, sometimes you're not confident. Start somewhere where you're comfortable. I love this. Dog and cat shelters will take any practice quilts, and so I just thought that was a great one from Nana reaching out to that. So true. Carla, I know that you always have your 2 cents about somebody starting. You know, when it comes to the automations, and what I would like to do is we'll answer some questions. And Carla, I know there were some things about the Sure Stitch Elite as well, but with that, always begin where you're most comfortable with, right, Carla? It doesn't matter. You don't have to have a masterpiece.
I want you to start somewhere, and you know what? Just try it. You don't have to start on your beautiful quilt. Just get a practice piece and just try it out. And I want you to start somewhere where you're comfortable, and it may be just with a little Cutie frame and your domestic machine that you know and love. Or you're maybe ready for that next step and to upgrade to a mid to long arm machine. And so it can just go on and on and on. And then once you're comfortable, I want you to test yourself. I don't want you to stay comfortable for very long. I want you to work on your craft and hone it. And so it's really important for us to grow as individuals and as quilters, because you'll get bored. I promise you, you get bored, and you need to find something that will kind of pull you out of that comfort zone and push you on those limits. So,
and Nathan, if you're okay, I did see a few questions just about kind of my instruction. If you're all right, if I
that would be fantastic.
A few of those. A few of the questions that I saw. One of them was stitching down the edges instead of doing a basting. That just is my personal preference. I know Carla does that a lot with her quilts. quilt tops too, because I did end up putting a binding around the edges. So that was just kind of my own.
And you can base if that's what you like to do. Quilt how you like.
Exactly, yeah. And another person asked if you could just put it on the frame and then rotate the designs. And you absolutely could. If I had a longer frame, I actually would have done that. It would have been easier, so I wouldn't have had to roll anything. So putting it on lengthwise and then doing my designs that way. So love that. And I really, really do love automation, especially as a beginner quilter. It's the one area where I feel really confident. And I guess it's because I'm pushing the buttons and putting a design. I'm like, oh man, I'm a pro of this automation thing. But you really do. It helps build your confidence a lot because you're able to create something that's really beautiful and really professional looking with, I guess, kind of beginner skills, and you still get that really advanced kind of look. So,
and you can rotate your designs as well in the automation. So you can turn them different directions. Yeah, so it's not hard to do.
Great, thank you. Let's see if there's a couple other things. There's some other just general ones that came in. This is a light one that didn't have specifically to do with automation. Carla, recommendation on how often we should swap out our needles as part of this process with quilting?
Well, with every project, you should swap them out. And, you know, it depends on if, okay, some quilts have many more seams in them. And so I know that on some quilts, I've swapped them out like 5 or 6 times because it started getting blunter and blunter going down through those layers of seams. And so just make sure you're changing your needle, and you can hear it. You can kind of hear it start pinging. And once it starts pinging, you know your needle's starting to get dull and it's forcing its way through the fabric and the fabric layers. Other quilts, not so much because it doesn't quite have as much fabric. And the denser the fabrics are, you know, I know batiks are a little more tightly woven and they have just something over them. They're kind of painted and soaked in that paint. So it's harder for the needle to go down through them. So yeah, just watch and change your needles often. It's just like oiling your machine. Really important steps to take.
Thank you. Here's another one. I think this was part of a question going back to you, Janessa, in general, and this might be one that we can have a couple different answers on this from Nita Hughes Bice. Thank you for asking the question. It said, so how would you then, after quilting the blocks, finish quilting the rest of the quilt? And I think that can pertain to several things. That might be a border. You might refer to this as some sashing. So maybe any insights that anybody here in the studio might have for Nita as well would be great.
So that's the beauty of quilting, is you really get to do whatever you want. I actually, with this banner, I kind of took some risks and on my tabletop at home, I have like this Lazy Susan. And so I wanted kind of like some framing around that. So I actually took a circle design, and instead of doing like an edge to edge pantograph through the bulk, that middle, I should have brought it so I could show you. I did like a bunch of circles like inside of each other. So it kind of framed around it. So there really is no right or wrong way. It's up to you. It's whatever you like. And my personal designing, I think I showed that in the video, is I just grab a piece of paper and I'm like, oh, I think this will look good. And sometimes as I'm actually laying it out, I do something completely different and go away from what I had originally planned. And that's really what makes it super fun. And I know Carla is really great about that too.
Yeah, I know that if you don't like a design and it's starting to sew out, if you feel that little like, I don't like this, stop it right away from going any further so that you can do something different. So it's just one little tip I want to teach you. So if you see that it's starting to quilt not the way you like it, stop it right away.
Yes.
Learn from me.
That's good advice.
Yeah,
I've done that.
That's good.
Especially if you have dent stitching, right, Carla? I'm picking that is not going to be a fun thing. So here's another fun one. This is just a comment by Alicia Evans, and she just said this. And again, maybe I would just revert back to this, is there are several ways of doing things. It doesn't always have to be one fix. She says it was a light bulb moment when I learned that I could rotate my quilt to cover most of the area. And so this is really a true fact that you can look at other ways. Carla, I know we recommend if you're doing borders, do the top in the automation. You can actually save that. When you get to the bottom, you can simply flip it, and then rotating the quilt to the side and let you finish the middle too. So there are several ways of finishing quilts, several ways of quilting inside of it. Here's my quick story. I had a component where somebody brought me a quilt and was like, oh, I want you to quilt this. They had actually trimmed the entire quilt. By the way, you don't do that, right? And it was an
No.
automated quilt, but what I did is I actually rolled the two ends up and I started in the center and then I worked my way out, rotated it around, and worked back out the other side. So again, there are a lot of different ways of being able to use your tools. So that really is a really good thing to be thinking about also. Regarding that. Here's another general one. This is a question that's come up a few different times, and so I thought this would be good to address really regarding the QCT. Mark, I'm going to have you answer this, but before we do quickly, I just want to kind of let everybody know the reason maybe we're getting a few extra questions. If you're streaming with us and you just watched Janessa's session, is Quilters Creative Touch is our automated add-on. That is something that's on sale right now. So there's a lot of people potentially interested in buying it. It is at our best price of the year sale. So you're going to see some of these questions because if you start quilting, there are several people that go, well, I might want to automate it. And if I do, what's required and what might be some of those costs? And so Mark, I'm going to have you maybe read this question from Jean Herm and then see, go ahead and share your answer with us.
Yeah, so Jean says, what computer is required for the QCT? I'm reading QTC. I'm following exactly. It's like the prompting. It's a good thing nobody puts words up there. I'll probably just read those as well. The QCT. So that's our automation. And you can find more on our website. If you go there, there's specs on the size of tablet as well. But the main one is Windows program.
Yes.
It needs to be running Windows. It does come on a thumb drive. And what's nice is you can actually load it onto 3 devices. But the main is the Windows operating system. And it has to be true Windows. Nothing else can be part of that system. It has to be true Windows. And then for other requirements, you can find like the size of tablet. You can also find the specs on everything to do with the automation on our website. But the main to run the system is on Windows.
And a compatibility chart online for what machines it's compatible with, because I saw several people asking, or several quilters asking what machines are compatible with it. You'll find that compatibility chart online as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. With that, just so everybody understands, one of the nice things about, from our engineering and then even beginning with like Carla out there with you, the quilters, we get a lot of input and feedback. And our goal is to try to again make these as diverse as possible. Automation, you can automate with several domestic machines. And then again, Carla's mentioning those lists are online. If we can stitch regulate a machine, then we can computer automate a machine. And Carla, that's available on any one of our frames pretty much, right?
Yes,
if you can
absolutely.
stitch regulate it and we have
even
the automation.
The Cutie frame, yes.
even the Cutie frame, the hoop frames. So that's something to know. And one of the other great things is if you actually have the automation and later you upgrade to a different machine, another one of our 15s or a 19 or a 21, it actually is the same automation. All the parts come in the box. So your one investment will actually stay with you as you continue to progress either through different machines and potentially different frames. I wanted to kind of bring this one up here really quick. Give me just a minute. I wanted to find it. This is just a general quilting one. I would maybe open this up to the audience there, Carla, and see how you guys might want to respond to Kate Schreier Gear Up, I think is. So thank you for asking this question. Let's go ahead and answer.
That was
Great question. Yeah.
Well, I say quilt how you want to quilt. So for a long time, if you were quilting on a hoop frame or a hoop, in general, when you were hand quilting, you started from the middle and worked your way out. For our hoop frames, you don't necessarily have to. Now, you don't even have to baste, but you do it how you want to do it. Now, I usually start from the top and work my way down. And the reason is as you're working your way down, you're pushing any wrinkles or anything that down and out and across. So just understand that you can quilt however you want, but that's how I quilt. And, if there ever comes a time, I will let you know if I have to work from the middle out. Now, if you've already started on a quilt, okay, and you have it partially quilted, you can do that as well. And I would work with the area that you already have quilted and figure out, because you don't want any wrinkles coming in. So you want to kind of work your way out. So just depends.
Yeah, with that, maybe I'll bring up, Carla, too. If you end up with one of our roller frames, often you load those, and they do load in general with the leader cloth from the top down. So that's kind of a best practice. Most professional long arm quilters, if you ever going to pay to have somebody do it, that's normally the process. Again, you'll see a lot of our instructions working from the top down. To Carla's point, I've personally had to start in the middle of a quilt. Not that that's what I wanted to do, but if someone doesn't have enough backing, right, Carla?
Right.
and someone doesn't give yourself a wide enough, you're going to have to be a little bit creative on making sure
You
there's
work with
enough
what you
filler.
have. That's honestly the truth.
So great. One thing I thought I would maybe bring back up, Carla, is the Sure Stitch Elite. Now that was just a section prior to Genesis, and there were some questions that were coming up. Let's quickly open this up and answer a couple questions. Carla, I know you saw a couple, and that was regarding the new edge warning. Maybe just again, reshare a little bit about what that edge warning is doing and what that might mean coming with some new machines that we have coming out to the market here and the Sure Stitch Elite.
Yeah, I know several of you were asking, oh, that would be so nice for my 15R. Yes, well, we understand that, and it is such a cool feature, and it is patent pending right now, and we are going to be adding that to some upcoming new machines. It probably won't be retrofitted to the older ones, but look for an upgrade. So it's an exciting feature and will really help you.
It really is. I know Diane Rose, it was pretty fun to let her experience that. Just so we always have this problem, right, Carla? Janessa,
Yes.
you probably have had this as you've quilted, Mark, as you've demonstrated, is that there is the space that the machine throat can have. And if you're really into it and you're quilting, your mind's not thinking that there are these hard breaks. So that edge warning does give you the warning. It's a thing. And again, we're trying to build that into as many of our machines as we can, again, with that patent pending technology. Sure Stitch Elite, as we've talked about, I don't know if we mentioned it, that is live and it will be available currently for pre-orders. It will be actually shipping Monday of next week. So that is a live product. So if you're interested in stitch regulation, that one does have the edge warning. That will start shipping Monday of next week. So keep an eye open for that as well. Anything else you guys would like to share regarding the edge warning, Carla, or any other features pertaining to that with our quilters or customers?
Well, I just think there's some other features, you know, like the measuring tool. I thought, why are you adding that in there? But, you know, it really will be very beneficial as you're measuring across the top or you're measuring a square to make sure that you're fitting your design in there correctly. So there are some really useful tools. And with automation, unlike our old stitch regulator, I loved our stitch regulator, and I know many of you have, but you get the manual speed and the regulated speed, and that's something I like, being able to choose both, because there are times that I want to use the manual mode and the regulated mode. So it just depends on your design. So it's well worth looking into.
I love this. I'm going to bring up this comment. This is a fun one, because I love this product. We'll be talking about it here shortly, but the Cutie, this is from Sherry Ann Barnes. Mark, you mind sharing that with us as well?
Awesome.
Yeah, it's very awesome. My first quilt on the Cutie was done from the middle out due to the quilt design. No wrinkles, smiley face. So just exactly what everybody's been talking about. Yeah.
Nobody's going to tell her how to quilt, but she figured it out, and it works best for her. So nice job.
All right, wonderful. Well, we're going to be moving into this next section, Carla, with Courtney, I believe is what we're going to be looking at. Let's share with the audience a little bit about what your team's doing. You have Janessa there. You have two other members of the team that we've seen a couple videos from, Amanda, and then we have Courtney, who does a lot of our graphics and some of the designing. But maybe if you'll talk to them about what you're looking and what you're trying to do with this next section, which is a really exciting one. And maybe just share some insights on that with the new processes your teams are looking and doing.
Well, okay, I am very blessed and honored to work with such amazing a group of women who bring so much to the education side of it. And Courtney is very artistic, and I needed somebody to take on the fashion segment. And she has done an amazing job, and it's really kind of her wheelhouse. And she's just going to go full blown. It's going to be our fashion queue, and just look forward to see what we have coming up. And we're starting out simple, but we're going to really expand on this. And we've got so many other things, huh, Janessa?
Oh, yeah.
Coming down the pike.
So
we're going to be busy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I love that. Carla, this is one of those out of the box. Think all those that are with us and visiting here today, you know, most of us understand the traditional, the modern quilting, and we think of the quilts that are these larger items, but understand that quilting is continuously diversifying. You know, there's a lot more that continues to happen over the last 15 years since I've been in the quilting industry. You know, I think it's the acceptance of changing the styles, changing the formats, changing the finished even the types of fabrics we're using are continuously being built out. And that doesn't mean also with quilts. And so quilting can be done in the world of fashion. There have been several ways, and I love it because our little Cutie frame or our hoop style frames make it for a great way for you to take something that's not necessarily a quilt, clip it over a surface, again, using your domestic machine or something else, and try something new, greater potentially for someone who's looking at a spin on a way to use tools. And then also, we think that this reaches and bridges and opens the demographics of who can engage with quilting in this process. So it's been really exciting to see all this. Janessa, do you have any last thoughts you would like to share before we kind of go live here with Courtney talking about these fashion cues?
No, I'm just super excited. Just like she said, Courtney's very talented, and I think there's a lot of really great things coming from a fashion perspective and just our education team. So a lot of fun things coming.
Well, wonderful. Here we go. Introducing Fashion Q, Quilting with Style here. A little bit of a demonstration from Courtney in our education group. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Courtney, and I am in the education department at the Grace Company. I have a Bachelor of Fine Arts in painting, and I've done graphic design for the Grace Company for 3 years now. Recently, I've wanted to incorporate quilting with my love of fashion. So today I'm going to show you my quilted jacket. I have always had a love for fashion, and I love to make wearable art. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can use your scrap fabric to enhance your old clothing. So let me show you the jacket that I have. So what I did first was cut out the back panel of the denim jacket because I wanted it to come from the inside out. I thought this would be super cute on the inside. I kind of was experimenting with this project. So when I made the quilted panel for the back, I actually did it as if I were making a quilt. So I put it on a frame and I sewed it all together, which meant that I had to do binding, which we all love binding, right? To bind around the edges, which I hand sewed, and then I ended up hand stitching the panel to the denim, mostly because I was afraid of breaking my machine. I hear that there's a way you can do it, but I didn't know how, and this was just easier for me. I did find an easier way to make a panel though for the jacket. This front piece, I did the turning out method, which is so much easier. I sewed my pieces together and then I folded them right side out, which is so much easier. But you can do it both ways. I'm just still learning. So with this one, I'm gonna put that one in this little panel section here. Sew that in there, so that it kind of has some fun stuff going on in the front as well as the back. So right now, I'm gonna put this jacket on this frame, and then we're gonna try doing some free motion quilting. So my goal with this is to try to make this back part as flat as possible. And because I'm using a domestic machine, I only have about 6 or 8 inches of throat space. So I am gonna have to roll this up halfway through. I'm gonna lay that out flat as I can, even though a jacket is not flat. So we're just gonna have to try our best here. We're gonna use our clamps. There's that back clamp to hold that straight. And then this front clamp to hold this one straight. This one's got a lot of pleated fabric in there, so we'll see how well this works. There we go. Okay, so next we are going to want to pull this up so it doesn't get caught in your machine. And it's going to be kind of tricky because it's not a quilt, it is a jacket. It has a lot of extra parts, but we're going to roll it up the best we can. And we're going to pull it in the front just like we would a quilt to keep it out of the way. It looks like I'm not going to have anything touching. Okay,
Now that my jacket is as tight as I can get it, we're gonna start free motion quilting. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've done it a few times. I'm not super great, but this is a great practicing moment. So bear with me. So since this is a domestic machine, I am using a foot pedal. I don't have stitch regulation on this. All right, I'm gonna lower my presser foot here and start sewing. All right, I'm gonna stop there. This guy has a really handy thread cutter. Oh yeah. So this is as far as my machine is allowing me to go. And since I wanna be able to get to the very end of this, I'm gonna have to roll my jacket up. This is definitely different to sew on than a normal quilt. There's so many pockets and buttons and fabrics that just kind of move together. A lot of seam lines that are really thick because it's denim. So it is a little bit different. It's a little bit, it definitely has a learning curve, which I am currently learning. As far as quilting on this part, it's pretty much the same. I had a problem kind of getting to the edge of the denim where it didn't want me to go over the denim. So this part is about as close as I could get, but I think it's still turning out pretty well. For someone who hasn't really done free motion, I'm fairly proud of myself. There we go. Okay, let's try to stretch this out as flat as we can. I actually am really enjoying these clamps versus putting it on a leader cloth. I like that I can kind of adjust it as I need it. Okay, I think this is as straight as I can get it. I might have to hold this end just to make sure it stays really straight. So let's continue. All right, we're gonna start here. I think I like that pretty okay. All right, let's go down here.
Okay, so I've rolled up my fabric again, and then I've also marked where my machine can actually reach. I've marked it with this pin here. You can use tape or thread, anything you like. I just happen to have pins on hand. You'll see I have pins here, but that's where I want to have my thread come up to and then come back down. Is just part of the design that I want. So you'll see that that's as far as my machine will go, and I can now not have this issue where I wasn't sure where it ended. So let's get sewing again. Okay, so now I'm done free motion quilting, and let's take it off and try it on, shall we? All right, so here's the completed jacket. Got the panels in the front and then the panel in the back. I think it turned out pretty cute. There are some errors I need to fix and then unpick, but I think that's pretty cute. And I'm excited to do more of this, especially because I've learned so much doing this one and all the things I did wrong and things that I could do better. Let me show you a sneak peek of my next project. It's pretty great. So I'm going to be putting this on the back of this jacket. It's very feminine. It's got cute little puffy sleeves and kind of a Victorian style front. So I think that these colors are going to be beautiful for that style, but you'll have to wait till next time. All right. Thank you so much for joining me on this awesome adventure. If you have any questions, please put them in the comments below. Also, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Please visit our website at graceframe.com and our Instagram, which will have my next project on it. So don't forget to look that up. It's been so great to be here, and I hope to see you next time. All right, thanks, bye.
Really fun. That was a pretty fun class to see from Courtney. Carla, what do you have to say?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it was great to see her. I hadn't ever seen the video, and like she said, now I, as a more seasoned quilter, would have done things a little different, but that's the beauty of this and this younger generation actually being able to learn and grow. If I had jumped in and told her she had to do it this way, this way, this way, it wouldn't have been as fun, and it wouldn't have been that fun of an experience for her. Yeah, there are things that I would have done differently for sure, but that's my way of quilting and not hers. And like she said, she learned so much from, you know, just from this one little project. So it was very fun to see her, and she did a great job. This is really her first time actually free motion quilting.
And I just have to, I guess, just give my gratitude to all the people watching. And like she said, we are not seasoned quilters. We're new and we're learning and we're growing, and everyone has just been so gracious and so kind. And it means a lot because kind of putting yourself out there and putting your work out there, it's mildly terrifying and it's scary. And so I really appreciate how just all of the wonderful comments that have been coming in. So thank you for your positivity.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to put some of these up. I thought this is great, and that's why I wanted to hear your comments. And we're getting in. You know, we have a lot of these coming in from those that are streaming in live with us. Here's a fun one from Sue Rusher. And just thanks, Courtney. I like this one. Again, this is Carla. To your point, like anything you can do, we want to encourage you to do it. So Belinda Davis just saying, "Great job, looks so cute." I'll tell you, if you saw that on her, there's nothing else you're going to say than, wow, that's creative. Obviously, that's a one-of-a-kind jacket that she worked through. And she used her tools that she had availability to, and she wasn't going to allow the fact that she hadn't done it stop her from beginning her journey into creating her piece. Here's another one by Deanne. Oh, the next jacket will be so pretty soon. So if you think about part of the inspiration of what happens once you start to see some of these things, the jacket's so beautiful, right? Lovely. And I wanted to use another one. Let me go find another one here. I think it's a really great comment. And Carla, maybe you can share a question regarding an answer regarding a question. Somebody wanted to know, not here, this is another just great comment. You know, who will know or care? I love it. But people wanted to know, is there a way of doing potentially this on other of the other long arms or the other mid arm machines or on the other frames?
Absolutely.
Maybe share how might they accomplish this? One lady asked about, I have a 21. This is inspiring me to maybe look at doing some other things, but what might be her solution to that?
Okay, well, very easy. Courtney is very creative, and I just kind of let her run and do her technique and how she wanted to quilt it. How I probably would have done it is I would have strip quilted, adding my little blocks and designs, and then quilted it and then cut it out. After I had free motion quilted and put the panel in the back, doing her sewing the panel around and flipping it inside out, and then sewing it to the denim jacket. That would have been a little easier, I think, as a more seasoned quilter.
Could you complete this on a 21? So can you do this on a 21?
Mm-hmm.
What would somebody need to do this on a 21? Like obviously
you would need quilt clips if you were going to actually sew to the jacket. Your quilt clips, your 1.5 or 2 inch, I probably get both, okay? But if you just wanted to do your little panel, hurry and strip quilt it and then quilt it, free motion quilt it, and then cut it out and put it onto the jacket, that's another way to do it. There are so many ways to quilt, and we're just tip of the iceberg on that. So we're just kind of gleaning, huh?
And because again, I am not super advanced free motion quilter yet. I'm imagining like kind of like you said, strip quilting and doing automation and doing like you could do a really cool design.
You could do it horizontal, vertical,
and then
the possibilities are endless. Ways.
Yeah, it's so cool.
And then your extra blocks. Now Courtney did pull from my block stash because she does not like to waste anything. So she was pulling out the bags and finding these blocks that I had used in other quilts, and that's what she used. She used scraps to make this jacket up. And then her other jacket, you should see it. She actually almost has it done. She wants to do a little bit more quilting on it, but you know what? It's going to be fun. You just have to wait and see. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know this is going to be very popular for both the more seasoned quilters and that younger crowd out there, because it's really resonated with that youth.
And I think I like what you said, Courtney. She is a huge drive, like a big drive of hers is to not let anything go to waste. So a lot of the jackets she found are from thrift, or they're older jackets and things like that can be just given a little lift and reused and super awesome.
See, and me, I like to go out and buy. And Courtney's just like, Carla, rein it in, rein it in. We don't need any more jackets. And so she went out to the thrift stores and she found what she liked. This was totally her. I put her onto the project and she took it and made it her own. Just like when Janessa was hired and Amanda. Amanda loves the automation and she gravitated towards designing. Well, Janessa's really good at organizing us and keeping us on task, but also she is a little perfectionist. So she's found that she likes to use ruler work and the automation to help her, and they've caught on so fast. And you watch out, everybody, because the Grace Company Education, yeah, we're coming on board and we're gonna blow you away.
It's coming. That's my preferred method. I would tell you I've completed several quilts, but I've done some limited free motion, but I'm an automated finisher. I don't have enough time to spend it to feel like I'm going to master my freehand. So absolutely like that. Same with you, Janessa. I just wanted to bring up a couple other comments. I think this is great just to see everybody's participation. Again, thanks for your comments. If you're joining us, please, as we go through this, participate, share your thoughts, put those in here. One's from Retha Ranky is what I might say, Ranky. That was a wonderful thing about quilting, right? Do what works for each person. And I think that's an important piece to get into it. Here's another one, Carla, kind of referencing your scrap projects. From Janice Hegeline is maybe what I would say with that. Janice, thank you. I love scrap projects, which is always fun. And here's another fun one too. It doesn't stop. It doesn't need to only be with sewing.
I love that.
Yeah, catching, you're absolutely right. See, you guys are catching the vision and you're going forth and you're just gonna make it your own. And that's what it's all about.
I noticed someone made a comment about putting like the letters for jackets or high school or something.
Cute.
And you totally,
See,
that would be so much fun.
Yeah, we just want to inspire you to go out and do your own thing and just have fun.
Okay, that's great. Again, just thank you for everybody's participation as we've gone through that. That was a fun section to have. Carla, now there's more of that to come. So obviously Courtney was kind of giving us an insight. Did you have any thoughts on how frequent we might see a little something like this, a fashion cue that comes from the Grace Company Education Group?
Because Tuesdays with Grace is very busy and I've just been doing it on my own. Well, now I have a team. And so they're each going to take 1 week in the month and present. So you're going to see more from each of them.
I believe I'm the scheduler here, the organizer
she's the
here. I've got it.
You should have asked Janessa. She'll keep me on task.
So Courtney's next fashion segment will be in January, and I think she'll be showing that jacket that she showed you during that next clip. And she's also been working on a completely quilted jacket that she's making from scratch. So this one isn't thrifted, but it's going to be really cool. So keep an eye out for Tuesdays with Grace if you aren't aware of what that is. It'll be streaming on Facebook and YouTube every Tuesday at 1 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. And it's a lot of fun. There's different things happening every week.
And they're each going to take their own segment.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm going to bring this last comment up. I think this is a fun one to have here from Terry Click. Any reactions to that?
Yes, they do. They teach me new tricks all the time.
So I'm going to read this from Terry. Let them just do their thing because they're going to be teaching Carla new tricks before too long. So isn't that true? I know, Carla, you're always coming up with new ideas. We encourage, your team and even others within the business to try to help out with the innovation. In fact, those that are streaming and watching with us, I know on our platform currently that you're on, if you're not streaming on the Grace platform, we would highly recommend you going there. On the bottom of the landing page, we have a comment section. We really would encourage you to reach out to see what would you like to see more of. I know we're looking to do an email also following this event. One, getting your feedback. We know there's going to be many things that we can do better. So please let us know what we can do better, more of what you would like to see. We're also going to start to expand those others that we want to see who might like to participate in sharing some of your insights with all of the Grace viewers as well. So just know that those are some things that are coming, but that's really an exciting and a fun thing to have as well. Carla,
I just wanted to add something really quick. Sorry to interrupt you.
You're great.
There is so the education teams worked really hard on creating patterns, and there actually is some patterns and instructions for Courtney's jacket. And so all of our patterns can be found on the Grace Yep, there we go. He's pulling it up for us. So if you want access to any of those patterns, that's where they are. That's where to find them. So make sure you check
click
into
on
that.
the details.
Yep, so you'll click see details, and then there's that downloadable pattern there.
So again, what Janessa is talking about, if you're by chance not on the Grace current platform, the Grace Events platform, the recommendation is if you're out there live streaming, yes, we're streaming this to multiple channels, YouTube, Facebook. You'll see this probably here in other forms, but if you're out there, we're going to highly recommend that you come log on to graceframe.com, and that can be seen if you go to actually Grace Company, the main website. When you're there on the main website, on the first banner is a chance to register and get into this event right now. And when you get in there, again, this is where we can come in. And this is the class that we just did a little quick bit on. And Janessa, what you're saying then is, again, if we go in here to see details, if somebody wants to have and learn and be able to kind of do what she did, there is this download here, right? So they can just simply access this download. Is what that is. Is that correct? Right, Janessa?
That is correct. Yep.
And then with that, you can rewatch the video. So that's in the Grace Company platform on the events at graceframe.com. So again, I'm going to encourage you to do that. So you probably have, if you have been streaming with us, you know that's an availability. That is also where we were holding the treasure hunt. I think there might be a couple last gifts still left in the treasure hunt, but that is found on the Grace platform by logging into, finding graceframe.com and coming in here. And then that gives us access to all of those other wonderful details and perks. Carla and Janessa, I'm going to look at moving into this next section that has to do with TrueCut. And then those that are with us, we're going to be moving into our live streaming section where we're going to be doing other giveaways live in person. So that's up and coming. But Carla, we're going to be talking about the TrueCut, and I think we're going to be talking about the system as a whole as part of a master cutting collection is one of the items that we're going to be talking about here next as a section. And TrueCut is a product that's dear to my heart. Why do you say that? I actually physically was involved in the design of some of the products, and my story always is that our owner was like, let's go do cutting. And Carla, if I were to say, let's go do cutting in general, I'm not always thinking like, yeah, let's go do another rotary cutter, right? like that's normally what happens. There's like, everybody's like, there's a million rotary cutters, but the key thing he came back with, and he really, the logo and the name of the company, TrueCut, part of what this is making cutting easier. It's making it safer. It's also increasing the accuracy. And that's really the key thing that we've really tried to develop and what we've built into this system. Carla, when we've gone to shows and as you've demonstrated this, what have been some of the customers' reactions when they start to see this actually in action, when they have a chance to use some of these tools for their cutting?
Well, a lot of them will say, nah, I already have a cutter. and then you get them to try it, and then they can see, wow, this will really make a difference. It's actually seeing is believing, and to watch this next video, watching how the track and the guide and the mats, everything works together. So it is a complete system, because cutting is one of those most important steps as a quilter, and you need to do it as accurately as possible. And when you have the right tools to make it right, it's going to piece together that much better and make a much more beautiful quilt, rather than trying to square up all those little blocks and everything like that, because you weren't able to cut them and the top was actually different. I can't tell you, when I started quilting, how many times I was cutting and I'd be piecing my strips together, and then all of a sudden the top was wider than the bottom or whatnot. And it was so frustrating. And then it really throws the whole block out of whack and it doesn't look as nice. So the system is really important, and it'll really give you the tools that you need.
It does. And I mean, you've probably heard me say this 10 times. Cutting was my absolute least favorite part of the whole process. I hated it. Because kind of like you said, my blocks were never accurate, and I'm a perfectionist and I wanted it to be just right, and it would just be all over the place, and it just drove me crazy until the TrueCut system. And it really, really is. It's foolproof. It has, especially with the true grips and the track system and all of those pieces working together, it really does give you that safe.
We're actually going to have a little segment in learning how to cut, and we're all going to learn. So it helps me to learn new techniques from them.
Wonderful. I appreciate that. You're right on, Janessa. By the way, you're not an anomaly. There have been studies and research done that shows that one of the least liked things of the quilting process is the cutting process. So that's why there's a lot of them, and you see other types of ways of pressing to cut fabrics. We all love choosing our fabrics, right? We love choosing our threads, choosing our patterns, and then part of it is that process of putting things back together. We also love finishing it. Our business, Grace Company, is in the business of helping you finish your quilts and your projects, and so with that is the help. Our TrueCut line, which is helping you at the beginning of that process and doing your cutting. So we're really excited to have this segment. Stay with us. If you're just joining us or if you've been with us today, we have a lot of wonderful things coming up. We're going to be doing part of our live giveaways and our major big prize giveaway that we'll be doing here between the 2 o'clock and the 3 o'clock hour here Mountain Standard Time. And then we have our quilt show winners. And we're going to be finishing off our show today by talking and showing a lot of those wonderful quilts that have been submitted. The stats are pretty amazing at how many people have submitted quilts as well. So stay with us. You're going to love this next section that talks about these tools that solve literally the biggest cutting challenges that you have. And we would recommend that you take a look at this and see if there might be a reason to bring some of these into your home. With it, we're going to go ahead and get started, again, with Mark sharing some of this, the Master Cutting Collection. So let's get started.
Thank you everybody for joining us today. My name is Mark.
And I'm Laurel.
And today we have an exciting package to show everybody. It is called our Master Cutting Collection. Super exciting to show this. There's a lot of product in this package. Let's go over what's in that package, LJ.
Yeah, so actually you get quite a few rulers with it. 3 of them that you get is actually 3 of the square rulers. You get the different sizes. You get 6.5 by 6.5, 9.5 by 9.5, 12.5 by 12.5. So it's great. You get 3 different sizes that you can do on the square rulers. And then we also have 3 different sizes of the rectangular rulers. As you can see here, I'll hold this one off. You can see this is our 3 by 18, this is our 6.5 by 12.5, and then this bigger one here is our 6.5 by 24.5.
And that's our most popular one.
Yes.
It's 6.5 by 24.5. In fact, all those rulers are very popular, which is why we bundled it in this package.
Yes,
but the 6.5 by 24.5 gives you that nice long cut. Now with the rulers, also comes with the cutter.
Yes. So you get our awesome, fantastic, quick release 45 millimeter cutter. And then another cutter you actually get with it is our amazing 360 or circle cutter. And we'll talk a little bit about this later, but I'll tell you what, I wasn't a fan of cutting circles until I tried this out. So.
And most aren't. Most aren't. You know, when I would talk about circles, I heard that all the time. So most aren't excited to circles, but with this, it'll change your mind.
You'll get excited.
Okay, and we also have the electric sharpener.
Our fantastic electric sharpener that allows you to bring blades back to almost factory perfect.
What else does this package come with?
It comes with what we call true grips, and we'll go a little bit more into this as well, but it's fantastic. It helps you be able to keep your rulers in place.
That's right, and they don't get not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 packs of the true grips. All right, let's talk about the cutter and ruler. What makes those so unique?
One point that I love to point out is that we have our awesome guide and track system. So our rulers have these guides and they're great. You can see there's a little bit of a lip on the edge there of them that actually can interlock with the rulers, and it actually interlocks with any of the rulers we have. So every ruler that comes in this kit has that track system that can interlock with this cutter.
So wait a minute. So if they interlock together, what does that do?
Yeah, so actually I'll show you here. One of the great things about it is oftentimes when you start quilting, sometimes you can veer off, or sometimes you can nick yourself, you know, because you're trying so hard to push down, you can go the other direction. So one of the great things is that we actually have this guide system. You can see here, I'll bring it to the edge, that actually makes it so I can't pull the cutter away from the ruler. So that way, if I'm trying to go all the way along, I can keep a nice straight cut the entire way.
So what you're saying is this guide can interlock with the ruler, and that is with all of our rulers. So our square rulers, our rectangle rulers, they interlock, and once it interlocks, you're going to have that accurate cut. So it's going to be an easier cut, you're going to be safer, and you're going to be more accurate in all your cuts. Stories. How many stories we know that people have smaller quilts because they're cutting, or they have to keep trimming it, or they have to maybe start a little, maybe over again because they messed up, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. I've had a lot of times. I had this one person who came in once and she's like, oh, you know what? I've done a lot of cutting and it just wasn't something they were a huge fan of, and when they did it, they kept veering off, and that's part of the reason they didn't love it. But when I was like, you know what? Let me show you a fantastic product that will completely eliminate that. And so I showed her this system and she was like, what? Game changer. She was finally able to do the size quilts that she wanted. She wasn't, you know, making smaller quilts anymore because she was able to keep the size of the patterns that she wanted.
That's great. Now, let's go ahead and talk about these products individually a little bit. Let's look at the straight cutter. The straight cutter has a couple nice unique features about it. One is the quick release. And so changing out the blade is now simple and easy. You don't have to really handle the blade anymore. So the fear of cutting yourself, so quick release. So on the back side of this cutter, it has a lever. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to just pop that in my, look at that, quick release. Okay, and to put it back on, you'll see that there is that hole on the cutter, and that simply goes right over the shaft and snaps right into place. Okay, so you have that quick release. The other nice thing about this is how nice and comfortable it feels in your hand with a straight cutter. Not a lot of straight cutters feel that way, but this one, you have that nice comfort feel to the cutter, which allows you to enjoy your cutting and cut often. The other nice thing about this cutter is obviously you can go from right hand to left hand being a straight cutter. So if you like to cut using both of your hands, you can do now. You can do so
very easily.
All right. So now let's look at the rulers. The rulers, Laurel, have some features about them that's unique to the TrueCut line. One in particular you already mentioned was that guide. That guide on the ruler keeps you cutting straight and also is safety. So as we look at the taller edge there, what that does is two things. One is once you interlock it with our guide, you're able to keep that cutter going straight, just like you said. So once I put it on there, I cannot move away from that ruler's edge. The other nice thing about being a taller edge is I won't go up and over the ruler as we cut. Now, we mentioned some of those, right? As we're cutting, we can go away from the ruler's edge or go up and over the ruler. So with that being a taller edge, you won't go up and over the ruler because of that nice safety feature. It goes right up against the ruler, keeps you safe, keeps you accurate, unless you take the cutter off, which we know not to do, right? All of our rulers have that. Now the holes serve a purpose, right? What's that purpose of the holes?
Yes, they actually have a couple different purposes. One of them is actually so you can see through and see your fabric underneath. I know sometimes when people are going through and they're looking to cut, sometimes they're like, oh, I can't quite see my fabric, so that sometimes you don't quite make as straight of a cut because you can't see. And another thing that's great about that as well is they actually have the holes, so you're able to actually put your fingers through and just kind of hold down that fabric just to give it a little bit more stability.
That's right. And one thing that sticks out to me with our rulers, and it's always been since day one, is how easy they are to read.
Yes.
Easy to read, it's not busy, and they are an 1/8-inch increment, so when you measure them, you have that nice measurement for any project. All right, so now we have our rulers, we have our cutter. The other thing in this package is our circle cutter. You mentioned earlier that doing circles is one that is not fun, maybe because the tool, right? It's not easy, but what makes this so unique?
I think actually one thing that makes it really unique is actually the ease of using it. Because how many of you have ever gone to use a bowl or a cup or something to try and cut a circle, or you're like, I don't know, I think I can kind of make this into a circle, right? So I don't know how many of you have done that. I know I've done it. I'm sure everyone's done it, right? So I think one thing that's just fantastic is that it's just so easy, and you can do 2 inches all the way up to 12 inches in circle size, which I think is huge. Because, you know, oh great, I found the perfect size with this cup to make 2 inches, but now I need to make a 12-inch circle, right? Like, what's going to be 12 inches? And so I think this is great because it allows you very easily to adjust the size and to not have to go and try to grab something to make a circle.
That's right. The other nice thing about this is the wide base.
Yes.
One of the other struggles we have when we cut circles is the fabric underneath will want to bunch up underneath, or it will slide on you or move. So with the wide base, It's nice because it keeps the fabric nice and flat as you go over. Even on this wrinkle part you see here, as I go over the top, it flattens it out. So this wide base allows the fabric to keep it down. It will not bunch it up or move. It also has a safety feature. Because this is where the blade is, and you press down to activate the blade, has a safety feature. So when we slide this over, now we're able to not have that blade get depressed. And so it is very safe, very accurate as well. If you're wanting to cut 5 inches, 4 inches, you can do so.
Easily.
Multiple layers is easy too. You can cut up to 3 layers of fabric with this. You can even do denim.
Yeah, I could do 2 layers of denim with it.
Now I'm going to go ahead and show you how to use this because I love doing the circle cuts because it's easy. And so when you have a product that works well, it's enjoyable.
Yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and cut. And right now I'm going to do about 6-inch circle. All right. All I'm going to say is be ready,
to
be amazed.
Blown away.
That's right. You're going to love this, how simple this is. Now, I recommend crossing your hands to do the cutting. And the reason is if you cross your hand and put your strong hand on top of the blade, when you go all the way around, you make one clean circle. So I'm going to show that again. If you cross your hands and go all the way around, you get one clean swoop around, okay? If you end up wanting to do it this way or do it straight in front of you, if you do come around, you will come to your other hand, which means you have to come back underneath and move it back around. So that's fine, but you may want to just check on that part where you come across that you don't get any tails. So let's go ahead and use this. I'm going to go ahead and press down the blade or the pin, press down on top of the blade and go all the way around. And now we have our circle. Very simple. Yeah, that's right. Boom. Very simple, very easy. And again, how many layers you can do with this is 3. So if you have a project, you can cut out multiple. Now you don't have to worry about, like you mentioned earlier, I may be doing circle cut and I don't really want to. Yeah. Now that you can, in this master cutting, you get the circle cut. The other nice little thing about this is if you want to cut on and off the fabric. So if I want to go ahead and go on the fabric and go back off it, you can. So you can get nice little different designs going on and off the fabric. And that is because of the wide base. This wide base keeps the fabric down. So a circle cutter, the best, the easiest, you'll love it. Now, we have our rulers we talked about. We have a circle cutter. Let's talk about the True Grips.
Yes. So these are our True Grips. I think they're fantastic. They're clear and it comes with 15 of 2 different sizes as well, which is big. So if you have a little bit of a bigger ruler, you put the bigger size on there, but if you want to, you also could use the smaller ones. So it's great for that. And another thing that's fantastic is it's adhesive. So if you can see on this ruler, it sticks really nicely to the plastic, but it won't come off on your mat. So I know that's another thing that I've heard happening before where they have something and they're like, oh great, and then they go to move it and boom, it rips off the thing that was holding your ruler down. So that's just a great thing about our awesome True Grips.
That's right. And if you're using your ruler to measure and you have something underneath your ruler to keep from sliding, but it's taking away your view of what you're doing, that could be annoying as well. So these True Grips are clear adhesive and has the 15 small and 15 large rings, and you can put that all throughout the ruler. So these 5 packs that you get with your master cutting collection here will finish all of your rulers that come in this plus more. You can have some at home that you want to go ahead and put them on. We've all had the struggles from cutting, right? Yes. The ruler aspect, going off, veering away, going up and over the ruler, rulers that crack or break or are hard to read, line up. We have all those in our cutting, and so with the master cutting, if you get this, you're going to find that those are gone out the window. Yeah, and actually one thing that Mark briefly mentioned is that sometimes your rulers will break or crack. And one reason we also kind of have these holes is because we actually inject the substance into a mold that allows this. And one thing that's great about that is that you actually can bend your ruler, right? How many of you out there can say you can do this to your ruler without it cracking or breaking, right? I don't know that I've ever seen any other ones that could do that. So that's pretty dangerous. I'm like, no, normally if I would have saw that first, like I'm sure you did, like, no, don't. It's fine.
Yeah, so it's a fantastic thing. And another thing that I love about our rulers is they actually, as you can see here, they have a couple of spots specific for the True Grip. So it's a very easy, very obvious spot to put those. Another thing that I think is fantastic, because sometimes if you're looking to use the True Grips with your own ruler, is actually with the small ones, you can easily put it in between any of those. So it's really fantastic to have those already built in.
That's right. Perfect. I'm glad you brought that up, because a lot of people ask, where do they go? They go on the back of any flat surface of the ruler. And what's nice about the leftovers of the adhesive is you can put it underneath something in your home that you don't want to slide. A lot of people use it under the foot pedal of their machine to keep from sliding as well. So just a little tidbit on that. Okay, last but not least, we're going to talk about our sharpener.
Yes. Now let me just tell you really quick, I love this. And I'm not just saying that for me, I've had customers call in who have said that this is a game changer, right? Like, how many of you out there, because blades are expensive, have like a bucket or a bin that they just keep their blades in, right? Because it's like, it's a little too expensive to throw away, but I don't know what to do with them. I've had that happen before. And so I think this is great because it can bring some of those blades back.
That's right. And you hit it perfectly. Quilters, we kept our blades, and you have a stack of them. What's nice is that's money sitting right there, and blades are not cheap, right? They're pretty expensive. And when we cut with the dull blade, that can ruin your mat. You put a lot of pressure on your arm. So think about it. If we're doing a project and you have to get through this project, but your blade is dull, so you're just fighting through this project and you're continuing to use that same blade over and over again, what do you see happening to your arm, right? I can think of a couple things. One, I know when that happens, I see a lot of, they're getting in and they're using their shoulder now, or they're getting really digging in. Like I said, that can ruin your mat, and you're making your arm way more fatigued than it should be. So cutting with a sharp blade is the best, but at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night when we're cutting and the stores are not open for the blade, what else do you have? Well, if you have this sharpener and you've kept your blades, that is money, right? That you're ready to bring back. And like Laurel said, it will bring it back to a near factory sharp edge, and it will bring back most of the blades. So each blade is made differently, so you may get a different outcome with the blades, but for the most part, this is our number one item because it works. And earlier I mentioned that there were 2 key ingredients as to why this works. You know what those are, Laurel?
Yes. One of them that I think is crucial is actually, you can see here, these are our diamond grit stones, and it just works great to sharpen these blades.
That's right. So you are absolutely right. Those diamond stones, that is the reason why it works. Now think about it. If we sharpen any kind of steel or blade, for centuries we have used stones, a ceramic stone or a diamond stone or a wet stone. And so this wonderful sharpener has 2 diamond stones, one at the bottom, one at the top. It has a lever that pops the blade up, so it's very safe. And it comes with tweezers, so as we want to pull that blade out, we can. Now we can put it back in our cutter, and it does all 3 sizes. I'm going to show the inside of this sharpener. A lot of people ask, what size of blade does it sharpen, right? It does all 3 the main sizes, the 28, 45, and 60 millimeter. And in the bottom there, you see the grooves where they would sit. Laurel, I knew a lady who told me that she'd been using the same blade for several months. And that is big, and she had a stack of blades, but she sharpened the one blade, was able to use that for several months over and over again.
Yeah, and one thing that I actually love as well, there was actually a lady who happened to reach out, and I was lucky enough to get the call, and she actually was talking about how she, sometimes she has a little bit trickier time falling asleep, so she stays up and she does cutting, right? So she does cutting, clear into the night, clear into the morning, so of course the shops aren't open. And so what she was able to find though is that with this, she was able to keep cutting the whole time, right? Instead of trying to sit there, like we pointed out earlier, trying to get your shoulder over and dig in, you know, it's really easy. And you're like, oh, you know what? Let me just take just a couple of seconds here, take my blade out, sharpen it, boom. You're gonna go back very easily, being able to go to cutting again.
It absolutely works. Again, all 3 sizes. It uses the diamond stones. Read the instructions. The instructions tell you how to do it. Very simple, very easy. You can't go wrong, but that's our electric sharpener. So part of the package with the electric sharpener, you're gonna have sharp blades, You're going to have these rulers to finish any project, and you have that track and guide system. And that to me is the number one thing about this, is that track and guide to keep you cutting safe and accurate. I don't know about you, but that to me is the game changer.
Yeah, I don't know how many, like I know we mentioned the story about how many people have nicked themselves or been a little bit cautious, you know, or really worried and haven't done as much cutting because they're worried they're going to nick themselves, or they keep veering off. So they're like, oh, I'm so tired, I keep veering off, right? So with this, it really eliminates that. And one thing that I also love to point out is, it was a while back, but we did a survey actually that we had sent out, and we asked quilters, what are some problems that you've run into when cutting. And so we actually took that feedback and we found a solution for that, right? So no more veering off, no more nicking yourself, no more having to cut with a dull blade, even if it's at like that 3 a.m. session, right? No worries, very easy. You don't have to cut yourself when changing out the blade. We have a really easy, quick release, and you don't have to worry about your ruler sliding. So really, we took really what we could from you guys and really help make a great experience for you to really get back to what you love doing, which is quilting.
That's right. This is a fantastic package, Master Cutting Collection. Again, the square rulers, the rectangle rulers, the sharpener, the circle cutter, the straight cutter with the guide. So don't leave that out, that's important, with the guide. Very useful, very fun. It's been awesome. I love sharing this stuff. And again, if you're watching this and you ask yourself, oh, I have those issues they talked about, or I need more rulers and I want those true grips to keep all my rulers from keeping or staying in place, this is a package for you. So thank you for watching, and please continue to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. That's right. So thank you again for watching, and we'll talk to you next time.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was getting excited there a little bit earlier. I was like, oh, we're going to go talk about it. Sorry about that. So that was all me. That's all the live process. So thank you for bearing with this. If you by chance missed a couple words that Mark did say, those are available on the website, so you can go see them and stream that again. But Mark, that's a fun product to talk about. You've been doing this now for how many years?
11.
11 years with all of our wonderful quilters out there. Just share, and then I'm curious to hear from each one of you as we've been to different shows and events. Mark, do you have an experience of where you've demonstrated one of these items and someone was like, what?
Yeah, and that what is every time I demonstrate. So it's awesome, you know, when we have the product, you know, they look great in the packaging, and you look at it and like, I wonder how that really works. And every time we demonstrate not just the TrueCut sharpeners, but our rotary cutter, our rulers, any of them, eyes get big, right? They're just like, what? They think it's like a magic trick, especially when it comes to the circle cutter and you're cutting straight. So yes, I've seen and experienced many facial expressions as I am demonstrating and showing these wonderful TrueCut products.
A lot of ladies are like this. Yeah, show me.
Oh, I'll show you. You just wait. Give me a cutter now.
And then they're believers. Then they go, oh my gosh.
Here's another one. This is a simple one because the system has different components. One of those also is a way to keep blades sharp. And we've done a couple things in the past where we've talked about the electric sharpener, and then we have the linear sharpener. Maybe Mark or Carla, any other thoughts you might have regarding either one of those? LJ, if you have any thoughts on the linear versus the electric rotary blade sharpeners?
Yeah, so I'll start again because I'd love to start. You know what? They both serve a different purpose. And what I love about both of them is the linear sharpener is great to keep on your cutting table. So if you don't have any blades you kept out, but you have that one blade and you're going from sharpening to cutting, the linear sharpener is what you want because it has rubber feet. You put it on your cutting table, and then you can cut your fabric. And when you start seeing those flat spots or those dull areas, go ahead and start sharpening again. So you can sharpen and cut at the same, not the same time, in the same process. Now, the electric sharpener is one that if you kept your blades and you wanted to bring those blades back, then you can have those stack of blades that you've kept, put them in and sharpen them one at a time. So you have your arsenal of blades ready to go as you're cutting. So they both serve a different purpose. They both sharpen your blades and they both work, but one is great to keep on your cutting table, while the other one is good to have all around. And with that, I just got to mention a comment. You know, we were looking at the comments, and apparently this person loves their sharpener, because one of the comments was, you know, basically if you lend it out, you won't see it back. So she must have let her she gave her sharpener to a friend or somebody. She has not received it back. That's because the person she gave it to loves it herself. So I just thought that was pretty funny.
That's a great one. Here's another quick question, which isn't specific to any one of the products, but Dolly, you're asking the question, are you going to have them at the Houston show? The answer is absolutely. We actually have an entire 20 by 20 space dedicated to TrueCut. It is an important part of Grace Company and helping consumers at the beginning phases of their quilting process. So we will have those there. I will tell you this as well. On our YouTube channel, we have a couple other demonstrations. Mark, I know that you have done several. You did this one with LJ. I know, Carla, you've used these and done demonstrations. We have a lot of videos that actually show these products in use. We don't, none of it's faked. It's all real. Like everything we have, all the pieces we're cutting, you know, whether it's the circle cutters or we're using the blades or we're engaging with them, they exist and they've been around. It's not like they've been around a couple years. We've had this product line now for quite some time, almost as long as I've been here with the Grace Company as 15 years. And so it's been fun having these products as part of the lineup to begin quilters with these wonderful solutions. So that was a great question to have. And then Mark, do you see any other key questions that would be good really to take a look at as we've gone through any of this at all?
Yeah, there's one just in general talking about the sharpener. Yes, you can buy it on its own. You can buy all of our product on its own. We do have these wonderful packages that we're selling as well, but you could buy individual rulers, the true grips, the cutters, the mats, anything that you want, you can buy them individually on our website. So that was one that came across. And then Nathan, to your point, that this is absolutely real. It's no fake TV stuff. A lot of comments are coming through with just how much love it's getting from other users. So just it's great. And if people can see how much these other quilters have been using the product. And so absolutely, it's not fake TV. Carla mentioned yesterday that she still has her 10 fingers, and that's so true. When you're using a TrueCut product, you know, it will no more nicks and keep all your 10 digits.
You're right. So with that, I wanted to bring this up, Mark, partly to help answer some of the questions. First and foremost, if this is something that you're seeing for the first time, by the way, I'm amazed that for most people, it still is. If you've been streaming with us, you'll know that. But if you're new to the Grace Company, a lot of people know the true grips, right? Everybody's heard of the non-slip stickies that go on the back of your ruler. But TrueCut, each one of those products, and Carla, you can maybe answer this, or LJ, you can, maybe LJ, why don't you share with us? Like Mark talked about, there's an availability for them to be separate. Like, give me an example. Why would just a ruler only potentially help one of our customers that is using rulers currently for cutting?
Well, I think that's actually a wonderful question, Nathan, because I think I'm sure everybody has a ton of rulers, and I know people oftentimes actually even have multiple cutters that they're using. So sometimes
so true, right? Everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. So sometimes it's just good to say, you know what, I'm kind of just wanting to try out one product, right? So you're like, you know what, let me try out and see if I like this ruler, or you know what, I already have, a 6.5 by 24.5. I want a little bit of a smaller ruler. So I want just that 3 by 18. So, I can maneuver it a little bit better. So I really think it just depends on what you're looking to do.
Why one of our rulers? Why would they use a TrueCut versus another? What are some of the key things that define the difference between ours versus a competitor's?
Yeah, there's actually a couple different features. One of them is actually, it can be worked in conjunction with our amazing cutters. So it's actually what we call our track and guide system. And so it's wonderful where the cutter actually kind of locks on to the ruler. And so that way you can't ever veer off and do, you're like trying to do straight line and you kind of do end up like a little triangle cut there or something, So that's a great feature about it. And then another thing is that they actually have some nice holes. So you can put your fingers through those holes and make sure, just again, to keep that fabric nice and it's not going to move for you, and just give you a little bit more stability as you're looking to do those cuts. And so one more thing that I guess I kind of forgot about, but it's actually, you can really bend them, which is really nice too, because I've also heard of people who have it, and they have a grandkid that sneaks into your cutting group or whatever and knocks off a cutter or a ruler and it breaks, So this way ours is nice and they can actually bend, and they have quite a bit of give in them so that there is no concern with that.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this picture. They do have this unique edge or this lip, and that does a couple things. One is it makes it more safe because it's taller and it's thicker. It also keeps your finger on the inside so that it actually isn't at the same level as your blade as it's cutting down those edges. So LG, that's kind of what you talk about, that raised edge. And it also, if you do have one of our cutters, as they talked about, you end up with this track and this guide component that work together. And then the materials are different. So LJ, those are the things that I think really help define part of what TrueCut is, and bringing a whole different spin to the game regarding TrueCut. So with that, again, there is the autumn sale going on. This can be found at your dealers, as local dealers as well. So you can log on to the Grace Frame or TrueCut, look for your dealer in your area, or you can buy them online. And there are some really, really amazing specials. If you're looking at this, let me just bring this back up. We have great deals like the circle cutter, not only being 30% off, we're tossing in a free ruler with it. So it's about just shy of a $60 value, almost half off what the value of that will be. So there's a lot of really, really great prices on these systems as we have them right now. So LJ, Carla, Mark, we're now at our main section today.
Yes.
And this is our giveaway part. And I'm wanting to reach out to all those that are streaming with us right now. In fact, I want to go back, and I thought there would be a fun question just to throw out, LJ, when you talked about people have rulers, and a lot of people probably have multiple cutters. I want to see first, let's just see what we can get as a number participation. And this gets us warmed up from some of our comments, because we're going to do some live giveaways. And we're also going to do some of those from those who've pre-registered on the Grace Frame platform as well today. But I am curious to know, we see all these people coming in. We're going to come back and, well, maybe let's do this. I want to see how many rulers you have. But first, I'm just seeing a couple other people stepping on in and coming from different areas. So, but let's ask this. How many rulers do you have? That's just my question. Put a number in the comments. I'm curious to see how many rulers you actually have. Carla, Mark, anybody have a guess on what we're going to get on some of these? I see 6, 7, 15. Janice,
I say
go ahead.
35 to 40, maybe.
I could say you could have a lot.
Over 40.
Over 40.
There's Melanie Harville. You might be a, whoa, Kelly Piper.
Over 100.
It's not hard to get over 100. You're adding your ruler
Now, Kelly,
templates in there too.
Kelly, did you hit an extra zero? Should that have been 10? You're like, 100?
Yeah, she loves her rulers.
No, I'm
She's
just kidding.
creative.
I'm just kidding, Kelly. 100.
Come on.
Oh, here's a couple others, 20-ish, Deanne A saying 20-ish in here. Here's Susan. Susan, I'm on yours. I actually have 0 to myself since Grace Company has a bunch that I use. But more, I actually do have, I think I have 3 actually at my home that we use. So thank you very much for your comment. Here's a 5, Kathy. 5 would
love
like
more.
I'm guessing. Yeah, love more, like more. They're going to be out there. Here's Tina Uka. 20. She has 20. Here's 12 from Michelle. Congratulations, Michelle, on 20. I'm on 12, and keep on collecting them. Terry, if you need some more, Terry had 16. Here's a 13 from Eileen Berg. That's quite a
13. Nathan, the other day, Brenda has 20 right there. Brenda has 20. But the other day, we saw a comment that they're like shoes. Right, for quilters. Rulers are like shoes,
As long as
it's
you
like
have
so
more
many.
shoes than rulers. So,
Yeah.
Kelly, go for it, girl.
That is probably true. That's I love hearing that, by the way. That's a fun thing. And hey, again, you might have those. Back to LJ, people can always start off with something simple. Again, and our goal is to make things easier. Our goal is to make them a little bit more safe. Our goal is to help you with accuracy in that cutting experience. And Janessa mentions, I love her story. I just didn't like cutting. Yes, we've heard. And then Mark, I know a couple of our products, our ergonomic ones, actually solve major challenges for those who have like arthritis or major strength problems. So we'll get back into that, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit, but there's a lot going on. So welcome back. I'm going to bring up our screen to kind of look at just touching base again with everything that we have going on for those that are joining us. And we're going to talk a little bit about the next 40 minutes that we have while you're with us. Again, prefacing and leading up to the big giveaway. Today, we're giving away our grand prize. So if you're joining us again, thanks for joining us as we stream on our final day, right? This is a big day. So I wanted to say thanks to everybody who's, I would say it's bittersweet because there's a lot of effort. So that there's a lot of time, right? And it's good to think, oh, we're really kind of done. But then again, boy, I'm telling you, Carla, your team's learned a whole bunch. Mark, I know your team has. I know there's been all those who have helped participate, and it's been really fun to see the efforts and the initiatives of everybody to bring this together. So I just really think it's pretty fun. And again, really, this is the giveaway, but we also have one of the most enjoyable parts coming up a little bit later, where we're going to give away the awards for quilts. We have separated that out, and we're doing that here just a little bit later. But I'll tell you, that was a pretty fun thing to see how many people are participating and uploading your quilts and wanting to join us for part of this event. So thank you. Really quick, as we look at getting into this giveaway, thank you, everybody. So I just see our numbers continue to increase because it's the giveaway hour. So I'm wanting to make sure people can join us as we're doing the giveaways. But as you're coming, if you're coming here for the first time, and as you've participated with comments, I just want to kind of come back to what LJ brought out this morning. Make sure to be aware, Grace Company, it does come across, and we do have a note from Grace with our comments when they come through the section. So if you do have questions, please post them in there. We do have a few of our account executives helping respond to the questions that are coming up. So know that that's something we would like to have. On our main website here, I'm going to kind of bring up our main website. On the main page, so this is the main page. When you get there, if you click into the registration, you end up landing here on the landing page. At the very bottom of this page, I just want you to quickly see, and just again, we would love to reach out and get your information. So this is a chance for you to contact us. You can put your email address and then type a message, and that's whether you think things are going well, if you think there are things that we need to do, things that need to be fixed. We've had some comments come through, and just so you know, we are paying attention. We are trying to respond. We had somebody talk about potentially the grade of the video of what might have been going on their screen. So we're trying to respond to all those types of things. But this is where you can quickly come back and reach out to us, send us a message, let us know what your thoughts are. And also, we would really love your participation. We are going to be sending a survey out, and it really helps. A lot of what we have today comes because of what you have provided us with feedback. And Carla, this is true with all of our engineering, right? Everything that we do, everything that you come up with, it's really, and maybe you can just share briefly a little bit about our desire to hear from our quilters a little bit.
You're the ones that inspire us to create innovative products. Your ideas, your thoughts, your talents, your gifts, your energy are really important to us. You're the reason that we keep going and keep going the way that we do. It's so much fun to hear from you and for our family to grow with you and understand. There's so many people behind the scenes, and maybe one of these days we've actually grown a lot this year. And so it would be fun one of these Tuesdays with Grace, or during our other activities that we're going to have coming up, to show you all the amazing people behind the scenes and share with you their gifts and their talents, because it's truly a lot of fun to work with such creative, great people. And the Grace Company wouldn't be where we are today without you, but also without everybody that works here and everybody behind the scenes, from our shipping department to our graphics design department, to our engineers, to our education, and to our accounting, and so much more. I mean, the list goes on, to our tax. Oh, wow. There's so many great, wonderful people, and we're very excited.
Thank you very much, Carla. I wanted to say I completely want to say that what Carla said is exactly part of what that is. I also know that there's a few behind the scenes we have outside of Grace Company. It's not just our team. We have a wonderful marketing team and a development team. We wouldn't actually have a chance to provide a platform like this that makes it easier for you to come and connect with us on. So thank you to everybody behind the scenes. Again, most importantly, thank you, quilters and sewers. We know that we have people joining us here from the States, and because this is digital, we're believing, and we think that there's several people potentially outside of the United States. Grace Company is a global business. We do have distributors in many countries. We're continuously looking at expanding. So if we're not somewhere where you want us to be, let us know. We can work on making that effort to make sure we can bring not only the content like you see, but the products that will help you finish more of your quilts. We like to say, one tagline I heard here recently from Michael is, let more loved ones love your quilts.
That's good.
We want to help you finish your quilts so others can love them too. So, because we know how nice it is when somebody receives, I've received a couple as gifts, and it's wonderful to have those. So we had a chance to talk with a couple of our account executives who also received some gift quilts from a couple of dealers and others out there. So it's been wonderful. So thanks for being with us. Well, let's do this. Let's do a quick giveaway. Let's do a couple lives. Then I want to come back to the website to look at a few last things as people know what's going on. I have an announcement as well about some new content that we also have, and I'll do that here in the middle. We'll get a look at doing some more of our giveaways. But LJ, Mark, Carla, I understand we did a little bit of a different giveaway last time, and I thought it was really fun to be able to select and hear from our audience. Why don't you kind of go ahead and share with us what you did, and let's participate that way in a new giveaway today.
Yeah, so what we did earlier is, well, sometimes throughout this festival, we've actually asked you a question and we had, a specific answer we were looking for. And today we kind of thought, you know what, let's change it up a little bit. And so earlier, if you were joined with us, we actually did it where we just wanted to hear from you. Tell us where you were from, anything that you had loved from the Fall Festival. And so I think let's maybe do that again. Maybe share whether it's, a fun tip you have, or if it's, hey, I'm from Washington or something, or maybe one segment that you particularly enjoyed about the Fall Festival. We just really want to hear from you guys and hear what you've loved, what you love about quilting. So again, we just want to hear from you and see what you got to say.
That's right. We did it that way because all the questions we were asking, you guys were like, we tried to stump you with questions. We're like, you know what? We can't. So let's just do comments because you guys are so smart.
Here's a good simple one. Let's just pull this one right out of the gate from YouTube if you guys are okay with this. This is awesome. Just thank you to Grace Company. Sorry, Isola. That's a thank you. We appreciate that. So So what I want to do is I was going to bring up trunk shows, but that's not even actually in here. So I'm not seeing trunk shows. So I love that. Change is good. Let's go ahead and see what we have here. We got somebody from Tennessee.
Lizzie Allen, so that was good.
Oh, let's see if, there we go. Let's go ahead and bring this one. This is one of the big Kathy Chote, I would say. Yeah. That was a great one. Does anybody know where they can see replays of this? Anybody, if you wanted to re-see this?
I do. Yes. So we do have it right now. It is on our Fall Festival platform. So if you do want to go back through, you can watch it there. Or if you'd like, we do also have it up on our YouTube channel. So it's just The Grace Company. That's our YouTube channel. So I definitely recommend go check it out. If there is a specific segment you want, you can go through, fast forward to that segment or whatever. Or if you want, you can rewatch a whole day, but you can find it on our YouTube channel.
Yep. Segments only on the Grace platform. If you wanted to live stream and filter through the 6 hours, then you can go to YouTube. Again, we would encourage you to come to the Grace Frame to see that. And there's patterns. So like, let's quickly do the drop here, the Plinko drop for Kathy, and give her a prize. Kathy, as you're doing this, when we drop this out there, just for those that are watching, we're going to ask you to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com to redeem your rewards on this. But go ahead, let's drop the Plinko down.
We're going to go right in the middle above the solid 4-pack thread.
All right, the 4 packs of threads. Should we double this? Let's double this. Last day.
Let's give them 4 variegated. 8.
Let's do 8. We'll do, that's our most common pack. By the way, we have a 4-pack of solids and a 4-pack of variegateds. And then our other most popular is a combo of those 2. We're going to give you those 2. So reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com and we'll go ahead and reward you with 8 of the finesse threads. There are 1,500 yards per spool, and you're going to end up with 8 colors. Again, it's wonderful to have. Again, they're our most popular colors of the threads that we currently make there. So those that are joining us now, if you're joining us, take down this email. We're going to do some more giveaways here over the next few minutes, along with announce our key winners for this event, for our fantastic Fall Festival. But we're going to have you email Melinda, Melinda @graceframe.com. Again, Melinda@graceframe.com. But let's go ahead and pull another comment here. That was Lizzie Allen from the Facebook platform. From YouTube, this is an interesting. I like this one as well. So Susan Hill Smith, we're going to say congratulations to Susan Hill Smith. Go ahead, Mark, if you'll read that one for us.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Susan loved seeing the different demos of how your machines work. So yeah, thank you, Susan.
Mark, I will tell you that one of the most ones that was commented on is the one you did with Jana. And you talked about frames, and then there's the machines as well. And I think that people love the fact that we're not trying to define the one that's best for them, that we're defining these are the things that they can do, including frames, and giving them an idea of what they can then choose will work best for them. So
well, wonderful.
Let's drop
All
a
right, Susan,
Plinko
thank you.
for Susan.
Yeah, let's drop it. We'll go over to the far right or left, wherever you're watching. Oh. True sharp.
Whoop whoop, true sharp.
Yeah.
That's a congratulations. That's an $80 value. And right now what we're doing is if somebody buys an electric sharpener, so that's our electric sharpener. If you're buying that, if you're interested, we're doing a discount, and then we're throwing in an additional freebie. We actually are including 2 rulers. So she's going to be getting, I think it's our 26.5, our 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and our 3 by 18 ruler, I believe, are the 2 free rulers we're tossing in with the electric rotary blade sharpener.
Wow.
So we'll grant her that as her takeaway from that part as well. And then I'm going to go to the Grace platform here, and we're looking at all the comments, and we're going to pull one. Here we go. We have people talking about the super prizes. Yes, that's awesome. Welcome. We got people joining us from California. A lot of people with that. So let's go back to the learning. So here we go. Sorry, we're taking some time here trying to find
There's
those.
one on the couching foot that Janessa did with the pumpkin. So
okay, good.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and use that one then. But let me find, well, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to find that. So that's a great, great point, because we have so many people commenting. Yeah, there's so many people commenting on this. So
oh, okay.
You're doing the Grace platform right now.
Grace platform is what we are doing. So give me a minute here as we look through so many things. I'm going to bring this one up, and it's not a real specific one, but it was from C. Chandler. So that's C.Chandler, C. Chandler. She brings up that she loved the components on automation. So she was really enjoying what she was seeing on what automation could do for her. So C. Chandler, we're going to ask you to reach out to Melinda. Let's go ahead and drop a Plinko chip for C. Chandler.
All right, let's do it. All right, let's go to the far side now. And another pack, solid, which means
8-pack.
8-pack, yes.
8-pack. That's a good one. So that's the 8-pack of threads that we're going to be giving away. So that is, I really keep on thinking, Mark, do you have an estimated idea of what the value, what's the normal retail on our solid threads for the 1,500 yards?
It's over $65 worth of
Oh,
thread.
that pack is? Nice.
Yep.
So good job, man. Congratulations on that win. Again, finesse thread, we don't have a lot on it, but we're going to recommend go to the website. It's pretty darn awesome. It's what we call a soft polyester, which looks and feels like cotton, low lint, color fast, 1,500 yard spool. So you don't have to have an excessive amount of color threads. And we have some very, very beautiful colors. Quilters love it. And then Carla, I think you mentioned for potentially hand quilting, people use it for other processes as well, right?
I use it for piecing all the time.
Piecing.
I love it.
So there you go. So there we go with some winners. Let's look at this. Let's go and bring up, I'm going to be bringing up from our stream here, the one other item. I want to talk about the giveaways, but let's just do this. Let's go to our giveaways here so that you can see what we've been doing and what we've been giving away, and our appreciation. So this is what we gave away on the very first day last week on Thursday. So we gave away a 15R, we gave away a Cutie light bars, and we've also given away Q-Zone frames. We did give away several others. We also give away a refer a friend piece that we did on that day. In those other following days, we've given away other Cutie frames, light bars, and then this week on Wednesday, we also gave away another 15R system combo with another frame set and some light bars. Yesterday, Cuties and light bars, and today, what we're looking at giving away is one of our biggest days, is we're going to be giving away a Cutie frame, a light bar. We're also going to be giving away a different one. We have our community quilt giveaway. So if you by chance participated, I'm going to bring this up. This was fun. If you came in and you participated in this community quilt, this literally is anyone who wanted to submit just a block. This randomizes those blocks as they come up. So this is fun if you haven't been here, but anybody who participated, their name went into a separate drawing if you uploaded a block for this uniquely as well. So we're going to be doing that giveaway. So let's go ahead, and I would like to give one of our first ones away today. Let's start off and let's give away a Cutie frame to begin with and choose our winner on this.
We do.
And then I want to do a light bar. Then I want to come back, look at a couple things ourselves and our promotions, and then we'll talk about the big premium giveaway. And right before that, we'll do our community quilt giveaway. So that's where we're at. So again, if you're streaming with us, thank you for joining us. We have a lot of people. Mark, Carla, LJ, you can't really see, but since we've started this giveaway, I think we've added about 20% more viewers who are here with us. So the reach out is
well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. With everybody who's joining us, understand and know, I want to quickly let you know that we're going to leave this platform open so that you can come back and see some of those videos for the next 2 weeks. But if you're thinking that you want to get the free downloads, so if you're thinking, hey, Carla I love your advent calendar, Carla. She did one that's a great holiday project for you to do. You can come and download that. It is done if you go to graceframe.com. So again, if we land on GraceFrame's main webpage and you click on this register, it brings you into the Grace platform here. And then this is where you can access by looking at the workshops. You can then go into those workshops and download those patterns. Courtney has a pattern for her jacket. There's been, Carla, you've done your star, what was your star quilt called again?
Falling Stars and Pinwheels.
Falling Stars and Pinwheels, and Janessa's done a pumpkin one. I think there might be a couple other things that Amanda put together, but we have those actual projects that are available for you to download for free, and get them while they're available. This platform will close. Our fall festival as an event will close, and you won't have access to those after that point. So again, know that we're going to leave that open until the end of October, but don't wait, because they're free downloads and they're free PDFs. Go to graceframe.com, click. If you haven't registered, register. Get your downloads now while you can. You can watch the videos again. We will be publishing some of these here over the next few weeks again. And then we have some really exciting things that we'll be doing the first part of next year with education for you as well. But I wanted to let you know, if you're here, that you can go ahead and get all of those freebies that we've included with this as well. So that's kind of where you're going to go to find this. So with that, let's go ahead and look at our giveaway. Let's go ahead and give that cutie away. But before we do, Mark, Carla, what impact do you feel that the Cutie is going to make in the quilting industry? Just share that with me. That's a pretty broad question. It's
already has made a huge impact. Because we sold out of our first group, and we were on back order, as many of you know, for a long time. It resonates with a lot of people who want to start quilting, and they don't have the space or the room, and it's just such a versatile frame and a tool to use to help you finish your quilts. So it really has made an impact.
Yeah, exactly what Carla said.
Took the words right out of his mouth. I was
just
miming them. So yeah.
No. Exactly. So I mean, everything that you had said, Carla, and more, because there's so many quilters that want to be able to do large quilts, do it themselves, finish quilt from start to finish, and this Cutie frame gives that opportunity to a lot of quilters who don't have the room, and they have to keep sending it off because they don't have that space for that king size quilt. And so they can finish their own quilts from start to finish. And the best part is just travel. So it is a game changer from those who travel. If you have a second home, wherever you want to go, if you go to Quilt Guild, if you end up doing any of that traveling with it, this frame is portable and easy to take with you.
Yeah, and then just really quick about the Cutie frame, because I love the Cutie frame. I actually think it's really a way for those that have always maybe wanted to do quilting, but maybe haven't had the money or space, to do it. It really kind of helps you get your foot in the door into the wonderful quilting world, which I think is huge. Because like I said, I know, I've done a little bit of quilting, but I don't really have the money to go buy, the top end. So really with this Cutie, it allows so many people to begin or start to do their quilting journey, which is amazing, because then you get to hear the wonderful stories about the quilts, your first one to where you are now. So really, it's a great way to kind of open that door into the quilting world.
That is the case. We have heard all sorts of people that maybe just in the past didn't think they were going to be able to quilt their own quilts and finish them. People can quilt by checkbooks. That's absolutely fine as well. But a lot of them, you guys you don't have a chance to finish them. You've tried it on your domestic machine, and handling that entire chunk of fabric has been difficult. Simple terms, the Cutie frame really is a fabric management tool. It's an accessory for your machine because it's not a permanent component that you then have to always dedicate to your machine. So it's been a very versatile new product. And so with that, let's go ahead and announce our winner on this Cutie frame. Here we go. There we go. Roger Larios. So congratulations, Roger.
Congrats.
So Roger is a winner of this frame, this Cutie frame. What we'll do is we're going to reach out to him and we'll nail down the shipping information. We'll get this sent out. So again, thank you for joining us, Roger. Thank you for putting your name in there and for your chance to win. And so I can't help talk about that enough. I will be honest with you. There's a lot of people that ask like, what might be some of the downsides? Like if you're going to use these hoop style quilts or you use your domestic, I tell you in general, there's not a downside to beginning, because if you've tried to do this at home with your current tools, this, no matter what, simplifies that process and removes the major struggles. Free motion quilting also, by moving a machine over the surface, is significantly easier than trying to learn how to do and push the fabric through the throat of the machine. And that's because not only is it upside down when you're pushing it with your hands, but then that fabric doesn't have a way to be managed. So everybody's trying to create tools to manage fabrics. Well, quilting frames and mid arms and long arms and those frames is kind of what we know to be the solution. So this Cutie frame is that solution for you, and it can be stowed. It doesn't have to be a permanent fixture in your home if you don't have space, and it expands. When you're ready, you can put bigger machines, you can add automation, etc. So it's a wonderful place to start. So therefore, the Cutie, it is on sale at $689. You can find it at local dealers and at graceframe.com. So let's go ahead and talk about our next giveaway, which I'd like to do, which is our 5-foot light bar that we're going to give away. And what I would like to do, let's give the 5-foot light bar away. I'm going to up the ante, and I want to give away 3 10-foot light bars to live viewers who are with us as well. So let's first give away the 5-foot light bar, which we haven't done. So this is the 5-foot. The 10-foot actually can be used at 5, at 8, or at 10 foot. You can also expand them to 12. So with this giveaway, who would like to share a little bit really quick about this light bar with us from our studio there?
Necessary. Speaking from experience, put the needle in and it wasn't right on and it kept breaking my thread. You need that light. And it was before I had my light bar set up. So you need that thread. I was totally embarrassing because I kept saying, there's something wrong with my machine. I know I'm not alone here. And they said, oh, it's just because you have the needle in slightly at an angle, Carla. Dang it. Here I am. I've been quilting for a long time, but the light bar is really important.
There you go. It is. True light color, right, Mark? It has what we call like a daylight type of a bulb, LED, so that means it's low heat, low wattage. It's on casters. It's adjustable up and down. So there's a lot of things you can use this over your cutting station, over your sewing station. Heck, your husband might want to borrow it in the garage, but that's not the case. So let's go ahead and select our winner for the 5-foot light bar, and our winner is
Kathy.
Kathy Perkins. Congratulations. Awesome. Kathy, again, we're going to be reaching out to you. Congratulations on winning that 5-foot light bar. Again, we're going to up the ante. So we really love those that are joining with us live streaming. I am now, and I just decided to do this. And so whoever's taking down our winners, please note this because we're going to up. I want to give away 3 of our 10-foot light bars. So you can use them at the 5-foot, but you can actually expand them larger. So this is great if you have a much larger sewing area. And if you ever get a larger frame, this obviously will cover up to the 10-foot frame. So you can always get 2-foot extensions. So what I'd like to do is reach back out to our audience to have them share a comment. Does anybody have a specific comment we think that we could have them share that we'd like to have them relate to? And by the way, these are $600 light bars. Just giving you a heads up with what they are. Any thoughts on what we'd like to hear from our audience here really quick? Because I see them all.
I can see the crickets just going.
Well, because it is fall, you know, and Halloween's coming up. So I don't know. Does anybody have any fun Halloween traditions? I know
Great.
I have one, or I have like some family members that make, you know, some homemade root beer, you know, with that dry ice. You get that fun effect. So let's hear about some fun, you know, Halloween or, you know, fall related traditions that anybody has.
That's good.
There you go. So throw in your fall tradition, throw it in there. We're going to go ahead and bring some of those up on screen. We're going to choose, again, 3 winners, 1 from each platform, the Facebook, the YouTube, and the Grace streaming platform. We're going to be announcing those people as winners again. So we'll go ahead and throw those in. We got a bunch coming up.
A lot of good ones.
A lot of great ones. Oh, here's one. I'm going to pull this as our winner from our YouTube channel, Crystal Smith. I want to say congratulations, stewing in a pumpkin.
Congrats.
I don't even know what that really looks like.
Stew in a pumpkin.
Yeah, but like, how, like, you just pour it in a pumpkin, then you eat stew out of a cold, or are you actually creating a cooking stew in a pumpkin? Like, are you putting it in a broiler?
I'd like to hear a little more about that. So
I'm thinking that
a little stumped.
I know how you can bake stuff, so maybe you'd make stew and you
Right.
put it in the pumpkin and you bake the whole thing. That way, when you eat the stew, you can eat part of the pumpkin.
That's
That's a
good.
fun idea. That's a fun idea. So, Crystal, we welcome, congratulations. You are the lucky winner of one of our 10-foot light bars. I'm going to quickly bring this back up. Those that are watching as we do these live ones, I'm going to need you to email Melinda, MELINDA at graceframe.com, Melinda at graceframe. So congratulations. Let's go back and choose another winner. We're going to do this one. Love this one, Alicia.
I like that one.
Woo, that's a fun one.
Cool.
That way your pool looks a little creepy. So that's a fun tradition with your pool on fire. Then make sure you can drop a red light into it. That would even be cooler. So
yeah.
but Lesia, home, you are the lucky winner of one of our 10-foot light bars. Again, I'm going to ask, write it down, Melinda, MELINDA at graceframe.com. If you're just joining us, make sure to write that down, because we are looking at these live giveaways to have you reach out to us. We do know, and we do have your name down, so we're anticipating it, but you'll need to contact Melinda. So again, I'm going to say Lesia. Let me go ahead and bring up Melinda's contact one more time. Write it down, because we're going to still do some more giveaways, but we're going to go ahead and make sure you email Melinda at graceframe. And let's go ahead.
There's some great ones coming up there.
Go ahead and talk about them. I'm going to pull one from the Grace. So I'm pulling one from Grace. Why don't you share some of the other ones that you see coming up?
Pumpkin cocktail. I thought that was pretty
That's fun. Or there's a jack-o'-lantern stuffed peppers. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, here is a different one. This is from the Grace platform. This is Belinda, and I'm going to say Kinman, Kinmon, Belinda Kinman. Hers says eyeballs in ginger ale is hers.
I like that.
So that's kind of creepy. I have an awesome scary eyeball. People know I love it. It's kind of creepy. It sits around my desk every now and then. I say I have my eye on you. So just so you know, works perfect for Halloween. But that would be, again, Belinda is part of that. Congratulations. Make sure to reach out again to Melinda at graceframe.com. That one, again, was from the Grace platform. So there's our 3 winners from that one. Awesome. That was fun. Each one of you won the 10-foot light bar. Again, that's a $599 value, a $600 value. It's part of the giveaway. Let's do this. Let's go in, and I want to let you see the winner. Well, we're going to choose the winner of our community quilt. So I have this prepped, and we have a little quick 5-minute segment, and then we're going to announce the winner of our community quilt. So here, we're going to bring this up, and thank you for participating in this community quilt. Stay with us, because we're going to also give away a couple more live items, and then we're going to give away our big prize here before we get into our last section. So here is our community quilt. We put a little section together we thought you would love to see. So congratulations, Angela is the winner of our Cutie frame. So that's kind of fun. Really quick. So Angela, we're going to be reaching out to you. That's Angela W. King. Congratulations. You are the winner of our Cutie tabletop frame. So we are giving away that one, and that is the winner of that. So thank you very much. With that, that was a fun thing. That was new for us. And then I'm also wanting to say, thanks behind the scenes. We had one of our videographers really quickly put that together because we thought it would be fun to see the stream of those before we did the giveaway. So there was a lot of quick last minute effort on behalf of selecting that winner, but congratulations, Angela, with that one. So again, we're going to reach out to you. Wonderful award. You got that Cutie tabletop quilting frame. Those that ever get a Cutie and decide you want it to be permanent, you can get legs. So there is a leg accessory that converts it into a system with legs as well. All right, so Carla, Mark, LJ, the last item that we're going to be talking about, which is one of our key giveaways, is our Unique 21 Pro. Let's just briefly talk about this machine. I'll bring it up on my screen really quick so we can let everybody know what this grand prize is and what it entails. But Carla, why don't you just share quickly your thoughts and your opinion about our Unique 21 machine and why this is kind of the dream machine to be winning.
Well, it's my favorite machine to free motion quilt with. I mean, I started out with a domestic machine. I've gone through the same motions that you quilters have, and I've upgraded a little at a time. Even though I've maybe had the tools accessible, I have had to learn and hone my skills, and it's been awesome. And the 21 Pro is now my free motion quilting machine. I love it with the automation as well. So don't get me wrong. It's very smooth. And I love the extra length. So if you're at that step in your quilting and you're ready for that longer arm machine, boy, you're going to love it. And you're going to love how it works with the automation. You're going to love how it free motion quilts and just the simplicity it gives you and the larger touchscreen. I love touchscreens. I love to be able to set my modes of quilting because I don't like just one mode. I like them all, and it's just really nice. And the handles are adjustable, so you don't have to hunch down, so you can raise them lower and make them a little micro so you can get in and do your stitching. Wait, I'll shut up. Okay, because I could just go on because I love quilting, and if all of you don't know it, you do by now. So it's a lot of fun. It's a great machine.
Our premium machine. It is the one that when people, even if you get into Carla, right, with our other products, once you start to find that conveniences, there are conveniences with the different throat machines and different speeds and the way you can interact with them. This is where a lot of people ultimately want to go. LJ, why don't you talk a little bit about the Continuum frame that this machine's coming with? So we have the Continuum 2 frame that is going to be going with this one as well. I'll go ahead and bring that up on screen. But why don't you just share your thoughts about our Professional Series frame that is part of this winning product package?
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's actually this is our version 2 of the Continuum frame, so it is newer. We actually just kind of recently released it, so it's fun. There's a couple additional changes or features that we've added to this version 2 of our Continuum, and one of them that I think is actually kind of a neat one is that the ratchet housing is actually all enclosed. So before you actually had to flip a cog, a little cogwheel type of a thing to help it ratchet, but now it's actually just a simple little knob that you can turn that allows it to ratchet. So I really like that. It seems kind of like a simple thing, and it is, but really it makes quite a big difference. Kind of helps clean up the look of the frame as well. So that's a really nice feature to have on that. And there's a couple other things, on how to adjust the height of it. Like the height of the rails. So that's nice. We've made that also a little bit easier for you to do. So that's another great feature about it. And another amazing thing is it actually comes in 3 different sizes. So you can do a 8-foot, 10-foot, or a 12-foot. And let's say you get an 8-foot now and you're like, you know what? Dang it, I want a 10-foot. You can definitely get a 2-foot extension. You could even get 2 2-foot extensions and make it a full 12-foot frame. So it's really an amazing product, and you can see there's amazing features about that frame.
Wonderful. And then the other part of this package, there's 2 things, but most importantly, Mark, we're including our professional quilting system. So our Quilter's Creative Touch in its version 5, it's our current version of that software. It's the premium version of what this is. Why don't you talk about the value of what this can mean to our potential winner as well?
Yeah, it's going to be huge. It's going to take your quilting to the next level. First and foremost, I want to get out there. You don't have, whoever wins this, you don't have to be computer savvy. You're getting a very user-friendly, easy to use automation. You're going to have everything from creating your own patterns, recording your own patterns. You're going to have a platform that allows you to get gold in the future if you wanted it. You're able to manipulate your patterns in so many different ways, and it's just an easy, by push of a couple buttons, and you can make and create a custom, easy to use pattern and make it your own by doing twists and flipping. But Quilt Motion is, this 5 is our pro software. And again, you are going to love the ability to design your patterns. You can import patterns in, so you can grow your pattern library that way. You can easily design your patterns. And I'm talking about how easy it is to design. So easy, you can, again, record. And that's an awesome feature. If you have some ruler work you have, or some laser and you want to, or you're really good at your free motion quilting, you can hit the record button and record what you're doing. So there's just so many awesome features that this automation brings, but it's going to really take your quilting to the next level. Free motion is awesome, but now you're able to program your picture or your image, quilt it with ease. And I even told people, look, if you're quilting with automation, you can probably do some cutting, right? If you're piecing a quilt, get some cutting and get that one, get some piecing while you're quilting. So it's just, Nathan, so awesome. I just love the interface of our automation. It's just so simple.
And I know, Carla, you've put together a couple of things where we've done some in-house classes. We're working on additional education for people out there. Automation, a lot of times I hear there's 2 sides of the story. One is I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to learn it, is one side. The other side is I don't know if I can quilt without it. So you have 2 people who come into this. If you're not quite sure, the software has been created as a simple process. Selecting a pattern, it makes it easy for you to identify where you want to place it. Literally, you can hit quilt. What we call our not just our panto stacker, but we have an ability for you to select your entire quilt, and it has the smarts that once you go to the center of your quilt on the top and you hit sew, it'll sew everything that can fit within the throat of the machine. And when it's done, it actually moves and marks your quilt for you. The machine, when it's done marking it, also then moves and shows you how far to roll your quilt, and then you can begin sewing again, or quilting. And so again, we really try to create simplicity along with the advanced features that when they, Carla, you're an advanced user. When you get in there, you start wanting to do all sorts of things and stretch the system. So know that the system will grow with you, meaning that all those functions are there. And when you're prepared to use them, you can then access them. So this is the package. We're also including a light bar of choice. Now your frame, you can choose an 8, 10, or 12-foot frame is what we're doing for the winner on this prize. We're including the automation system. We're including the light bar that matches that frame, and we're including the 21 Pro system. So that is the big kahuna on what we're giving away. I'm going to do this giveaway, but stay with me because we have a few other things following this giveaway. We're going to be talking a little bit more about the Cutie, but we also have our giveaways for the quilts and the winners for the quilts. And then we're also running several different specials, and I really encourage you to look at what those specials are. Their best time of the year specials, and that's an honest truth. Mark, you brought up automation. If you're not thinking now's the time, then that's okay. I would wait. It's at the best price it will be all year. So now's a great time to think about it if you've considered buying any part of it. But with this, let's go ahead and bring up the thumbnail. Let's go ahead and select our winner that we have for our grand prize. And right now we have a lot of people streaming from all over the place.
We got to do we got to get ready for our drum roll, because
what we'll do is I'll come back. We have one more winner that we're going to do for a TrueCut product, but we'll do that after, in between the break between the Cutie and our quilt giveaway. So we're ready to give this away. This is the big kahuna. I think it's just shy of $19,000 as a premium package that we're giving away. And so the question I have is who is the winner? Who is the winner?
All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, put it back up.
Oh, there you go. Patricia E. Brown. Congratulations, Patricia. She is the lucky winner. Really quick, how Patricia won this. Her name was entered because she just came and registered on the Grace Frame platform. So a lot of these ones that we're doing that are the day of that we're drawing, we are drawing those out of the people who've been able to participate on the Grace platform. So thank you for those who have joined and participated. I'm signed up for text messages. I get a couple reminders on some classes when I'm interested on those, and I'm also getting reminders when the day starts. And so there's some fun ways to do that. But Patricia, congratulations. We're going to reach out to you for you to select what combo on the size frame is going to work best for you. We'll match that with the light bar. We'll get you an automation. We'll get you 21 Pro. Our premium system is what was won. That's the whole deal for this event, right? This is the biggest prize. And that is an awesome deal. So congratulations, Patricia. Again, stay with us. We're not done. We have the entire quilting segment that we're going to announce the winners for all of the quilts, and we're going to bring those up on screen and recognize those. We also have our judges picks, and then we have our overall winner as well. So that'll be coming back with us.
Nathan, just really quick, I just want to do maybe another quick shout out to all of our quilters and say thank you for commenting. It's super fun to see. I love to see how happy you are as well for Patricia for winning. Everybody know congrats. That's amazing. And I think that's super sweet. I know when you win something, it's super nice to have people, you know, congratulate you. So I want to just again say thank you for everybody for participating. You know, that was super sweet to see that, you know, my heart rate's going up. Someone said just before we announced it. So just thank you again for everybody for participating. I love seeing all the comments. So just thanks.
Happy anniversary, Mark.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you. Today's the anniversary, Mark. Is that a true statement?
It is a true statement. It's my anniversary.
Thanks for being with us, everybody. The next question wants to know is how many years, though? That's the question.
18 wonderful years.
Oh, good quick answer. Love that one, by the way. So, but wonderful. With that, we have our next quick video up. We're going to do a quick section with the Cutie here, and then we're going to come back. We'll do one last giveaway as a drawing that pertains and is particular for our TrueCut cutting system. And then we have a couple other things. My last quick thing, and I'm going to just delay this a minute. I have a couple bonuses for everybody who's watching with us. Next week, Friday, we're going to also take people who have submitted and are registered. So if you still haven't registered, I'm going to do a live next Friday. I have another small education section that we're going to do, and we're going to open it up for comments because we're going to be in Houston in 2 weeks. And from 2 weeks today, we want to stream live for 2 hours at the Houston Event Center. I also have a selected bit of additional gifts that we're going to be doing live from that event center for those who have signed up for this platform. So I want everybody to know, if that's the case, stick with us. Look, we're going to be coming back next Friday, and a week from that Friday, that is what we're going to be doing in Houston. And next week, we're looking to get what you would love to see while we're in Houston. And while live, we'll also give away another set of prizes next Friday and the last Friday of this month while in Houston as well. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get our video going. Here you go.
Yeah. Best wife ever. Yes.
There you go.
She is.
Thank you.
All right.
She puts up with Mark.
Yes, that's important.
All right. So stay with us. If you're just joining us, we still have more to do. We have other awards to be giving out. We're going to do this quick intermediate section here with our Cutie fame. So thank you very much.
Hello everybody and welcome. I'm Carla Jerome with the Grace Company, and I'm excited to introduce to you today our Cutie tabletop fabric frame. You can see right here how it's just a nice portable size that sits on top of your table. What it does is it allows you to take your domestic machine and turn it into a quilting system, eliminating all the stress and strain that you feel as a quilter by pushing your fabric through the throat of your machine, and you can glide the machine across your quilt. So let me show you how easy it is to turn this little accessory, your frame, into a quilting system. All I'm going to do is take out this pole here. This pole is what we call our take-up pole. And I'm going to take it off, and I'm just going to put it back behind here. And I'm going to take my home machine, which I love so much. Everybody loves their home quilting machines because they know and they understand all the little quirks. They know what's going on with them. So it's easy transition to turn it into a quilting machine. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take my machine and place it on this carriage. And no, I don't want you to do this by yourself. If you can't lift the machine, have somebody help you. But it was very easy for me just to pick it up and put it on. Now, it's on this top plate. Notice that we have two parts to this carriage. We have one part that moves side to side, And the top plate that the sewing machine sits, it moves front to back. That gives you your nice access for doing your quilting. So you can do those nice curves and turns on your designs. So it's really important to have both of them moving freely, and you can see just how smooth they are. Now that I've put my machine on the carriage, we have these nice nifty sewing machine clamps that will clamp your machine in place. And I'm just going to clamp them into place. So now my sewing machine is locked into place on my carriage. I can take my take-up pole and I put it through the throat of my machine. It's that easy, and I'm going to set it right here, and I'm just going to make a little adjustment right there. So it's sitting down there, and now it's sitting nice and flush, and I'm going to just put my clamp back into place. Now, when you receive your Cutie tabletop frame, it comes in one box, and the box isn't that heavy, and it comes with everything you need to set up and start quilting. So everything you see here, except for your machine, comes included with the frame. Now let's put the quilt on. So I'm just going to unclamp all my clamps right here and take them out and take the clamps off so that I can attach my quilt. Now, with a hoop style frame, and that's what the Cutie frame is, it's shaped like a hoop. You will sandwich all 3 layers of your quilt together to put it on. So that's a step that you'll do before. Very easy process to sandwich them all together to get it ready for quilting. And let me show you what it looks like when it's sandwiched together. Now, you can baste your quilt, or you don't have to, but you always make your backing and your batting wider and longer. And I've rolled it up, and I'm going to put it on width-wise rather than length so that I can show you how the hoop system works. Now, the first thing I want to point out to you is for your machine, you need to have your quilting foot on, which is usually a round foot, and your feed dogs down. You don't want those feed dogs grabbing your quilt as you're trying to move it across your fabric. So make sure that the feed dogs are down and the quilting foot is on, and that you have your foot, your lever, your presser foot up in the up position so that you can slide your quilt underneath the foot to put it on the frame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly put it underneath my foot and just pull it up, and then I'm going to clamp it into place. And when you're first starting to quilt, you want to position your quilt so that you can quilt to the edge. So I like to move my machine down to the side to see how far it is I'm going. And I want to position it about right there because the carriage will hit. So I'm going to position it right there so I can quilt to the edge. And then I'm going to put my clamps into place. And you've got 3 across the take-up pole. And you have 2 across the front as you're quilting. And this is the one. All right, and now for the front pole, I'm just going to take my clamps and I'm going to clamp them into place. And you notice that it has Cutie tabletop fabric frame right here. You'll know that this is the up position so you can read it correctly. And we're just going to clamp that on. And then I'm going to clamp on the other side. And then I'm going to roll my quilt so that I can easily quilt. And roll it up, and I'm going to put my elastic straps on. And you have your front elastic straps, and they're adjustable to adjust as you're quilting. So I'm going to lock that into place. See how I rolled this up? And I took my elastic clamp, and it clamps right onto this blue clamp for the front. And just going to do that all the way across. And you can see that I can adjust it so it'll hold my fabric nice and tight and in place. And if you don't want to miss clamping any of these into place at all. So you want to make sure that it's holding your quilt nice and stable and out of your way so that you can just enjoy quilting. All right, now I have the clamps that go through that are clamped onto my take-up pole, and I have same elastics, and I just want to reach back and clamp them. And notice that I have this little groove to clamp my take-up pole clamps on. Now these are even more important to clamp into place because they can catch on your carriage. So make sure you get all of them clamped on there. Okay, now you have these nifty little side clamps, and notice on the side clamps here how they have these little grooves. These little grooves here are for you to allow you to ratchet. And so this is now my ratcheting system. So now I can adjust and kind of turn them and get my tension nice and tight. And this is how easy it is to put your quilt on the Cutie tabletop fabric frame. And now we're ready to quilt. I have my chair here because I'm going to sit. Now you can sit or stand depending on your table height, but I've chosen to sit right here, and I have already adjusted my chair. So it's really nice to have an adjustable chair that you can position yourself so you're not hunched over. Now, notice that I have my foot pedal underneath. I just want to pull it forward so it makes it a little easier for me, but it's not so wide that I'm going to have to be moving my foot pedal from side to side. The carriage is so nice and smooth, and it just glides across your quilt. Just smooth. And also with these handles, these are handles that work from the front or the back of the frame, but you can adjust them as well. So you just turn this little knob, and you can turn them up like this, or you can turn them down like this. Now I'm ready to get my machine started. So we've made sure that our feed dogs are down, and we have our quilting foot on, and I have everything threaded. I have my bobbin in. So now I want to just bring my bobbin thread up to the top because I don't want any dangling threads to sew over. So I'm just going to push my needle down button or your hand wheel to bring it up, and then I'm going to push it one more time. Now the needle is inserted down. Now I'm going to push it one more time to bring it up, and if I just move it away, it's going to pull that bottom thread up, and I'll have it up so I can see it, so I'm not going to sew down underneath my quilt. Now I'm going to just start out slow as I'm starting to quilt. Not going to start out really fast and press down on the foot pedal. I'm going to start out slow, and I'm just going to push down, and notice that my machine's just going to start sewing. And it's as easy as this. Oh, it's so much fun. You will enjoy it. And then as you develop more confidence, you can turn it up a little faster. But try to keep your movements nice and even. And just have fun. And see how much easier that is to make your machine glide over your fabric and do your nice designs than it is to push your fabric through the machine. Okay, so now let's move our fabric, and let me show you how easy it is. And so now what I'm going to do is press on my needle up again because my needle is in the down position. I don't want to rip my fabric. I'm going to press it up. Now I'm going to pull my machine away and make a tail underneath and on the top. I'm going to pull it back. I'm going to hold on to this thread here. I'm going to pull it back to where I stopped quilting. And I'm going to put the needle down again. And then I'm going to pull it back up. And now I'm going to pull it away and see how it pulls up that bottom thread. It's as easy as that. And I have my scissors right here, and I'm just going to cut my threads. And now I'm ready to shift my quilt and continue quilting. So let me show you how easy it is to shift your quilt. So I'm just going to unclamp it really fast. And while I'm unclamping, as you're quilting on a hoop frame, you will quilt from side to side and then start moving down as you're quilting. So you'll shift your fabric so that you can continue on quilting the row. Now, if I needed to change my bobbin, all I do is unclamp one clamp on either side, which area I have free, and just pull it out from under and then just quickly change my bobbin. I wouldn't even unclamp these. And pull that up. And now let's just pull it down quickly, and so that you can see how easy it is to adjust your fabric. I want to put my clamps back on, and I can continue quilting. So it's not hard to take the clamps on and off. It does take a little bit more time than on a rolling frame, but I don't think it takes up that much more time. So if you don't have room in your house and to dedicate to a whole big, long quilting frame, this is a great way to get started, and it's at a great price point. And when you're not quilting, it's easy to store and put away. Okay, so that didn't take us very long at all, and I'm ready to continue on with my quilting, and I can pick up where I left off. Now, if you wanted to, you could leave your needle in the down position and stay there, but gently pull your fabric, because you don't want the needle to rip it at all, but you wouldn't. So put it in the down position, and I want to bring my thread up, and I just want to pull it up, and see how I was able to just move it right there, and I can start where I left off, and I continue quilting. And notice that the faster the machine goes, I want to move it a little faster to keep my stitches nice. We don't have stitch regulation on the machine, so I am in charge of getting my stitches to be adjusted. So I just want to maintain my speed and my movements, and it will help keep your stitches nice and consistent. Anyway, it's so much fun, I could go on all day. But I won't, because I have more to show you. Now let me show you how easy it is to transition from your beloved domestic machine to a dedicated quilting machine. All you're doing is taking the top plate, which we set our domestic machine on, and you are replacing it with a dedicated quilting machine. This is our Cutie 19 machine, and it easily fits on the bottom carriage. So now you also have the side-to-side movement and the front to back. But notice how it hits in to this front pole. Well, we can eliminate that by just releasing these little levers right here on this frame, and this front pole extends out. So I can make my quilting area that much longer. And notice as I'm pulling this out, how wide the quilting area gets. And so it's easy for you to notice that I have both of them on the one, and I'm just going to clamp this back into place. So you're setting it so it's nice and straight and even. And now we can put our quilt on, and let me show you how easy it is to use a dedicated long arm machine and quilt. So as I'm doing this, again, it's not hard to do. I've sandwiched my quilt together and it's all ready to go to put on the frame. And with the longer arm machines, you're not using your foot pedal, you're using the buttons on the machine to turn it on and off and adjust your stitch length. This has built-in stitch regulation where I didn't have on my domestic machine. So a couple of nice features. Now, built-in stitch regulation to help keep your stitches nice and consistent as you're quilting. And I'll show you a little bit about that. So let me grab my quilt right down here. And again, this time I'm going to put the quilt on just like this, rather than length. And I'm going to put it underneath the foot of my machine and put it across my take-up pole that goes through the throat of my machine. And then I'm just going to quickly clamp it into place. I'm going to start right here, put that clamp on, and then I have my other two right here and right here. Another thing with the longer arm quilting machines is when it's time to replace your bobbin's just right down under here, so it's easy to replace. So there are a few perks that are well worth the upgrade when you're ready. But you don't have to change out your machine. Now I can roll up my excess quilts. If you wanted to leave it hanging, you could, because your handles are up here rather than down here. All right. And my adjustable straps. So now we're ready to start quilting. And I'm just going to pull up my bottom thread. Notice how I just used a touch of a button. You're just using the button handles to run the machine. And I'm just going to turn it on and show you. So notice how easy it is just to transition to a longer arm machine. And notice that it has that wonderful stitch regulation. I don't have to worry about my stitch length. It will help make those adjustments for me. You heard it rev in and rev out. That's part of the stitch regulation. But I did it all on my Cutie tabletop fabric frame, which is a great, easy way to turn your domestic machine into a quilting system. Hey, thank you for joining me today.
Nathan, actually, if you could just, we just can't hear you. Yeah,
there we go.
Yourself there.
So thanks for saying, here's a comment, Carla, from what that was. This is from Sam bringing that up, obviously from Grace Company. Here's a quick thought, just wow. Great intro to the machine from what that is. We love seeing that. I do think, Carla, I was thinking as I've seen this, we've talked about to so many people about the Cutie frame, and I just thought that was a really, really great, simple approach that really lets people understand what that might do and how it might actually work for them. I'm going to put this on there just so everybody knows, as part of this event and what we have that's going on. The Cutie frame is on sale for $689. That is the sales price of that Cutie frame. So if you've thought about it and you're not quite sure, now is the time to go ahead and get one of those frames. Carla, you mentioned it comes all in one box, right?
Yes.
Pretty easy for somebody to get it.
And yeah, you can't go wrong. It's really easy to set up and assemble. You know, it just makes it, all the tools are right there.
I know when I've talked to other quilters, the first thing that comes up usually when you think quilting systems is big and expensive. Even when we've talked to dealers, you know, usually it's multiple boxes. Those boxes are fairly large. Our biggest system, our biggest frame comes in 3 to 4 boxes, depending on how that system is brought. And those boxes are, you know, 60 to 70 pounds. It's a pretty big ordeal, and setting them up takes, you know, could be hours. This Cutie frame comes in one simple box, can be moved inside, and then you can work on it and just build it on the table you're going to quilt on it with. So I think it really makes it very, very easy to have. So that's kind of part of what it's. Jan, do you have any thoughts on that? I know you get a lot of calls in regarding this Cutie frame specifically. You have any experiences with what customers have had as they've called in, or what they've said or shared?
Yeah, one thing that we've been talking a lot with people is that even though they have a system already in their home, they've really been enjoying taking it with them camping or on their, like we mentioned yesterday, with their RV. And then we've even had people talk about they've got quilt events that they go to with their quilt guild, that they can take it and then they can quilt at the guild. So even though you have a system already at home, that this helps travel with your whole system as well.
You're absolutely right. Here's somebody, can't wait to get a mine. Thanks for buying it, Jonelle Hinton. She apparently purchased one and it's on its way. So there you go. A reach out that I'd like to share as well is you can reach out to our dealers. Our dealers carry this. You can find this at several other places online as well. So do a quick search, find that. There's a lot of great dealers that we have from Grace Company that are supporting this event, this promotion, and these sales. So we encourage you to reach out to pick some of those up. Are we laughing at a couple of their comments?
Yeah, so Jerry says she assembled hers without her husband.
There you go. Thank you, Jerry, for that one. That's a good one. Again, I just love that. Fun stuff. This is another phone, which I agree, the cute demo is wonderful. So thanks from Deanne on commenting on that one, which is also fun. So there's a lot of things going like that. This is another one, which is a true statement. We talk about this, we hear about this. Pushing a large quilt, it's pretty exhausting, right? I do it, but I'd rather have one of these, and that's such a true statement. Again, it's fabric management. That's really the simple tool. We like to talk that this is an accessory for your machine instead of thinking like you're having to get into this huge new quilting system. You don't. Just get started and add a tool that makes it easier to quilt. So here's another one, the package that's amazing as part of what that is. So again, just great bunch of things with that. I like, Carly, you talked about a lot easier, right, than quilting through the machine. So just a lot of these comments. Thank you, Deanna or Dina, I think is what that was. Let's go ahead and do a giveaway. We do have a prize that we've already selected a winner again from our pre-registrants before we get into part of our quilt show. And this is on the TrueCut system. So I do want to do a shout out. Mark was talking about right now, we just noticed, and we thanks for all the people who are streaming live with us and participating. It looks like several of you understood the value of the TrueCut cutting system. We've seen a couple orders come through from that. So we just tell you, thank you for your initiatives on that. You won't regret it. I personally designed our ergonomic cutter, and that's something to also be thinking about as you move forward. What is the quilting or the cutting system? But that was really fun to see that as well. But let's go ahead and give one away. We have a winner, and the combo that we have that we'd like to talk about now is our Quilters combo. And what this is maybe Jenna or LJ, why don't you guys share the Quilters combo? This is the Quilters combo with the True Sharp 2. So I'd like to go ahead and announce our winner of this particular award, this prize as well.
Yeah, well, let me just talk a little bit about what is in that Quilters combo. So it's a great kit, and I would say it's a great starting kit. And a great way to get you into our cutting line of products. So it's really good. It actually comes with the 45mm comfort cutter. So Nathan, that was the cutter you were talking about there that you actually helped design. And we did an earlier segment where me and Mark actually talked about we talked about a couple different products on our TrueCut line, and one of them is that amazing comfort cutter. And it really is an ergonomical cutter. People often, see things out there like, is it really? It is. Actually, the way we've designed it, oftentimes when people have straight cutters, they're actually having to move that blade down. But now that it has that curve, you actually no longer need to try and bend your cutter down to make it, get that blade down there. So it's really nice. It is ergonomical. In that Quilters combo, you also get the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, which is fantastic. It's a really good size ruler. Again, if you're kind of looking to get into the TrueCut products, it's a wonderful size to get started with. And then in the Quilters combo, you also get a pack of True Grips, which is amazing. You'll probably find yourself wanting to buy even more of those, because I'm sure, you know, earlier in the comments we saw that there was really, you know, a whole ton of rulers that everybody has, you know, 120, 12. So really the True Grips are great to help give, just give your ruler a surface to, you know, grip onto. So it's wonderful. And then also with this package, we are upping the ante a little bit, and we're also giving you an electric sharpener, which is great because, you know, again, in an earlier segment, I had talked about a video where I'm sure a lot of you have a bucket or a bin full of those blades because they are expensive. So you don't quite want to get rid of them. So with this, you'll be able to actually, you know, bring those blades back to a near perfect or a near factory edge. So really an amazing combo.
That is right. That is this package combo. I think it's right around $145 value. And so with that, this was one of our last prizes that we also have in the TrueCut line for part of this event. And so I want to go ahead and let's choose and select our winner, which has been already pre-selected from our registrants who've registered on the Grace Frame event platform. So, and the winner is...
Woohoo!
There you go.
Yeah. Congrats.
Marianne Romanowski. Yeah, love the name. Doesn't have a Z though. Love the name though. That's a great one. So Marianne, we're going to be reaching out to you to get your information, your shipping address, and a couple other things to make sure we can send your prize your way. So congratulations, Marianne Romanowski, for winning that awesome True Quilters combo with the True Sharp 2 electric rotary blade sharpener. Really quick, as we go through this, I'm going to go ahead and bring on screen part of this web page. I want to talk about a couple things again. Remember, we're going to be going into the quilt show here, and then we're going to kind of finish our show with the quilts and the awards for those. But I am going to just take a minute and go back into and share a couple last pieces, because I know once we're done with the quilts, depending on what you have going on tonight, you're probably going to be taking off. And so I just wanted to quickly walk through a few things. My recommendation is, if you have had a chance to watch any of the education that we've done and you've seen any of those things from our ambassadors or others, we have a few available pattern sets that are available for free. And how you need to redeem those is you need to go to the Grace Frame website on graceframe.com. Click on the top banner, which takes you here to this landing page. Let me bring that up for everybody.
Yeah,
so
go
this,
ahead. Yeah, just bring that
this
up there
is
so everyone
our,
can see it.
yeah, this is our landing page that we have for the site. Let's get it on there. There we go. It's still not coming up. There we are. So this is the landing page. Once you've registered, you can go to what we call the events and workshops. And underneath the events and workshops, you actually have a section that lets you browse, and you can see all of the videos and everything that we have actually shared with you throughout last week and this week. And underneath those, let's just go, I like to pick one from here from last Friday as an example. We also did one today with Courtney, but let's just open this up. What you can do is you can go ahead and then select one of the classes. There's what is called See More Details. And in the See More Details, wow, it's going all over the place here. There are See More Details. Let me get one to click into. Here's the Snowflake from Amanda. If you click in here, then there can be a download that lets you access certain things. And so we would go into the actual video itself for details, and then there will be a download that you can then select. And here you can see is a download for this one that Amanda put together. But this is the free access. And so again, if you were seeing this on another platform, YouTube, Facebook, again, it's available for you to come into this platform to get the freebies as well. So I wanted to let you know there. This will stay up. This is going to stay up for another couple weeks. It will close at the end of October. So if you're looking to get those, I would encourage you to get onto the site to come and get those sooner than later as a way. And then also you can click on some of the other links and see we do have lists of all those people who won. We also wanted to do a quick shout out to our vendor hall. We have seen several people that have logged in here and have taken advantage of the exclusive specials that are for Fall Festival. So come in here, visit the vendors, go to their sites. Also, there's coupons that are listed as well. I want you to come in here and see part of those. And one of the last things I'd like to do, quilters, before we get into this quilt award ceremony here at the end, is just really give a shout out and a thanks to everybody who's helped us make this possible. That includes you, the quilters, and you're streaming, but there's also a large group of people behind, ambassadors, educators, you know, it's marketing, it's Grace marketing, it's external marketing, it's our sales teams, you know, it's our shipping and receiving
Camera
teams.
crews, thank you, camera guys.
You know, you know,
I wish
so
you
there's
could
been
see them. They're great.
there's been several groups that have helped make this possible. So thanks to all of those who've participated with us behind the scenes. Thanks for everybody in front of the scenes, all the quilters out there throughout the world who've been able to be with us as part of this event also. Well, this is kind of our last big piece that we're looking to do here, and this is going through the quilts, and it's really fun to be a part of what this is. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this up on screen again so we can see this, so everybody can kind of see. I am going to go ahead and go into here. So here really quick is our quilt show and tell. This is what it looked like. We are giving away a $500 big cash giveaway for a random drawer, actually. So this one is one that was not selected by a judge. In each category, the first, second, and third were really done based on you, the voters, and you had a chance to go and vote for these. And we're going to look at a brief couple statistics as we get into this. And then these were some of the categories. So I'm going to go. We also had Janessa from our education team. She really did a wonderful job, and she has put together this presentation for us that allows us to walk through all these details. So this is part of the show. Again, these are the big giveaways that we have. These were the 6 categories in which the quilts were placed. If you have not had a chance to go browse these and look at them, they're still available for you to go and look at and have fun and to see all the comments. But we've had the Hall of Shame, the Wild Imagination, Holiday Quilts, the Surprise, the Oops. We like the Blood, Sweat, and Tears and Made from Scraps. And so it's really fun to have this. Just so you guys know, we had a wonderful participation, just under 3,000. I think right now it's slightly over 3,000 quilts. I think we actually have, if I were to update this, over 30,000 of you voting for the different quilts on those people, and then several comments that came from everybody. So with that, we also have a couple wonderful things. And what we want to do is we have our judges that we'll bring up here and we'll announce later, but we're going to start with our 3rd place winner for Hall of Shame. And so Carla, Janessa, and LJ, I'm curious to see, and we're going to talk a little about this, but here we go. And if we can maybe take a chance, let's read through this. So LJ, maybe if you just read through this slide, and then we can take turns kind of going around the room as we announce our winners. So this is the winner for our first one here. Hall of Shame, 3rd place.
It's gorgeous.
Yes,
Beautiful,
it is.
yeah.
Yeah, so it says Hall of Shame. So this is the 3rd place. So Too Many Projects, Not Enough Time by Carol Johnson. So again, congrats, Carol. Says just need to get the borders finished, then it will be ready to quilt. So many projects, so little time.
I get that one. It's beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So here's our 2nd place winner in the Hall of Shame. 2nd place goes to
Sharon
Pierce.
Congrats.
Yay, Sharon.
That's beautiful.
So who would like that? Let's just go. Gianna, why don't you read through this one, and then we can go to Carla and then back to LJ. So Gianna.
Okay, so this is the Hall of Shame 2nd place. No name on this one from Sharon Pierce. Was given this quilt pattern as a gift. I made the top, but just have not gotten around to quilting it yet. You'll
Wonderful.
get there, Sharon. Great job. Yeah.
Beautiful. All right. 1st place in the Hall of Shame, again, done by votes, is
Elaine Grieve.
Yay,
Elaine.
Elaine.
Beautiful.
Super neat.
The top was completed by hand nearly 4 years ago, and I still haven't had the courage to quilt it yet. I get that. The pattern is After the Storm by Tiffany Surreal.
there you go. Yep.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Again, and this is called
the colors
After the
are
Storm.
fantastic. It's really
It
pretty.
is a pretty one. That's definitely matches. So After the Storm. All right. We're going to move into 3rd place for Wild Imaginations. Here we go.
Awesome.
LJ?
So it says, It's Time for Fall by Janet Knapp. So that is wonderful. Congrats. Yeah, I love the detail work on that. That's amazing. So it says using hand-dyed wools introduces an entire wild, fascinating with blending colors, fabrics, and threads.
It's beautiful.
Gorgeous,
you did a good job.
Fun one. Perfect for this time of the year as well.
Yeah.
All right. 2nd place under Wild Imagination.
The Fantastic Flower by Joyce Lynan. I thoroughly enjoyed going wild on this big dream panel, all free motion and double batting, wool and poly to make it pop. That's gorgeous. Great job, Joyce.
Free motion and double batting. Love it.
Carl, I know that's one of your most enjoyable ways to finish quilts is with that thicker batting in there, right? Creating a little bit more, division of that stitching and the thickness on there. It's wonderful. Adds a different dimension. All right, 1st place, Wild Imagination.
And it's by Margaret J. Stroud. And she says, Huh?
I'm blown away.
It's first prize for a reason.
It's beautiful. She says, I love color and dragonflies. It gave me an opportunity to choose my own color palette and run wild with my imagination. Oh, I dig it.
Beautiful, yeah.
You just ran and did your own thing.
Wonderful. So
It's
dragonflies, it's a job one. All right.
Nice job on the colors too.
It is. So thank you. Congratulations, Margaret Shroud, on that one. In our next category, again, we're going to continue moving along here. So thank you and congratulations. We're moving into our holiday quilt section. So this is our holiday quilt section, and we're going to be doing our third place prize winner, which is
Jacqueline. I'm not even gonna say
so
the
name
last
of it,
right.
Santa, right? Santa by.
Yeah, it's cute.
Yes,
Very
Santa
cute.
by. Oh, that's so cute. I
Love
love
that
that.
applique. Yeah.
Yeah, Christmas quilt. Again, that last name.
Jacqueline Sarniak.
Yes, Sarniak.
What
Yep.
they said.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
that one looks like there's a lot of applique on
Oh, a
that one
lot.
there, right? That would take quite some time to work through that.
Beautiful.
Love the dent stitching in the middle to separate
Mhm.
that from the applique. So, all right, we're doing second place winners here from the holiday quilts, and the second place winner is
Fall Leaves by Carol Johnson. That's gorgeous and perfect right now. Original layout design, leaves from leaf block exchange at Craft Group. I shrunk down the leaf to make quilting template for the negative space areas. Oh, love that.
That was a good idea.
Great
Really
color
good idea.
choices.
that's a great one to help change the way that possibly looks.
Your
That's
colors
pretty
are
awesome.
great.
Yeah.
It's a fun one. All right, and our first place for the holiday quilts goes to
It is Christmas Wreath Log Cabin by Melanie Connell. Congratulations. And she said, this is my log cabin Christmas wreath quilt. I did not have a pattern. Awesome. Other than a simple log cabin block. I saw another quilt similar and decided what I wanted mine to look like. I absolutely love the way it turned out and I quilted holly berries and ribbons in gold thread.
Ooh,
Awesome.
so fun.
I love the fact,
So
Carla,
beautiful.
where you can take something like a process, a log cabin, right? And I know I've
Right.
seen some of these of yours, and by the way you simply bring colors into that can completely change the way that somebody views the way those fabrics are put together. So that's a really fun one.
Yeah.
With that wreath in the middle. All right, thank you. Congratulations again. That's the end of our holiday quilt. We're going to be moving into our surprise and our oops category. So our our third
This
place
should be
winner.
fun.
Always fun, yeah.
Our third place winner here in this one is.
So it's Glacier by Tina Marie Hill. So it says, I made this for a friend and wasn't too happy with it while I was piecing it. I thought it was ugly and plain. Once I quilted it, I fell in love with this quilt. My friend loved it too.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is gorgeous. And it's
I
not
love
an oops,
it.
but I get it.
One of the things I love about this too is, Carla, there's one of those components where we piece, and the piecing can look a certain way, and depending on what you do when you finish quilting it, you can add a complete different dimension. And I'm guessing the reason she thought this is because there were these big triangles, right? And really it's a square, just these simple parts that she put them together. But what happens is once you ended up quilting it, it changes the way you perceive that. Like
Oh, it's gorgeous.
I saw the waves, and then I started seeing the designs. And so I think that's something that you're not quite sure how it turns out, and then you pleasantly surprised. So congratulations to Tina Marie Hill in this one. All right, second place winner in our surprise and oops.
Wedding Day by June Hanny. White on white for my daughter's wedding. Oh, gorgeous. At the top are their names and the date. Unfortunately, because of COVID, the wedding was postponed for a year. So I had to pick the date out. Oh, no.
Breaks my heart.
We feel your pain, June. We feel your pain.
I love that there's different oopses, right? That's another spin on, because you're like, this is an amazing quilt. What are you talking about? Like, nah, you can't really see that it had to be unpicked. Here you start some work and you have to change part of what that is. So
Quilting is beautiful.
that is definitely a different oops. So I love that. Again, that's one of the great thing about our event is really we're trying to open this up to so many different people that might not know how they would participate. It's really fun to do this. All right, first place winner is in our surprise and oops category.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Rainbow Salad. Oh my gosh, this is gorgeous by Susan Olson. She says, I picked my batik fabrics from a multicolored hibiscus print. I modified the Quiltworks Fire Island Hosta Queen quilt to have it spiked. Oh, God, spiked leaves, and for the colors spiked outwards like a palm frond. And as I was working on the quilt, I was absolutely in love with it. However, once it was assembled, I realized there was a way too much of the pink orange and not enough of the hibiscus fabric. Damn it. That's kind of my favorite expletive too. I had to add that in there. I love that. Oh, it's gorgeous.
So you know that's partly what that process is, Carla, right? You have this vision, and until you kind of see it all out, you're like, oh, it might have been nice to have some variation in colors that makes them stand out in these areas. So still, it's absolutely beautiful quilt. So again, everybody's interpretation of oops, I guess, is a little bit different.
Yeah.
All right, wonderful. So that's it with our third place. We're now going to be, first, we're now going to look at our second place here. So let's go ahead. Sorry, what am I thinking here? We have first place. That was our first. So yeah, so it
next
looks
category.
like next category is blood, sweat, and tears. So with this one, we're going to be moving into our third place on this one, and here's our third place winner in the blood, sweat, and tear category.
Wonderful. So that's The Colorful Quilt by Rhonda Pekina. Probably butchered that last name. I apologize. It says, oh, all those curves. This is a Jacqueline De Jong pattern.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It really is. A lot of little pieces put together. And I'm wondering if it was paper pieced, and that's why it was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. It looks like it's gorgeous.
Yeah, next time I want to look and make sure we have a method too, right? A way to finish this, because that would be really interesting to know.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, so congratulations, Rhonda, on being third place, blood, sweat, and tears. So, all right, we're going to move to our second place winner of blood, sweat, and tears is.
These are gorgeous quilts, everybody.
Glacier Star by Susan Olson. I started this paper piece Quiltworks pattern at a class in 2015 and finally finished it in 2021. Great job. I gave it to my stepson and his wife as a wedding gift in June. All the fabrics are batiks that I found at a Minnesota quilt shop. I designed the color way around the hibiscus background fabric.
Yeah.
Wow. Gorgeous.
Fun. Wonderful. That's a fun one too when you work on it. And then again, this is one thing I love, Carla, which we know about the quilting industry, is that a lot of these are given away as gifts. It's a work of love, and with that, I just think like that's amazing. That person will have this for their lifetime. I was fortunate where I was actually using one here just the other day that was hand quilted by my mother-in-law. I have one that I also just took a picture of here last week to use on a new upcoming ad that we're putting together from my wife's grandmother that was all hand pieced and hand stitched as well. So love getting those types of quilts as gifts. I did not appreciate them as much then as I do now, I'll tell you that. So, all right, moving into our next, our first place winner in Blood, Sweat, and Tears is...
It is Freedom Isn't Free by Melanie Connell. And Melanie says, freedom isn't free. I made this quilt of valor in my father's memory. He was a United States Marine. This quilt took a year to piece and 5 weeks to quilt. This has been the hardest quilt, maybe in part because I was thinking about my sweet father or with each stitch.
Great job, Melanie.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. You did a nice job.
We love hearing your stories. Maybe do a shout out to us and let me know in your comments here really quick. One thing I'm curious that I have thought about is I've talked with our team. What if we allowed you to upload an Audible file with you telling us your story? Would you like to see that in our digital quilt show come spring? I really think that if we were to do that, it would also help change this and let you connect with the other quilters like you as well. I'm curious. Let me know a yes in your comments if you think we ought to do that.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes too, yeah.
So I know for me, that's something I think would be really connecting us with each one of you that, are in the process of, doing your wonderful quilt projects. All right, we're going to be moving into Made from Scraps. Third place winner in our Made from Scrap category is...
Oh, God.
So Abilene by Susan Miller says this quilt was constructed by Sue Miller and Betty Pays at a weekend sewing retreat. We named the cow Betty Sue. She now resides in Wisconsin. Patterned by Laura Hines.
It's so great.
Betty Sue. Cute.
All right, wonderful. Thank you for that one, Abilene and Susan.
Next,
Love it. Next one, we're going to do second place in Made from Scraps, and the winner is?
Secret Flower Garden by Susan Lee. Wow. Pattern from GatesQuiltersStudio.com.
Yeah.
The grid for the flowers were traced on background fabric, then each piece cut and pressed to the background to be appliques. The quilting is the applique process on the petals. The white between the petals are the background showing through. Wow. That's so much work. I love your piecing, your design on the white section too.
It's gorgeous.
Wonderful. All right. And our last and our first place from the Made from Scraps category, winner is?
It's New York Beauty by Melanie Connell. She's been a busy quilter, Melanie. She said, my quilted scrappy pillow is exactly this, made by paper piecing, machine quilting, and handmade machine embroidered lace, and hand beading as well. I don't really see the beads, but
I think
that's
the beads
awesome.
are on the outside edge. If you look, there's a couple of beads.
It'd be nice to have a
them.
close-up of that one. She says, I hand dyed the neutral background to give it an extra element of depth. I wish I had more fabric scraps to make a larger quilt.
Sorry.
I'm not that's okay.
Go ahead. No, you're good.
I turned it into a pillow.
There you go. What I wanted to do is I'm pretty sure there might be other pictures. If those that are streaming, you probably can go into this. And this is where, if you know her, you can probably search it, because we've allowed your US quilters to upload multiple images. So this is probably the main shot on that. I'm hoping there's others. That would be fun to see. But congratulations, first place winner, New York Beauty by Melanie Connell on the Made from Scraps. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at our next category. This next one, we invited a few different judges to come and participate with us, and I'm going to bring that up. So these are our best of shows, and these were selected by different individuals, and so these were our best of shows judges' choices. And here are the judges that we had participate with us. And so I just briefly want to look at this and kind of talk about how they kind of went out and selected this. So each category we selected, there was a best in show winner. And so what we had is some Grace ambassadors that were judging part of this, along with some other Grace individuals that helped participate. So each winner is going to be awarded a $100 cash prize from the Grace Company, is what we're doing. And then we had Jennifer Gaston. She did the surprise category. Sarah Maxwell did blood, sweat, and tears. We had Nichole Moore. She did the Hall of Shame category. Leslie Rutland, she did the Made from Scraps. We had Lizzie Allen, Wild Imagination, and Janessa Kimball, the Holiday Quilt sections. And so again, we're going to bring up here on board part of what the considerations were. So part of this was the visually appealing fabric choices. Quilting is complementary to the piece, the overall design, piecing, binding, and the execution of the overall construction and the technique skill, creativity, innovation, reinterpretation potentially, use of the original and traditional designs, color choices, the harmony, textures, balances, and the potentially movement of colors, and then engaging, the use of contrast value. Is it interesting? And so this is what we allowed them to kind of look at. Now, obviously this is digital, and so we're not shipping them quilts or anything. So this is kind of their belief and use with this. And I'd like to say that because sometimes, what we hear from a lot of quilters is there's always this fear of having something critiqued, right? Like it's, oh, is it good enough? And one of the things that we're really trying to open the door is everybody's work is good enough. And everybody has their own interpretation of that. You heard from Diane Rose, the amazing quilter, as a blind individual. Her styles are definitely unique to her because she's blind. But I think they have her character and they have her spirit. And she talks about her blessings on her quilts. But it's really fun to see those. And so first, again, a thanks. Let me kind of go back to our judges. Thank you, judges, for spending time. Some of these categories had not just tens of quilts, but hundreds of quilts. And so we know there's a lot to have to go through in order to select quilts with that. So thank you very much. And then thank you, quilters, also for those who joined to select and also choose your favorite one. So the first category we're going to be looking at here is the Hall of Shame. And again, this whole category was done by Nichole Moore. So Nichole Moore is the selection of Hall of Shame. And if we can bring this up, if we can do the same thing we were doing, Carla, LJ, and Jana, to have you go ahead and read the title. Let's read the name of the quilt, the winner, and then we have some other context that the judges also shared. So we get to hear a little bit of the insight from the judges, which is really nice. So Hall of Shame winner, judge's choice is...
So I'll do it. So it says, it's After the Storm by Eileen Grieve. So it says, the top was completed by hand nearly 4 years ago, and I still haven't had the courage to quilt it yet. The pattern is After the Storm by Tiffany Cyril.
Right. So this one was selected, right, individually by voters. Right. And so now the judge also just randomly, this was her selection. And then here are her comments.
Yeah, so it says, I just love the color choice and was blown away to learn the piecing was done by hand. Great use of color, graduation with incorporating the Roy G. Biv effect. I know that deciding how to quilt such a treasure can be intimidating. You can do it.
And she's younger than I am.
I know. It's too small.
Now here's a fun thing too. Some of these had other comments, and so what we wanted to do is just bring up these.
Nice.
Maybe Janet, if you could read through those. And so we have quite a few people. I don't know. Can you guys see that?
I can read through. It's gorgeous, beautiful quilt, pretty colors, lovely, beautiful, absolutely wonderful, absolutely breathtaking. You've done a wonderful job. Lovely, love the bright colors and design. Stunning. The geometry teacher in me loves this quilt.
Yeah.
Love the colors and doesn't look like there's anything to feel shame about. We all seem to have something that we haven't quilted yet.
Love that. With that, again, just as a reminder, this is so you can see that Eileen Grieve, she actually put a couple different pictures to help see. So that was one shot. Here is another shot that she had. So it's fun. Again, it just encourages you to dip back into those quilts to look at them in more detail. I think we're going to still leave those comments open as well. But there we go. So our next category, again, Judge's Choice on Wild Imagination. This was selected by Lizzie Allen. And the winner of this category as a Judge's Choice is
Wheel of the World by Rachel Smith. This quilt was commissioned by a friend who wanted a complex mandala. I used pieces of fabric to create birds and foliage with a seasonal theme. For example, the section with the cardinal includes winter plants like holly and poinsettia. The fabric is held in place with tiny amounts of glue. Then the whole piece is overlaid with black netting and quilted through all layers. Wow.
Ooh, wow, that's pretty cool.
Judges comment, stunning mandala, the great vibrant colors, amazing detail and texture on the quilt just makes you want to keep looking for all the amazing little details. Truly wild imagination.
Yeah, it was.
Gorgeous, yes.
Now, again, those that are participating, we love it when you can do more. So here are some comments, and here's a couple close-ups so we can take a brief look at these as well. I'm going to kind of go full screen because this is hard.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me.
Sorry.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Intricate
Go ahead.
and so detailed. What is the actual size? Wow, just wow. I agree. Wow. Yep. Wow. 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 Amazing and beautiful.
There we go. Yeah, I was trying to look at it too. I'm like, oh, I'm going to have to go look at some of these back online. So congratulations again. This one was Judge's Choice for the Wild Imagination to Rachel Smith. Okay. So our next category is the holiday quilt section. And this one was selected by Janessa Kimball, our own education specialist. So in this category, and the winner of this category, holiday quilts, is?
It's Marie's Wreath by Scarlet Rose, and says I was given a basketed quilt top from a deceased friend, Marie. She made this from a Quilt Maker 2000 magazine, the Christmas Mystery Series. I did all hand quilting with silky iridescent thread, and then added the beads, buttons, and jingle bells. And the judge's comment says, I love the symmetrical value of the quilt along with the color choices and technique. The hand quilting and bead work is done beautifully done. Great work. It is really cute.
All right, and then here's a next one where we do a little bit of a close-up right there so everyone can kind of see. She shared this picture.
Yeah. Jeanette Yeager says, nice, very nice. Beautiful heirloom for sure, and beautiful.
Yeah, I like, you can see a little bit of that beading there down where she's attached to those.
Bells,
That's all. Yeah, that's also fun. So again, those that participate, we love to see this kind of thing because nobody else can really touch them and they can't get up close. So anything you can do to share the character of your quilts, we really love that. All right, so congratulations again on this category with holiday. We're going to be moving on to our surprise and our oops category. And our surprise and our oops category was done by Jennifer Gaston, one of our ambassadors. And the winner in this category is?
It says the naughty quilt. Diamond Dream says, at the start of lockdown, my mind was on another thing when I trimmed the blocks down and cut off the points. I was so annoyed at myself as it was all hand-pieced and took ages. It sat on the naughty pile for nearly a year before being quilted. I now love it. And then the judge's comment says, the quilter story is about not being in the right frame of mind, and she accidentally trimmed off all the points. It sat in a pile for a year before quilting, and now she just loves it. I love the quilt for the beautiful colors and the hard work in hand piecing 2 different kaleidoscope blocks. It's just gorgeous despite those cutoff points. Perfect for this category.
It is. It's Nice. She did a good job.
She did. And then here are some of the comments and a couple close-ups of that.
It's very nice. Glad you finished it, and beautiful.
Wonderful. So again, thank you for that. We're going to be moving on to one of our last categories, blood, sweat, and tears. So we have, again, the blood, sweat, and tear category. Sarah Maxwell was the judge in this category, and the winner in this category is...
Color My World in Grunge by Lisa Gesfeldt. Made for the Moda Grunge Challenge in 2020, figuring out how to make 180 crayons showcasing almost every color of grunge fabric was very tricky. The 10-degree assembly and still keeping it square was a killer.
Nice.
Some of the leftover fabrics were used on the back. Judges' comments were, with so many amazing entries, I kept coming back to this quilt. The challenge of maintaining spacing between the crayons when working in a circular wedge shape and the color flow stood out. Carrying the color theme through to the backing maintained my interest. The dense and varied quilting added additional interest.
It's wow. That's all I have to say. It was like, wow.
It's definitely tears.
It looks difficult. It looks like she did
yeah.
put a lot of time.
Yeah, stunning. I love it and can only imagine how long it took. Great quilt. Wow, this is just amazing. I love it. Absolutely gorgeous. Looks like a lot of work. Amazing. I love this. And wow.
I just want to know if she has a full head of hair.
And then with this, you can see the back where she talked about using some of those extra scraps to bring color to the back.
Cool.
So that's
that.
pretty fun idea. So wonderful.
Yeah.
Congratulations. And thank you, Sarah,
Nice
for judging
job.
that category. Last one, one of our last ones here again, made from scraps is one of our next judges' choice. And the winner of our judges' choice is here, made from scraps is...
Oh, it's Save All, Linda Copes. And she says,
Copes?
peas. Yeah, is it Copes? Okay.
Sure, yeah.
Peas Save All quilt pattern was published in the September-October 1985 magazine. I know we love to hang on to our magazines. Stitch and Sew. I inherited the magazine pages containing the pattern along with the scraps from my family friend. When combining her scraps with some of mine and was able to piece together the quilt. The judges' comments are, I love how the quilter used the pattern from 1985 magazine and combined her scraps with her friends. This is, in essence, of a made from scrap quilt because it's completely unique. Everything flows well together and is well executed with good color harmony, and the binding is even scrappy. This quilt will be around for a long time to tell a scrappy story. That is, it's cute.
So true. And then here are some of the comments in a color. Just another, it looks like it might be our only angle, but here are some comments.
Lovely.
Yep,
I love scrappy quilts. Me too. I love them.
That's a fun one. That's a fun story. You know, that one had a history with
It
friends. It came to her. She added some additional parts with her scraps, ended up completing a quilt. Now there's kind of a combination of histories between those two quilters and friends. So wonderful. And this is going to be one of our last pieces here. So this is our big cash giveaway as one of our last prizes that has been selected. Again, this one is just a randomization. We put all the quilts into a drawing. We have a random number generator and it goes and it selects that quilt of choice. And so this is, again, one of those great things where it's not necessarily the technique, it's not the finishing, it doesn't have to do the coloring. We're just giving a chance from everybody here to participate with their opportunity to win. So this is our big cash giveaway, is our next big section that we're going to be looking at. And the winner of our big cash giveaway is...
Woo, Carla Jo Frazier.
Nice
Congratulations,
job.
Carla.
$500. That's awesome.
$500. So congratulations, Carla Jo Frazier, as the winner
Like your name.
of that one. So that is what we have for the actual Quilt Festival. Our 2021 Fall Fantastic Festival started last week on Thursday, Friday. We live streamed this week on Wednesday, Thursday, and today as our last day. It's been wonderful to have everybody here. What we're going to look at is, remember that next week on Friday, we do have an additional bonus section that we're going to be talking about. I had some questions I wanted to ask Janessa, since she's kind of new into quilting. If she were to know what she knows now, what would she want to tell us? And there's 5 things that she thought about, some topics that she wanted to talk about. So we're going to watch those. We're going to be doing a giveaway. We're going to talk about some of the additional promotions that we're going to be keeping throughout the end of the month. And then we're also looking at gathering from you insights on what you would love to see at Houston. Houston is 2 weeks away. We will be there, and we would love to live stream the last Friday of this month to invite you there as we live walk through, look at a couple things if you're not able to be there. So join us live. We're also going to be doing additional giveaways on that Friday as well. So we're really excited to have you come back and join us as we keep this platform open throughout the end of the year. So with that, Carla, Team Gianna, LJ, as we kind of have a couple concluding comments, do you have anything that you would like to share as a reach out to our customers as we kind of end our fall festival? Again, bittersweet as we're coming to the end of this amazing time. What would you like to share as some of your last words of inspiration with those last people, those people that are still with us streaming as we look at finishing out our October event?
Well, I don't know if it's words of inspiration per se, but I just want to say thank you again to everybody for commenting. I know because we can't, we're not here in person with you, that really having those comments is the interaction for us. And that's what gets us, that's what puts a smile on our face. That's what, helps us laugh. So I really do appreciate, and I love reading the comments again, whether it's, hi, saying hello from where you are, or giving us some fun tips, or just, I love having that interaction. So thank you again for everybody for joining us. I love to get to know you through those comments there as well. So just thank you. And I've really enjoyed this, and I hope you guys did too.
And a lot of people are asking, Nathan, how do they get to be a part of next week's giveaways and a part of next week's? How are we going to let them know?
If you just go ahead and unmute yourself there really quick, Nathan. Thanks.
There we go. Thank
you
you.
go.
Sorry. With that, just so you know, those people who have participated, we're going to use that same group. What we're going to do is there's going to be two elements. What I think we're going to do is I would like to give away 2 cuties on each day, and then I'm going to give away a 15R, again, another combo on the Houston.
Nice.
So that will be a reason to come back. We will actually put that, and we're going to update the giveaways with additional ones that we're going to have for the next 2 weeks. And so you're automatically entered if you've registered on the Grace home platform. So go to graceframe.com, click into the event page. If you have registered, your name will be selected for a couple of the key big drawings. What we will do is we're also adding live drawings as well, because our encouragement is to have you come see. And we really, LJ, to your point, we want comments. We're going to go live. And so if we can get your insights and comments about what you're wanting to see at Houston the following week, we're going to hopefully go find some of that so that we can bring you some of that live content on that actual day. And you're going to see we're hustling and bustling. So we're going to share a little bit about the team. We're going to do some some walkthrough on that last Friday of this month. So if you've already registered, we're going to be able to pull from those names, and then we're going to do some live giveaways. So there's a combo of thank you for participating in your registration. We're going to use that. If you haven't registered, we're going to encourage you to come and register. We're going to be using those for some of those key gifts again, because the platform with the free pattern downloads, access to the videos, you have your homepage or your dashboard that helps bring information to you. We have a large vision of how we can help with Carla's education and the inspiration that she can see with the Grace Company, along with our products, and tying those things together. We feel that we can help what I call orchestrate the right type of content for you that helps you along your journey. And this platform is the beginning part of what that hopefully will be too. So that's why we're really encouraging everybody to come in. So I hope that answers the question. If you haven't registered, register. If you have registered, your name's already in the hat. And then we're going to do live drawings on top of it with those 2 live streaming dates next Friday, a week from today. It is showing in currently, if you were to go to the actual site itself, you would notice, and you'll see that it is there. It is listed at the bottom. You'll see 2 new dates that have now been added. And I'm going to scroll and show everybody this. Here we go. Let me go ahead and bring this in so that we can see it. There we go. And at the bottom, you'll notice, let's skip down to the page here. We have now a Friday, October 2nd and an October 29th, which are 2 new events. And this live event will be live in Houston, which will be the one on the 29th. And then again on the 22nd, we'll be alive here at Grace. And these are bonus events with some new additional content, and then a live streaming with some free giveaways as well. So thank you for asking. Hopefully that helps answer those questions. I did not give Jenny
just really quick, Nathan, just really quick, I just want to do another reminder that I know there's a couple comments saying, oh, you're like, will we be reminded about those events? And you can actually, what Nathan just showed, if you add it to your calendar, that's how it'll then give you a reminder at, what time. So that way, again, make sure it is up there, but add it to your calendar, and that's how you can get a reminder to know what time or when we'll be doing those. So just click on that.
I want to show everybody this as well. So on the main part, this is your dashboard. You might ask, how do I get there? Well, if you're on the main festival landing page, by the way, when you just log in, you actually have an option right down here on the left that says account dashboard, or you can go up to my account as a drop down. But when you come in here, you can actually go into your own profile. And in your profile, just so you know, we also have an ability for you to have a text message as a reminder. So you can come set that as an option for you to say, oh, I want to be able to receive text messages in here. So again, you can come in here, you can see on the right-hand side, you can sign up, and then you can just select text message notifications. And so that way you don't have to really worry about it. If you have your cell phone and you've signed up for it, one is we're going to send you an email. Two, we'll actually ping your phone about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the event, which gives you a chance to come and join with us live. So LJ, thanks for bringing that up. That is built in. You can turn on your text notifications and we'll send out an email as a reminder day of. And I think we're also going to be sending out a reminder a couple days ahead as well. So we're planning on sending out some communications for those who have registered again on the Grace Home. I don't have your contact, unfortunately, if you're on YouTube or Facebook. If you're on the Grace Home, we can send you text messages and we can send you reminders. So great question there. LJ, back to Jana Carney. Jana, I didn't get a chance to have you share any last thoughts you might have as we kind of conclude part of today's meeting.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everybody. It's been wonderful, and I hope you've had a great time. Also, if you have any questions that we didn't get a chance to answer in the comments or live in person, please give us a call. Go to our website, chat on graceframe.com, and ask us those questions. We'll be happy to answer them for you.
With that, again, Carla, thanks for all your comments. LJ, thanks for yours. Jana, thanks for yours. I'm going to bring this up as a last reminder. We do have some phenomenal sales going on. That is including all of the Grace Company products from the graceframe.com site. And we also have our cutting tools at TrueCut. And so with that, as a reminder, we have the Cutie frame, which we've had a few different sections on sale for $689. We have two other style hoop frames, our Q-Zone Hoop and our Q-Zone Hoop Frame Pro. If you're not quite sure, you can go watch part of the live streaming and then you can just find these pages and you can see that there are some really amazing sales with some major discounts. We also have combos, our combinations with our mid arms and our long arms are on sale. You can actually get into the system with a mid arm and a frame starting at $3,695. That is an amazing price. Our dealers are supporting these and they have these same promotions running. So you can log on, find a dealer in your area, log on, find dealers online as well to find those specials. We have our stitch regulated machines, packages starting at $4,295. We have our Pro 15 machines with packages starting at $4,695. One of our best promotional pieces that we have right now also is our 19 machine. We have the 19 head on sale for $5,899, and then you can select frames to build out your combos. So that's the starting point with the 19 head. If you're going to upgrade, now's a great time. That machine normally is $7,000. And so we also have a special accessory pack that comes with all of these frames that are currently on sale. So we have automation on sale, 30% off. We also have TrueCut on sale. A lot of these TrueCut items are 30% plus some free additional pieces in the combinations. And so again, we would just encourage you to reach out, take advantage of the promotions that happen right now. Our 19 and our 21 machines come with additional light bars and accessory packs that are valued at right around up to $1,000. And so we have a lot of wonderful things as part of this fall festival. So do our dealers. So with that, as a congratulations and thanks for all of our winners. Thank you very much. Thank you, Quilters, for joining us. With that, any last things as we sign off? Because I think we're kind of going to be done and we'll play our kind of go away video today. So Carla,
Thanks, everybody.
LJ, anybody else?
Appreciate it.
With that, thank you for joining us and join us again. Look forward to more information with our Spring Fling. Come back weekly for Carla. And you saw several things with Tuesdays with Carla and some inspirations on our new Quilting with Style, which is, Carla, we're calling that what again? Your new one that we're doing?
Fashion Q.
Fashion Qs. So thank you for joining us. We look forward to more. Log on to Grace Frame tonight. Take advantage of our specials while they're here, while they last from our fall festival. And we look forward to more content and more inspirations with you inspiring us and hopefully us inspiring you. So welcome and thank you. Goodbye, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your Friday evening from Grace Company here in Salt Lake City, Utah.